I'll have to go through 1,000 tweets probably tomorrow at some stage to work out who the nearest the pin was. So good luck to those competing in our nearest the pin competition. And for those listening around the world, thanks for joining us through the AFL website. This is the last time that you'll have to go through the AFL website to listen to K-Rock Football online, anywhere in Australia, in fact, or anywhere in the world, because next year, as part of the new broadcast agreement, we will hold our own streaming rights at krock.com.au, which is an absolutely wonderful bit of news. We'll have no changeovers and the like, so that should be great.
Yeah, look, Cat fans are a bit nervous. Bruce Nankervis and a bit of Ian thrown in too, coming out there. I'm telling you, there's a lot here, and they're all on the edge of their plastic. So I reckon, boys in the back row, we were just discussing some of the matchups for the game, and when it gets to this point, they're critical. Some games you can probably roll through and do what you like to a degree and still win. This is one of those games where both sides need to get it right. We saw Collingwood get it wrong last week with Maynard going to Franklin. There's some, at either end, there's some matchups that are going to worry coaches. From the Cats' perspective, we talked about the mix. Who goes to Franklin, Papley, Heaney, Reid, obviously under an injury clear, but Reid playing. Haywood's the other one. They've got some real firepower, Sydney. So if you went out there, I know that the game is a bit different. It's not a one-on-one at times. It's a rotation. But who would you like to see predominantly play on those guys for a majority of the game?
Well, Ben, before we get to that, I'd be interested to hear Sando's point around... Last time the Cats played, the way that they used Reece Stanley and Tom Stewart, I thought would have almost negated any of the matchups they had. So what they were doing with the secondary stoppages around the ground, as you described, Reece Stanley was going back to take Tom Stewart's man, which freed him up. Blitzarves took the ruck. Geelong were happy to go one less at the stoppages, and even if they lost it, what they thought was, listen, our boys in there, given that one of them was, Tom Atkins, who brings that defensive element, they thought the majority of clearance losses, they aren't going to go through the front of the stoppage, they're going to have to kick it high and back Tom Stewart, and that worked beautifully. Is that something you think they'll look to do today against some of the Sydney forward firepower? Yeah, I do. I think Tom Stewart is the key to this game, and the way that Tom Stewart gets free, as we know, is through blitzavs, and the way that they use him. Now, he can do that a variety of ways. So last week he started as a midfielder, and as you said, Nildy, when they went to stoppage, blitzavs then took the ruck, and Stanley went back and played as a defender to free up Stewart. But they can also do that from the wing. So we know that Holmes is out now. Perhaps Duncan plays wing, and then you can find a way that Duncan can go back and play as a small defender to then free up Tom Stewart. But there's a variety of ways that the Cats will try and free up Tom Stewart today. It would not surprise me if Sydney say, no, we are not going to let Tom Stewart play free today. So they could use a player like, I think Chad Warner would be perfect for that, who might play midfield. It looks like he's playing as a midfielder, but then every time it goes to stoppage, Warner can then run forward and then play as that seventh forward, which then tries to negate that free player that Geelong are trying to get. But exactly what Benny said, I would hate for Papley to get into this game early if I'm a Geelong fan, if I'm a Geelong defender today, because he brings an incredible energy. It feels like he's one of those players that was sort of built for this grand final stage. He's got incredible energy. We know he runs around and energises his team, along with probably Heaney. They're almost the two igniters for Sydney. I don't know, I've left out Franklin there. He's kicked 1,000 goals. He's an icon of the game. It's important that we, if you're Geelong, it's important that you find a way to nullify his impacts. But for me, it's going to be Heaney and Papley early, the two that could potentially ignite and give confidence to that Sydney forward line. The matchups, of course, Wombat Gully Plant Farm. See the team at Wombat Gully for all your gardening needs. And Brenton Sanderson, Mark Neal are with us for Multi-Skills. Unleash your potential with construction industry training at Multi-Skills. And Sando, I think down the other end of the ground, just as important as Tom Stewart is Paddy McCartan to the way that Sydney play. Now, they don't always generate the seventh defender, because sometimes Sydney like to do the one-on-one, but really his role is that intercept defender. Sydney are a team that they don't actually like the one-on-ones in their back 50. Now, for me, it'll be interesting. Geelong have got firepower plenty inside their own forward 50. 3 All-Australians, and they've had an unbelievable year, most efficient, highest scoring, all those types of things. Will Geelong Geelong try to negate Paddy McCartan? Will they say, listen, well, you're going to end up on Rowan perhaps, or at times if Stengel even goes back, they don't really care who he plays on. Geelong just going to say, no, this is how we're playing, so Paddy McCartan, you do whatever you want, we're going to back our system in.
No, you're right, Nildy, and Tom McCartan, I would expect, would go to Hawkins and Rampy to Cameron, which then means Paddy McCartan provides that third up defender or that extra defender in exactly what you said. So it's important today that these Cats forwards look for a way to work in a system where they can isolate each other. So the further away that Paddy McCartan is from where the ball's going, either to Hawkins or Cameron, he feels like he can't come off his opponent to help in the air. So their system and the way they operate today is pivotal. Expect Cameron to work a little bit higher up the ground with Rampy, and potentially they hand over there. But gee, the forward lines work so well this year for Cameron and Hawkins to kick over 120 goals between them. Then you throw in Stengel with another 50 goals. This is a powerhouse forward line today, and as well as the Swans do match up down there with guys like Blakey, Lloyd is there to sort of distribute, but it's going to be fascinating both ends of the ground to see how the defence of both these teams go up against two really powerful forward lines.
Just, boys, who's a second-tier player that you'd like to see play well for both sides? Who you think he's maybe not a profile player, but if they play well, it's a little bit of a barometer for the team?
Well, I think for last week for me, for Geelong, what I loved about the way that they used their high half forwards, I thought Myers and Close, who had 44 possessions between them, the way that they really exploited those high backs of Brisbane, Daniel Rich and Coleman. I'd love to see those guys get involved in the game early today. So under grand final pressure and anxiety, typically you just blast the ball forward under pressure. But if the Cats have got the poise early in this game just to lower their eyes and use those high half forwards, it just makes the Sydney Swans defenders think, I can't let these guys get off the chain and gather possessions. I've got to come a little bit higher to sort of nullify their impact, and then that will leave Hawkins and Cameron in a little bit more time and space.
Nearly, this is grand final number 4 for Gary Rowan. He averages 5.7 disposals, and he's kicked 1 goal, 1 across 3 grand finals. They're numbers that he wants to see disappear off the charts today in a different direction.
Well, I think he's coming into the game after having a wonderful final at Kingy, and I think he'll be concentrating on the role that he has. Sometimes those numbers, yes, he might not like those, but he would have been playing different roles to what he's got. He's the third tall or third marking forward. His job might be to keep Paddy McCartan busy at times, but to also provide a contest. He's coming in the best finals form, I would predict, Kingy. So I think that would be the way that he'd like to answer that. Ben, for me, the answer to your question would be, I know this is going to sound a little bit odd, someone who's unheralded as an All-Australian is Mark Litzarves and Tom Atkins. Yep. I think what they have brought to the midfield for the Cats has been that defensive element, and I think if we can sit here in a few hours' time and say that Mark Litzarves and Tom Atkins really played their roles well, it means that guys like Parker and Heaney and Warner and Rowbottom haven't had massive days, and I just think if they can play that role, it does allow Selwood and Dangerfield and Guthrie to say, right, I'm going to take my direct opponent on offensively. So I think they're also an enormous key to what can happen this afternoon.
Umpires are out. Matt Stevic controlling his 10th grand final. Simon Meredith his 7th, and Brendan Hosking on grand final debut. The match ball has been delivered by Batcher Hooley, who is the Premiership. He'll deliver the Premiership Cup. Match ball has been delivered, and the Swans are making their way now out onto the MCG, led by Callum Mills this afternoon, and can tell you that the Swans are in black armbands, and it is a local link for why they're wearing them. The grandmother of Paddy and Tom McCartan, Lorraine Marnie, passing away earlier this week. So sad news in the McCartan family. Our thoughts with the McCartan and Marnie, bigger clans, big names, obviously the Marnies in Colac, but also it's a Geelong link as well, because Toby Conway is also a grandson of Lorraine Marnie. So our thoughts with the Marnies and McCartans as the Swans make their way onto the MCG. For South Melbourne, for Sydney, for the Bloods is the banner. Jake Lloyd, number 44. Congratulations. 200 games for the Star Swans.
Just wanted to get the boys' thoughts on, were you a little surprised that Geelong decided to go with O'Connor and not bring in Menegola, given he's pretty much a like-for-like for the role that Max Holmes plays?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think as soon as the injury occurred, straight away I thought about Menegola would be perfect to come in and play that. He's a fit, strong, offensive and defensive runner that can play the wing. But then I just thought, perhaps they really like O'Connor and his flexibility. Maybe he just goes to half-back today and Duncan goes back up to the wing. Duncan's really pivotal in that role, and Parker's probably the perfect sub. If you need him in the first quarter or the last quarter, he can come on and obviously dominate through the midfield. So, it would have been a difficult selection dilemma there for Chris Scott and his team about who to go to. But I'm not surprised that they ended up bringing O'Connor in.
The Cats are about to emerge from down in the bowels of the MCG and make their way into the ground, of course, led by Joel Selwood playing his 40th final. He breaks the record for the most finals played.
Is it true if Geelong win today, Joel Selwood would have played in more winning finals than the St Kilda Football Club?
The same number, I think. I think it'll be 22 apiece.
It's a few, isn't it?
That is a lot of finals.
You're barracking for St Kilda. You're probably playing golf this afternoon, I would have thought.
Well, given they're 125 years old or whatever the stat would be.
I know you've probably had this debate, boys, before I came on air today, but if Geelong win today, Selwood becomes the greatest cat of all time. Would you, not from a talent point of view, but is he, you obviously got the Ablets, but probably the greatest cat?
In terms of influence and impact, he and Reg Hickey.
Yep.
Like, we missed the Hickey era, but he was a 3-time premiership player and coach. Actually, might have been a 4-time premiership player. Played in 31 as well. So, I think Hickey and Selwood sit very comfortably side by side.
Well, incredible. And obviously, I was fortunate enough to be at the club when Selwood got drafted, and you just saw the impact that young man had as an 18-year-old coming into the team and really changing the culture of the club straight away.
Here's a wonderful moment. Levi Ablett being handed over to Joel Selwood by Gary Ablett Jr. and will escort the Geelong team onto the ground. What a wonderful moment for the Ablett family and for Joel Selwood. Will it be the last time we see him run onto the ground and lead the Cats? That'll all come out in the wash-up. Game 250 for Zach Toohey as well. After 120 in the navy blue of Carlton, in the navy blue and white of the Cats, he plays his 130th and becomes just the second Irishman to 250 games after Jim Steins. Looking to become only the second Irishman after Ty Kennelly to play in an AFL-VFL premiership. He debuted in round 11, 2011 as the sub. So the Cats, all it said on the banner was untamable. It was a simple message for Geelong as they now settle in for the photo. Wearing the blue shorts this afternoon, the Swans are in their all-red kit. FM 88 at the MCG. If you're just getting here to the ground, listening to us through KROC 955, make sure you flick the switch to FM 88. All the images today, make sure you stay across our social media today at KROC Football for Twitter and Instagram, and also our Facebook page, KROC Football. Well, all our images supplied by Marcel Berens Sports Media, Geelong Regional Football. He is down boundary side with camera in hand, and also not too far away from going down boundary side ourselves, our own Jason Doherty is putting himself in position for this afternoon's clash. Chopper, I'm not sure whether you've locked yourself down into a seat yet, or where do we find you, Chopper?
Yes, I'm in a seat, which is good, and it's nice and chockers as you would expect at the MCG on a grand final day, but early doors Norm Smith medal Robbie Williams down here, that's the call. So fantastic pre-game, and the ground in perfect condition as you would expect. Bit of breeze, bit chilly also down here at ground level. Breeze probably coming across the ground, a little bit swirly, so probably shouldn't have too much of an effect at either end of the ground just at this stage. But about 14 degrees, and we're ready and going to rip this apart right now.
Thank you very much, Jason Doherty. South Point Garden Supplies. Ash and the team at South Point Garden Supplies, 15 Boneyards Avenue, Torquay, just behind the Bunnings. There are a lot of nervous men in the world right now, gentlemen, because this is the last weekend of excuses for the Garden. Footy finishers and South Point Garden Supplies will be seeing you during the week. And if not seeing you, they'll be seeing your better half, who will be coming in to ensure that the jobs that have gone otherwise unattended for 6 months are picked up in the warmer coming months. Head-to-head, Geelong Insurance Brokers. They've been supporting us all year. Don and the team, they've been covering Geelong for 29 years, covering KROC football in 2022. Brenton Sanderson, your key head-to-head for Geelong Insurance Brokers this afternoon.
Well, I just think the way that the Swans can win this game today is if they limit Hawkins and Cameron to a combined score of 4. I think if the Cameron-Hawkins combination can kick more than 4, I can see the Cats having quite a comfortable win today. So that's the matchup I'll look at, is the Tom McCartan Rampy matchup v Cameron and Hawkins. That's pivotal for me.
Thank you for that. Brenton Sanderson, the Experts Chair for Multi-Skills. Mark Neild.
Kingy, I'm going to go for impact on the game, Tom Stewart versus Paddy McCartan. I think whoever wins that battle will go a long way. Their team will be on top in general play.
So that is the Pat McCartan, the Tom Stewart impact on the contest. I don't write as quick as you gentlemen speak, so I'm just putting that down at the bottom of my notes. Benny, did you get that?
Yeah, I did, King. I wrote all that down, King.
I've
got it locked away in the minutes for the meeting. We'll talk about it
There's a
post-game.
chance the two of us will remember what we just said.
Yeah,
by the
I
way.
reckon there's a reasonable chance, Kingy.
Geelong Insurance Brokers, of course, well done to John and the team. Geelong Insurance Brokers finalists in the Geelong Business Excellence Awards, and with more than 40 years in the insurance industry, Don and the team at Geelong Insurance Brokers work with their clients to ensure they have the right cover, not just the cheapest premium.
Just a sidelight too, Kingy, from today's game. Obviously, Paddy McCartan and Tom Atkins are very close mates. Come through very different pathways to get to this point. And it's been journeys of both have been sort of quite extraordinary. But they are really close. They're thick as thieves down in Geelong, and so it's fantastic to see. One's a former number one pick, and the other one had to battle through St Joey's and into the VFL, and then onto a list. And he's become a really important player. So it just goes to show all shapes and sizes can get there if you've got the dedication, and those two boys have been able to show it.
Number one draft pick in 2014, Paddy McCartan, playing just his 59th AFL game. He's actually 23 games behind Tom Atkins, who came into the system via the rookie draft at the end of 2018, leading the Cats in tackles in season 2022. Tommy Atkins with 150. Just a useless local random stat. If Geelong win the flag this afternoon, Tom Stewart and Tom Atkins will become the first players to do the GFL AFL Premiership double.
I agree with you, Kingy.
That's useless. But who did Tom Stewart win his with?
Oh, South Barwon. We had to get them in before the bounce.
And who did Tom Atkins win his
Yeah,
with?
St Joseph's. We like that. We still like St Joseph's.
Not as excited.
No, you've got to respect where everyone comes from, and I think that's important. We know St Joey's do things beautifully, but now I'm just swapping colours for the moment. We'll just pop over to South Barwon and see how they go.
All right, let's go around the panel and get your selections for this afternoon. Jace, we'll do you last. Benny, winner, margin, Norm Smith medalist.
That's very good. King, just off KFC Twitter, Steve Baxley's listening to us in Jackson, Michigan, the USA. He's got a picture of himself and his cat. It's a bit of a black and white arrangement in the background there. But Jackson, Michigan, I don't know what time it is in Jackson, Michigan, but it's probably pretty late.
15 hours behind, so I've got them at about 11:30 last night.
Cats by 14 points, Tom Stewart.
Cats 14 and the 44.
Can't tip against the Cats.
Laurie Hill, winner, margin, Norm Smith medalist, please. Geelong by 20. Geelong by 20 and Tyson Stengel for Laurie Hill. Davey Collins, Grumpy since 1992.
Cats by 3 goals and Tom Stewart.
And the 44, Brenton Sanderson.
I picked the Cats by 27 points last week, which was a lucky charm, I think. So I'm going to go with that again. I think between 4 and 5 goals. And like everyone, I think Tom Stewart will be the most influential player on this game.
Mark Neild.
Yeah, 24 points, Cats for me, King. And I'm actually, I'm going to follow that tune. I think Tom Stewart will win the Norm Smith as well.
Jason Doherty, chopper downstairs.
Cats by 34 points, Tom Atkins.
Oh, wow. For me, as I did in the Geelong Advertiser, 23 points, Cam Guthrie for me to win the Norm Smith medal. So there are our selections there in the vault. Let's see. We're all very similar, aren't we? Sort of that 3 to 6 goal arrangement, and that seems to be the pervading sentiment among the experts, that the Cats might just late pull away from the Swans. Do we read much into how much energy expended, Sando, last week for multi-skills by the Swans against Collingwood?
Yeah, I would prefer to have the Geelong build-up rather than the Swans, although the Swans, I was really... it was strange how they played that final quarter last week. They tried to save the game from three-quarter time and got themselves into all sorts of trouble. So at least that's a lesson learned. You don't want to do that if you're the Swans today and you find yourself in front at three-quarter time. I definitely would prefer the Cats lead in rather than the Swans.
So we get a bit seduced, boys, though. Well, if I think back to 2007, Geelong fell over the line in the prelim, but clearly the best side.
Yeah,
Port Adelaide had thrashed North. Geelong had a relatively easy victory against a team that had clearly run its race by the time it got to the prelim, whereas Sydney, they were 6 to 7 goals the good of Collingwood at one point in that game.
Well, they were 30 points up at half-time and 36 points up 4 minutes into the third quarter. But they probably, they went into that safe mode way too soon. But, grand finals, you just can't get in the heads of the players now. There will be, of course, a huge element of anxiety around how individuals are going to perform. and it's going to be the team that can just settle down into the groove and get their hands on the footy, make less mistakes earlier. But also, too, you've got to make sure you don't lose your dare today as well. You can't afford to change your game style at all. You've got to play the way that got you here right from the first bounce today.
Yeah, and Ben, look, Sydney are a very good side. There's absolutely no doubt about that. They're going for their 9th win. Geelong's been the best side in the competition all year, and I think that counts for something.
The pre-game ceremony is upon us. Time to head down to our
the
MC.
AFL acknowledges the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners of the land on which we gather today, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge we play our game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and to the game of Australian rules football. Would you all please welcome Premiership Cup Ambassador Basher Hooley. To hand over the 2020 Toyota AFL Premiership Cup to Geelong Cats champion Cameron Ling and Sydney Swans champion Paul Kelly.
So Paul Kelly and Cameron Ling shake hands and we'll head,
if you're able,
to the Guard of Honour.
Would you now please rise, remove your caps and join with Katie Noonan as she performs the Australian National Anthem.
With a stirring rendition of Advance Australia Fair. The players break to their respective ends. The Cats head to the city end, the Swans to the Punt Road end. This is AFL Grand Final 2022. Our beloved Cats and the Sydney Swans. Toss of the coin not too far away. We'll get down to Jason Doherty for that. The two skippers will meet in the middle, including Joel Selwood, who is playing his 40th final, an VFL record. He breaks that, set by Michael Tuck, who finished on 39, and we all thought that record was out of reach. And then this wonderkind from out of Bendigo has done something that nobody else has done before and probably will never do again, and that's play 40 finals. 1 in every 9 games, Joel Selwood rocks up for a final. It's an incredible record. He approaches the middle. Callum Mills is the nominated captain today for the Swans, and Jason Doherty is down boundary side for us. Jace, come on in for South Point Garden Supplies. You'll have the honour of giving us the result of the toss.
Yes, Callum Mills for Sydney, Joel Selwood for Geelong in the middle of the MCG, and the toss of the coin has occurred, and Callum Mills has won the toss, kicking to the city end, right of your radio dial on the first term.
Thank you for that, Jason Doherty, down boundary side. For Lifeline, lifeline.org.au 13 11 14. If you or somebody you know is experiencing personal problems, please reach out to Lifeline. And if you are listening to us through FM 88 and you made your way into the ground today, hopefully you donated to Lifeline, as the Tin Rattlers, the volunteers, were out shaking the tins for Lifeline, such an important service. Gentlemen, the huddles right now, the last message, what would it be from the respective captains?
Oh, they just talk about know your role, play your role, and they wish everyone the best. And some of the captains like to throw in there, Kingy, that whatever happens, the sun will get up tomorrow, Sando.
Yeah, I think you're just looking to lighten the mood a little bit before the players go out. And I think the captain here in these situations, just as he goes around and looks each player, he likes to just eyeball each one of them and just make sure they're switched on, make sure they're present in the moment. You look around this incredible stadium, they're close to 95,000 here today. They've just got to settle into the groove. Who is the team? Despite a few little mistakes early on, a few things might go wrong. They've just got to make sure they get into the groove before the opponent.
Interesting, boys. Selwood and Tom Atkins to start on the bench for the Cats alongside Zach Guthrie and Myers.
Here's one, boys. Callum Mills, the Sydney captain, he started forward. I think he's bumped every player he's walked past. He's gone straight to Tom Stewart. We'll see how that goes.
We'll keep it on those Wombat Gully Plant Farm matchups. It is Grand Final 2022. Umpire Stevic holds the ball aloft. We get underway with the Harvey Norman first call, and the honour to start the Grand Final is with Ben Castanelia.
So the premiership decider is underway. Hickey down, Dangerfield forward close, front position, tapped it forward. Stanley tries to barge through his hand pass to no one in particular, taken by Parker. His hand pass is a wide one, ball at half forward for Geelong. Papley through traffic, kicks to the wing. Players come up to meet it. Tui did well, track the ball. He's got it now in front of Heaney. Inside forward, 50, wants close. Can't mark. Hawkins at the back. Has marked. Deep in the right forward pocket. And good start from the Cats. Hawkins marks. It'll be a tough shot, but it does suit his power fade. We heard Chopper Doherty say that it is very blustery down there at ground level, so this will be a very difficult shot. But a chance to kick a goal inside the opening minute.
He's going to get it.
So Chopper has declared it. But Tom Hawkins will kick the first goal of the 2022 Grand Final. He's on the runway. He comes in. He's hit it pretty well, but it's off to the right. First score is a minor one to Geelong. One behind. The Swans yet to score. Harvey Norman first quarter. We'll get some Wombat Gully Plant Farm matchups from the boys in the back row as this first term unfolds.
Ryan Clark has gone to Tom Stewart after that bumping game is finished, and Buddy Franklin's being shadowed by Jack Henry.
Blakey sending a ball outside defensive 50 to a marking target. Papley can't complete the mark. Ball hits the ground. Isaac Smith there trying to find the footy. Couldn't. Lloyd in game 250. Gave it up to Stevens. Stevens kicks on his left, but there's going to be a free kick coming back to the Cats, I reckon. It's going to go to Hawkins. Hawkins has got it 60 from goal. Pulls it to 30 metres out. Wants Dangerfield over his head. Close, tapped it down. Clearance on the left for Blitzarves. And he's put it into the left-hand behind post, I think, and out of bounds on the full. And it'll be a free kick to the Swans going to Rampy.
Just another matchup too, boys. Fox went to Cameron, which is unusual. I thought that might be Rampy. Rampy's actually gone to Gary Rowan.
Wombat Gully Plant Farm is a driving ball from Rampy to a below our says best seats in the house. Fatco Cafe 24/7. Cameron flew, couldn't mark. Franklin's handball wanted McInerney but missed him. Went out of bounds. Boundary throw in. Left half forward for the Cats. Opening quarter gone 2 minutes on the Port Phillip Ferries time clock.
Reece Stanley again dropping out of the rucking contest, and he's going to Sam Reid, which is actually freeing up to Koning. Sydney refusing to let Tom Stewart be the spare defender.
So Hickey, front position. Blitzarves over the back. Sub's follow-up work was all right. Can he get a kick? He can. It's partially split. In fact, it might have come off the back of one of his teammates and goes out for a throw-in at half forward. So Ducks and Drakes early in this one.
Absolutely, Ben. Mark O'Connor, he started on the wing, Sando, so they've just gone well, not like for like, but they've just swapped roll for roll.
He's all alone at the moment, O'Connor. Blitzarves might try to get it to him. He just takes it out of the ruck and then hoists a high ball forward. Cameron and Hawkins are down there. Hawkins works his man off the ground. Can he get a hand pass? Tries to slap it to Close. Close in a dangerous position. Handball to the voice of Stengel. Stengel off one step. Oh, his kick was brilliantly smothered by Rowbottom. Cameron goes in for the Cats. So too O'Connor. And he is ripped to terra firma. And it's been an exciting and frenetic start to this one. The Cats have done all the attacking. They've got the first three inside 50s of the game on the Kerr's high stat sheet.
From the ruck contest, Dangerfield hits the ball at pace, just couldn't get a handle on it. McInerney lost it in the tackle. Parker dived on it. He can't take it cleanly. Locked up inside the left forward pocket. Umpire says, give it to me. I'll ball it up. So the Cats have had it in their half of the ground since the opening bounce 3.5 minutes ago, but only the one behind. Hawkins the palm down. Just missed Stengel, who was at pace. And he, for company, has Ollie Florent at the moment. That's an interesting matchup for Wombat Gully Plant Farm, Nildy.
Yeah, there's a few interesting matchups at the moment, Kenny.
Blitzarves to go again against The journeyman Hickey playing at his fourth club. Tap down Hickey, roving at the front. McCartan, Tom gave a handle to Rowbottom. Rowbottom's high floating kick out of bounds on the full in a very similar position to where Chopper Doherty played Nostradamus back in that qualifying final.
Touched off the boot, boys.
Touched off the boot. The kick. And we'll get a boundary throw in the left forward pocket again for the Cats. 4 minutes ticked over. Port Phillip Ferry's time clock opening quarter. Geelong one behind. Sydney yet to score.
Swans haven't had the ball over halfway. Ball back into play. Blitzarves again. Dangerfield. Hand pass wide. O'Connor had a little fumble. Has to go back and get it. Heaney coming the other way. Was that a free kick? It will be. Had an opportunity there, O'Connor. Just the fumble cost him. And it'll be Rowbottom taking the free at half back for the Swans. So their first real sort of clear possession of the game. He chips it wide right in front of our commentary position. Hickey, who goes to Blakey.
Blakey sends it along the line, wanting Franklin. He's put it out on the full, and maybe some nerves there from the youngster, looking to join his dad as a premiership player. John, a two-time winner with North Melbourne. Cam Guthrie, the resultant free kick, concedes back to Duncan, who goes inside defensive 50 to Colajasny, 20 from his defensive goal, city end of the ground, across the face of goal to De Koning. De Koning's got Isaac Smith out. He goes long looking in that direction. In fact, it was Tui, and he's put it out on the full. So the free kick to the Swans on the outer side. And a chance with Goulden. Or is it Hayward? Hayward with a kick now. Inside forward 50, a high ball, 20 from goal. Stanley couldn't complete the mark uncontested. It fell to the front of the pack. Ryan Clark lays a tackle for the Swans, and we've got a ball up 20 metres out from the Sydney goal. So first real penetration inside 50 for the Swans as Hickey and Stanley go at it. Maybe Hickey winning the tap down this time. Ball spills left forward pocket. Parker goes off the ground to Koning. Judged at best a floating ball that went 15 metres and marks in the left back pocket.
So Sam De Koning, 21-year-old, what a season he's had. He's come from nowhere to be a pillar of the Cats' defence. Chips it into the meatloaf pocket. And Buse has got it. Buse over the top. Oh, he missed Tui. This is dangerous. We get turnover. Ball slapped forward. Hayward over it. He had a little fumble. They tracks back. Parker goes to ground, traps the ball, and then he's tackled by Atkins. I think he might get pinged for holding the pill. He will. Little unlucky. He was playing the pill, but he reefed it in, was tackled. And in the modern game, that is a free kick to the Cats, Atkins.
Certainly is. Now, good. Geelong have turned the footy over twice, but haven't been scored against. Good defensive setups.
Duncan hits it at pace, was pushed as he kicked, and it will be a free kick back where he kicked it because he was pushed in the back. He got it in stride, but it was good. It was actually, in the end, probably a good professional free kick from Stevens. Just to stop the Cats' momentum. He'll go short. Collard Jasny, who goaled against the Swans, has marked 60 from goal at right half forward. Punt road end in the sunshine. Kicks to the pocket. Blitzarves to provide a lead. Going back with the flight. No mark taken, and out of bounds it goes. That might be Florent seeing it out in the right forward pocket for the Pussycats. Punt road end. They lead by a point. They're 1, Sydney 0. Feel like the BBC World Service giving a soccer score 7 minutes in.
Let's get the scores for Scunthorpe United, Kingy.
Yeah, they're leading Barnsley.
Yep, 2-0 early on in that one. We're at the grand final, though. Smith kicks it round the corner. Rowan there, ball gets out the back. Sydney got numbers. McInerney back through traffic. Hand pass was a little ambitious, but got to Florent. He goes to the outside of the right shoe towards the wing. Big pack forms. De Koning's there. Franklin hit terra firma. Selwood onto the ground. First touch is a good one. Hand pass to Duncan. He would try to get a little cute with the pass. He wanted a leading Blitzarves, but it was nicely smothered by Ollie Florent, who's having some sort of season for the Sydney Swans. A breakthrough year for the player. I think he was a former first-round draft pick, Ollie Florent, and doing some good things. Throwing it half forward for the Cats.
Playing his 69th consecutive game, Florent tapped down Blitzarves, tapped again, had 3 goes at it, but couldn't clear the area. Hickey put his head over it, couldn't take it. Isaac Smith jams it on the boot, inside 50. Cameron couldn't mark on the chest, taken by Fox. Handball released Goulden, back to Fox. Fox on his left, sends a kick to the wing. Big fly to Koning. Came from 3 deep to take a good mark. The confidence of the kid, and then his short kick is well weighted to Cameron.
Yeah, that's fantastic to see De Koning doing that now. 2 marks. Confidence boosting marks. Cameron squirts it inboard. He's got Selwood, the skipper. You know he'll play well. Oh, his kick wasn't great. He tried to get it to Smith, but he shanked it straight to Reed, who handballs to Fox, but he didn't have much on Fox, and the kick, in fact, it was a good one. He wanted Franklin. Great spoil, though, by Stewart. Follow-up work. Stewart tries to, then goes off the ground towards half forward. Stengel's loose out the back. Stengel's got it. 45 from home. Props, Cops, this way, that way. Will he dance around Hickey? No, he fires a high ball. Blakey there, so too Blitzarves. Ball out the back, Blitzarves defends in front of Lloyd, and the ball out for a throw-in 3 metres around from Geelong's goal. They're doing all the attacking, 6 inside 50s to 1 Kerrs higher in the opening 8 minutes of this grand final.
Hickey played that well, Sando, for multi-skills.
Yeah, just didn't let Stengel get around him, and I thought Stengel probably could have danced around and tried to take him on.
Boundary throw in Hawkins, and Hickey. Hawkins grabbed it out of the ruck. Quick snap, open goal, first on the board for the Cats. Big Tom has got it, and Geelong lead by 7. Tommy Hawkins looking for his third flag. Game 327, goal 730 is one to remember. It opens the grand final of 2022. Opening term thanks to Harvey Norman. It took 9.5 minutes. Think Harvey Norman for all the big brands at Geelong's best prices.
Well, I don't think there's a better forward in the competition who plays that ruck role as well as what Tom Hawkins does. He works his opponent under the ball there. Tom Hickey does it easily and has his first shot at goal, which is thankfully a goal for the Cats. And it's just that arm wrestle early, that first 9.5 minutes of the game. So many mistakes. We've seen the ball hitting the ground and players kicking the ball out of bounds, drop marks, and finally it takes a veteran just to stabilise things and kick the opening goal of the game. Fantastic, Tom Hawkins.
Ball back in the middle. Blitzarves. Hickey just dances around him and then kicks a high ball inside forward 50. Franklin's there. Swans fan wanted a free. Ball on the deck. Zach Guthrie takes it. Then breaks the tackle. Gives to Henry. Henry kicks out of congestion, but Sydney got the numbers. First back will be Warner. He'll dance around Tom Atkins and then go with a really wide ball. Not a great kick. Hayward had to take it on the bounce. He did so successfully. He puts a high one back inside the corridor. Franklin up. Good mark. Row bottom. Tackled. Henry again with another get me out of here kick. Ball will bobble to the wing right in front of Chopper Doherty. Is that okay for Selwood? Oh, he was taken high, Selwood. Free kick there and the pressure relief. Wants 50 for not returning the ball in the correct fashion. Umpire said no. Joel Selwood free kick at half back.
Handball off to Zach Guthrie, who fumbled. Time to retrieve and then kick on his left. Asking a lot of Mitch Duncan. He won't get to the footy. Just that fumble hurt. And it's marked by Blakey. Wants the middle of the ground. It's a well-weighted kick. And the mark taken by Ryan Clark, the former Kangaroo. Good mates with our old mate Dan Menzel. Got at the back edge of the centre square. Has his kick smothered by Atkins. Deflects okay though to Parker. Parker fires a handball to Hickey, winning a bit of the ball for Kerrs higher. Kick inside 50 across the front of the pack. Heaney couldn't mark. Hughes took the footy and then he was taken by Mills and also McLean. And he's been pinged. Wow, big tough call there, Neely, I would have thought, as he took the footy and was really going nowhere.
Yeah, a bit unlucky there, King. Look, he had his head over the footy. He did actually grab it in one grab. There weren't too many opportunities for him to get rid of that footy.
Mills has got it 60 from goal. He just sets it up to about 15 out. Franklin with a fly, can't get there. Blitzarve's got a fist on it, brought it to the front of the pack, and then he won the loose ball with a handball to Close. Close shrugged the tackle of Rowbottom to fire to Rowan. Rowan inside defensive 50 gave a handball to De Koning. De Koning shares a handball to Myers.
Myers comes back inboard, awkward kick. Kicking style, but it's effective to Close, who goes back to Myers. Geelong run off half-back. Myers looks to use a man out wide, and he does so successfully to O'Connor, to Selwood, all behind, back to O'Connor, who goes back to Selwood. Obviously still playing Supercoach. He goes down the line. Kick wasn't great. Parker gets in the way. Blakey off the ground, a high ball, but the only one sitting under it again is O'Connor, who Cats are well set up behind the pill, and O'Connor marks on the wing.
Brilliant work by the Geelong high half forwards to get down in defence and help out, and then knowledge of what's going on around them. They had to handball that ball out of there. They simply had no forwards. They did it really well.
They have to concede inside defensive 50. O'Connor went laterally to Kolajasny. Kolajasny back to De Koning. Now De Koning gives it off to Tui, confronted by Heaney, almost back to the top of his defensive goal square, went wide for De Koning and missed him. Ball pitches inside the field of play. De Koning chips a kick over the head of McLean, goes along the wing, and having to play defender at the front was Myers, only knocked it as far as Warner. Warner a handball off, and the kick inside 50 for Franklin is a bouncing ball that he misses. Zach Guthrie, can they hit him through the middle? Benny as he gets it to Duncan, I should say, back into the centre square.
He goes to Guthrie. Guthrie's got time to bounce through the middle of the MCG. He goes on a lead. He's got Cameron. Cameron had to sit and wait. Prop, he couldn't mark, but he finds it at ground level. Can he break the tackle? He can't. He's going to get pinged. Hold the ball. He tried to bite off more than he could chew, Jeremy Cameron, and he was wrapped up holeless boleless. That centre half back free kick will go to Zach Florent, who's been busy early.
Good sign though for the Cats early, because they let Cameron v Fox all alone then in forward 50. I really like that if Cats can access their forward line quicker.
Fox with the resultant free kick went laterally to Tom McCartney, who went laterally to Mills, and the day skipper goes short to Dylan Stevens, the Mildura product out of the Red Cliffs Footy Club, drafted from Norwood in the Sandful. Sydney chance gone up around the ground. High ball towards left half forward. De Koning in best position, couldn't complete the mark over Clark. Front of the pack, Warner had his kick partially smothered, but it's got out the front of the pack. Hayward fires a handball forward. Cam Guthrie taken high. That'll be a free kick against Rowbottom at right half back for Geelong in front of the Shane Warne stand. A packed house, as you'd expect on grand final day at the MCG, nudging that magical 100,000 mark. And it's Cam Guthrie sending a right foot kick towards right half forward. Went through the hands of Dangerfield. Can the ball stay in the field of play? Close, knocked it into the path of Hawkins.
Hawkins goes inside forward 50. Wants Cameron. Will it stay in the field of play? It won't. Bounces agonisingly in front of the number 5 for the Cats and out for a throw in deep in the right forward pocket. Sam De Koning has this first grand final. He's the leading possession on the ground. 6 possessions, 4 marks. Not bad for a kid playing his 24th game, just 21 years of age.
Hello to David King listening in Myanmar this afternoon. Boundary throwing great down to the ruck. Hawkins again outside of the right boot. Goal! He's done it twice. He's owned Hickey in the ruck contest inside forward 50. He's kicked 2 and the Cats lead by 13. Opening quarter thanks to Harvey Norman K-Rock scoreboard. Geelong 2-1-13. Sydney yet to score as we tick towards 15 minutes gone, and that is a concern, Mark Neal, for multi-skills, how Tom Hawkins has just ragdolled Tom Hickey twice.
Well, add to that, King, Sando said there's no better forward in the competition to do that sort of stuff than Tom Hawkins. The fact that the Geelong players were smart to know that was on again, they cleared out the space.
They pulled away,
just got away, and that's the concerning thing, Kingy, is it's not that we know that Hawkins is stronger than Hickey. It's the fact that Sydney Swans teammates just left him high and dry.
Yep.
As soon as there was ample space, they were going to do it again because no one could get close enough to smother the footy. Tom Hawkins, that's outstanding.
He's come to the bench now too, Tom Hickey. Dean Cox will be on the phone to him straight away saying, mate, what's going on at these forward 50 stoppages?
Yeah, starting to make them nervous. Back in the middle, Rowbottom. Got it to Parker, who went off the ground. Ball at half forward for the Swans. Zach Guthrie took the ball, was immediately racked up by Heaney. And the umpire calls for it, says nobody is going anywhere while I'm in charge. Give it to me and I'll throw it up. True centre half forward.
Stanley getting a tap on the ball. Dangerfield roving and then jamming it on the boot to the centre circles to a one-on-one. Good use of the body there. Taking the mark was Robbie Fox, working Cameron off the ball. He goes laterally with a kick to Lloyd. Lloyd at the edge of the centre square near the grand final logo, and a wonderful right foot kick onto the chest of Papley, who marks 55 from goal. Too far for him to score, so he'll set it up to about 20 from goal. Stewart at the front for the Cats, couldn't mark. Quick snap out of the pack. Hayward, not bad. Nice finish. A very similar snap, just on a different boot, to another number 9 for the Swans called Nick Malcheski 10 years ago, late in the game. That won't be a grand final winner like Nick Malcheski, but it's an important one for the Swans. They're 1 straight 6. Geelong 2-1-13 in this opening term of K-Rock football, thanks to Harvey Norman.
Yeah, that was a mistake then by the Cats defenders. They actually had the first 2 players to flight that footy. They actually spoiled each other. It was Stewart and De Koning, I think, were the 2 that flew for it. One of them should have marked it, but the ball came to ground, and unfortunately for Cats fans, Hayward was in the perfect spot, was able to scoop it up and right foot snap. They needed that, the Swans, because they're getting bullied across every major stat. They've only taken 9 marks in this game so far. Geelong are well on top, 17 marks. In contested possessions, the Cats are up by 9 so far early in this game.
They have evened up the inside 50s. It's now 8 apiece for Kurzaya. Back in the middle, Stanley, Guthrie. He was taken high, but he broke the tackle well. Bobbles one to half forward. It gets out the back. Stengel's there. Stengel punches it on. He'll be first to meet it. Cameron comes out. He's got a measure on his man. He handballs back to the voice of Duncan. In turn to Dangerfield. Dangerfield has to turn the Jets on. Gets around Rowbottom and then sends a high ball. Who's best position? Blitz. Marks. He had the sit, he had the van, he had anything else you could think of, and he's marked it 9.9 metres out on a slight angle. And good work from the Cats again. Oh, he's going to go the Stevie J on the left, I think. Not sure that's his real one, Maud. It's more of his sort of 7-9. He takes 2 steps and he kicks the goal. Geelong get the quick answer off the boot of Mark Blitzarves, who's been productive in this opening term. He's had 5 possessions. Geelong are 3-1-19. The Swans are 1 straight 6. First quarter Krock style, thanks to Harvey Norman. Think Harvey Norman for all the big brands at Geelong's best prices.
Obviously, grand final day, everybody likes to come and watch the superstars strut their stuff. They're also superstars because they learn quick. Yep. Jeremy Cameron came out from goal there. The first time he did that, he tried to take the tackler on and didn't give the handball and got nailed. He came out, there was someone in front of him, he got the footy. I'm sure there was, in a split second, he thought, I'm going to take this guy on, but no, he learnt from the previous one, gave the handball. Dangerfield's kick inside 50 was then to Blitzarv's advantage, but terrific stuff by Jeremy Cameron, just a really quick learner.
Yeah, I like that by Dangerfield too, to take on the tackler. Like he actually put the foot down, looked for some time and space and got the ball to the advantage of Blitzarv's.
Bounce in the middle, McLean doing the ruck work now against Stanley. Stanley climbed high, won the tap down. Dangerfield went to ground, got back to his feet, but Papley got in the way. Dangerfield dived on the foot, he got to his feet, gave a handball to Selwood. Back to Stanley. He stands inside the centre circles, kicking inside 50. Back with the one hand. No mark taken for the catch. Going to spill for Izzy Smith though. Smith on the left. Smith has goal. Cats have got 4. And they pull away to a 19-point buffer. The 3-time Premiership Hawk wants to become a Premiership Cat. And with moves like that, jamming it on the boot from 25 out, with a nice finish, an experienced finish, the Cats get a handy little break on the Swans, who've played 19 and a half on the Port Phillip Ferries time clock. Geelong 4-1-25. Sydney 1 straight 6 for multi-skills. Here's Mark Neal.
Sando, I just stopped singing the praises of Jeremy Cameron in his superstar status, and then we saw what Dangerfield and Selwood did at the centre break. That ball was out to Sydney, but Dangerfield's last gasp dive at the footy got it back.
It was fantastic by Dangerfield. I'm not sure what you call it, but he's been doing it his whole career. The way that he actually dives on the ball, but in the same one motion, he stands up. So he dives on it, but sort of stands up. Sort of like an extraction almost, the way that he can take the ball out of those contests and get it out to his teammates. Fantastic.
Back in the middle, and look at that, talk about extraction. That was a real digging operation. He goes wide, he's got Hawkins. Well, couldn't mark. Ground level. Close comes in, Hawkins has got it. Hand passes a little skew if, didn't get to Cameron. And the Swans defend grimly. Ball out to Hickey. He's got Stanley in his back pocket though. Well, he did well though, Hickey. And then he handballs over the top. Although that hand pass was chopped off from Hayward by Stanley. Pack forms. Half forward, Kolajasny got it to Blitzarv's, who'll go back to Kolajasny. He'll wheel onto his right, kicks it forward. Kick was a little bit of a mung. Sydney out the back now through Parker. Parker, great kick to Reid, and they're away.
Reid a handball to Papley, confronted over the top, waiting for it. Rowbottom, O'Connor to shut him down, and he wins a free kick, holding the ball. Although Rowbottom's stiff, he got a boot on it.
How could that be holding the ball?
But a free kick for O'Connor is paid. They're not going to wind back the clock, Benny, and change it. Laterally to Zach Tui. The two Irishmen link up now. Myers marks in the sunshine. Shane Warne stand wing side. And he goes short to Stanley. The Cats are all over the Swans at the moment. A high kick to right half forward. Cameron in a one-on-one with Lloyd. Lloyd back with the fight. Cameron judged at best and mark. Kick inside 50, wanting close. Spoiled away, front of the pack. Duncan, handball release. Selwood, handball release. Gave it to Smith. Smith for a 2nd and 5 for the Cats. Yes!
Got it.
Drills it from 30. And Geelong now lead by 25. 21 and a half minutes played opening term. It's been total domination from the Cats. Isaac Smith's got 2. Hawkins has got 2. Blitzarv's has got 1. And Geelong have got 5. Sydney just had the 1 on the Harvey Norman K-Rock scoreboard, Sando.
Yeah, they're starting to really put the foot down around contests now, Cats. They're just cleaner. They're just breaking tackles, looking for opportunities to dish the ball off to a player in a better position. Really selfless at the moment, but it's the veterans standing up, which I love. It's Isaac Smith, Tom Hawkins, Dangerfield, Selwood. They've been electric to start off this grand final. It's really exciting to watch.
Selwood started on the bench. He's up to 7 possessions already, Selwood. He is the leading possession winner on the ground. Kolajasny continuing his good form from the prelim. He's had 6. De Koning 6 and 4 marks. Parker, who's just had a spell for the Swans, he is their leading possession winner with 6. All that happening on the Kerrs High stat sheet.
Thank you, Benny. 100% locally owned and operated in Geelong. Stanley winning the tap as Hickey didn't get off the ground. Blitzarv's a roving, gave it to Selwood, who slipped as he went to take off. Then he lost it in the tackle. That should be holding the ball, is it? No. Stanley dived on it. Selwood trying to extract it. Umpire says, give it to me. I'll ball it up. People will be listening and wondering why we're not calling many Sydney names. That's because Geelong's dominance means the Swans aren't getting their hand on the footy. Tap down Hickey. Cam Guthrie does the roving. Wrapped up by Mills, going nowhere. And the Swans there, wanting quarter time, Sando.
Yeah, they're already 30 possessions in front, Geelong, which is exactly your point, Kingy. They just can't get their hands on the footy.
Tap down Hickey, roving Stewart, coming off the back edge of the square. One-on-one Hawkins. Tom McCartan, balk it over both their heads. Hawkins showing good speed to try and corral McCartan and see him out of bounds. Good work by the big 26. And they'll get a stoppage in the right forward pocket as we had the old multi-ball going on, Benny. He had the spare ball on the ground.
Here we go, boys, again too. Tom Hawkins in one of these forward 50 stoppages.
Will be Hawkins. In fact, no, it's going to be Blitzarves. Hickey close, dispossessed. Warner goes in, handball slides one back to Rampy. Rampy's high ball will go to the wing and sitting under it is Selwood. So another opportunity. Geelong looking for their 14th inside 50 and their 6th goal. He goes to Myers and Myers marks. Might be a little too far out for Myers. He's not a prodigious kick of the Thomas Williams Sharon.
Just that setup behind the ball. Even when Sydney win it, Geelong are able to put pressure on the footy. They're forcing the high kick. It's always going to be a repeat inside 50 the way the game's being played at the moment.
So Myers is lining up for goal. I don't know that I'll go the reverse Moz here, Kingy, and say that he can't kick this one. But he's on the runway. Awkward style. He drills a low ball and it's... In fact, he misses everything. He hit it well, just not straight. And off into the crowd for a resultant free to Dane Rampy.
Sounds like my golf game, Benny. I hit them well, but just a little bit skew with.
Here's Rampy. Your handicap's the ball and the sticks.
Thank you, Benny. Very funny from you. Not. Left back pocket, Rampy, a high kick towards the outer wing. Henry positions himself, could mark Reid off the hands of the pack. Papley had it spent before he took it. Handball in the up.
Well done.
Well done by Stewart against Florent. Don't argue in a handball. Isaac Smith was a sitting duck for McInerney. Ball came out in the tackle to Koning under pressure. Handball on the bounce. Myers was clean. Handball back to Henry. Snaps a kick over his left shoulder to the skipper. Selwood is out. Wants to come back in board and he's got Stengel.
He has. They're working him over here, the Cats. Stengel's got options galore. He goes into the pocket in the direction of Rowan. Can't mark. Good defence there from Sydney. Might have been from Mills getting it back. Was it to help out the defence? Also Fox. And the ball is out for a throw-in right on the paint of 50 for the Cats. But, geez, they look dangerous, boys, don't they? Every time.
Well, just a quick number for you, Benny. They're inside 50 effectiveness. The Cats 57% of scoring every time they go inside forward 50. The Swans just at 12%.
Hers high stats, 100% locally owned and operated in Geelong. From the ruck contest, the ball gets to the front where Cam Guthrie dives onto the handball on the up to Isaac Smith. He gave to the skipper who's been huge. Handball on the bounce, Stengel. 55 from goal, right half forward. Kick inside 51 at Blitzarves. Knocked away Paddy McCartan. Roving Myers has missed to the near side with a snap-on goal. 5-2-32 Geelong, Sydney, 1 straight 6 as we approach 26 minutes played on the Port Phillip Ferries time clock for multi-skills. Mark Neal.
Ben mentioned Callum Mills before. He started forward line, then he was in the midfield. He's now in general play, playing as an extra defender. So Geelong aren't following him. They've got Zach Tui at the other end. So Sydney really under pressure here.
3 touches to Mills thus far. Long ball. De Koning fists it forward. It spills to Smith. He's already got 2 goals. He goes low and he goes long and he hits close. I'm not sure he was the intended recipient. It was just a mung hat kick forward from Smith. The Cats have done well with that. And first to move, Bluey McGrath style was close.
You know you're on when those kicks are landing on your forward's chest, Stando.
But Benny's right, like really well played then, because you expect every kick out of pressure to fall short. The Sydney defender was arguing with his teammates, but he should have been right up on his back shoulder of his opponent.
Close, 24-20 on the season. It's very close to the man on the mark. He bends it back, he bends it through for a goal. Geelong have got a serious jump on the Swans. They lead by 32 points, if you don't mind, with 3 minutes remaining till quarter time this first term. Thanks to Harvey Norman, 6-2, plays 1 straight.
Yeah, well, the ball it was actually a poor kick off the boot, despite the actual goal. We actually ended up going through sideways, but we take that. They've really smashed him around the contest now. Contested possessions, Benny, 42 for the Cats, only 23 for the Sydney Swans. It's all around contest. The Sydney Swans have got to find a way to try and get on top around stoppages and clearance, because at the moment, one of their real strengths has been their major weakness today.
They just can't get hold of the ball. They've only had 56 touches, Sydney, and they've only taken 10 marks. Geelong are 1 possession shy of 100 disposals, and they've taken 27 marks.
Bounce in the middle, umpire Meredith He's a pretty good bounce too. Blitzarves in front, winning the tap down. Cam Guthrie just couldn't get away from his opponent, and he's knocked the ball into the path of Papley. Kicks on his left to the outer wing. Zach Guthrie defended well, knocked it towards Blitzarves, who gave it to Cam Guthrie. Cam Guthrie has walked past his opponent, the inside 50, Cameron. This is a training drill for Geelong. This is like the captain's run yesterday afternoon where nobody touches anybody.
Kingy, the work out of the centre square was the second effort. Papley got the first disposal out of there, but then Blitzarves gets over. He got the ball in his arms, was able to free. Next player there was Guthrie. Just terrific play by the Cats.
For a 38-point Geelong lead, Cameron from 45 metres out leans back and goals. No, hits the post about a third of the way up. For all intents and purposes, it was there until the final moment when it went thud into the woodwork, and Geelong now lead by 33. But they are making life horrendously difficult for the men in red and white.
Just can't get the ball past half back, really, Sydney. Hand pass in will go to Fox, who kicks it down the line, but Geelong are there again to Coney. Wow, this kid is playing like a 300 gamer. Comes back laterally, in fact, probably lost about 20 metres, but goes back to Zach Guthrie, and it's going to be 50 against Buddy, who wouldn't get back on the mark. He tried to just cut off the exit, the lateral ball, and wouldn't get onto the mark. And the man on the mark now will be marched inside forward 50, and Zach Guthrie gets an opportunity to kick his 6th goal of the season.
It's fantastic. Again, the setup behind the ball. Sydney had the extra player that went down to help with the kick in. It just didn't help at all. It got them the footy, but they looked up. DeConing was free. Jack Henry was free. And now we have Guthrie lining up for goal.
So one of the most fluent kicking actions in the game is this Zach Guthrie. Watch this. This is just sort of straight down the middle, British Open style. Look at that. And he's pulled it, though, unfortunately. He did hit it well, but it was a little bit skewy. Umpire does a bit of bosom slapping down there, which is just a 1- score in our game. And the Cats lead it by 34 as we close in on quarter time, thanks to Harvey Norman.
Lloyd into the left-back pocket to Rampy. Rampy with a high kick towards the Shane Warne stand wing, looking out there for a marking target in McLean. Front position, Henry brought it to ground. Isaac Smith cleaned up, gave a handball back to Henry. Henry a kick now to right half forward. Fox playing in front of Hawkins, couldn't mark. Hawkins happy to knock it out of bounds. Boundary throw in right half forward. 30 minutes ticked over on the Port Phillip Ferries time clock. Geelong leading by 34.
Ben, when you get a moment, can you give us Joel Selwood's stats? Kingy mentioned that he'd been huge. He seems to be in everything.
10 touches, 8 effective.
Tap down Hickey, knocked forward row bottom into the path of Goulden, who bangs it on the boot towards left half forward. Kolodjasny dropped what he should have taken, opened the door for Franklin, knocked it towards Papley, but Coney got in the way. Franklin dumped him in a tackle as all his momentum had him going backwards to Coney. He was really a sitting duck there for Buddy, and we'll get a ball up 51 out from the Sydney goal.
Lost the headband too to Coney. So Blitzarves got it down. He's been complete in witness protection at the minute. Handball from Atkins wasn't great. Topped off by Stevens. He handballs over the top. He made McInerney work, and now he's got some problems because Selwood went over and affected the kick, and he's kicked it out in the full. Pressure there was fantastic from Stengel and Selwood. Joel Selwood playing like a man possessed. And this will be his 11th touch, if you don't mind.
Is he playing like there's no tomorrow?
Oh, it could be. He doesn't really give a stuff about that.
He's playing like it's grand final day.
Kick towards the outer wing by Selwood. It's too far for Blitzarves to mark, and Hickey takes it cleanly for the Swans. Rare clean possession for them as he kicks towards left half forward. One of McInerney. He's kicked it straight to Joel Selwood, who'll win a free kick or a mark. Take the mark, says the umpire. And he'll have another possession as he tells the Norm Smith medal voters that you can probably pencil me in for the 3 to quarter time. He concedes inside defensive 50 to Henry. Henry can go short to Duncan. Duncan's 20 metres from his defensive goal, city end of the MCG. He drives a kick to Kolodjasny, who's got towards left half back in front of the Swans players race, in front of the MCC members. Sends a kick now below our best seats in the house for Apco Cafe 24/7. O'Connor back with the flight judge to best. Took the mark. Outpointed Stevens now kick inside forward 50. Blitzarves his target. Plenty of Swans getting back. Big defensive spoil came from McCartan. That was Tom. Paddy a handball. Gee, it had to be knocked through from behind by Lloyd. On the goal line, takes it through. Rush behind. 6-5-41 now. The Cats. I've got that as 3 consecutive behinds. Margin is 35. Sydney 1 straight 6. Quarter time is upon us. Kicking duties with the 200 gamer Lloyd. Runs into the left-back pocket and sends a kick towards half-back. It's a well-weighted kick to Mills, and that is quarter time. What a quarter from the Cats. Emphatic in the opening term. They bang on 6 goals to the Swans 1, and the margin is 35, and they have a couple of fingers on one part of the Premiership Cup at the opening change. 6-5-41 Geelong, Sydney 1 straight 6, and quarter time couldn't have come quick enough for the men in red and white. We'll take a break here at the MCG with Geelong holding sway. There was 2 goals to Smith, 2 goals to Hawkins, singles for Close and Blitzards. The lone Sydney goal, Will Hayward, coming at the 16-minute mark. Geelong dominance going to continue beyond quarter time. Keep it tuned to KROC 955, FM 88 at the MCG, afl.com.au and the AFL app at opening term for Harvey Norman. We're fueled by APCO Cafe 24-7. Winner Weber Barbecue only at APCO Cafe 24-7. Live, breathe, KROC footy.
Thanks to our number one ticket holder, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24-7. When you turn the radio on, you want to know that you're getting the songs that you want to hear every time. And that's what we deliver. The new stuff. The old school stuff. And the, oh yeah, tune stuff.
Put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
The best music picked especially for you. Live free. Geelong in the Surf Coast. KROC 955.
Break the news to your four-legged besties. The Warralilly Pets Day Out is back. Enter your pet into the parade for the chance to win. Marvel at the skills of the Flip and Disc dogs. Catch live entertainment, including the famous Pet Stock Pet Parade. Plus, there's food trucks, a pet photo booth, pop-up pet market and fun for the kids. The Warralilly Pets Day Out, Sunday, October 2 from 11 till 3 at Mirrabina Park, Warralilly Boulevard, Armstrong Creek. Follow Warralilly on your socials for details. Don't miss it.
There's nothing like a 2-for-1 deal, except Geelong Bank's 1 for 2. Hear us out. Introducing the 1-2 home loan, 1% less for 2 years.
Yep, you heard that right. 1% discount on our reference rate for 2 whole years. You only need a 20% deposit and you'll also get $2,000 cash back.
Top of the ladder and Geelong Bank's 1-2 home loan deal. Is there anything Geelong can't do?
With Geelong Bank, it's as easy as 1-2.
Australian Credit Licence 244351. Standard lending criteria applies. Full terms and conditions at geelongbank.com.au.
Hello, it's Jamie and Erin from Wombat Gully Plant Farm Geelong.
Dad, footy is on.
Okay, Erin, but I've got to tell everyone that just like a footy team, Wombat Gully Plant Farm are here to go the extra mile. Stick to the plan, have fun, work together and give it our best shot so your garden can be the greatest garden of all.
Dad, you sound just like a coach.
Oh, thanks, Erin. Now, whose turn is it to do the dishes?
Not me. I'm still on the bench, Dad.
Right. So see you soon at Wombat Gully Plant Farm.
201 Townsend Road, Moollap.
Break the news to your four-legged besties. The Warralilly Pets Day Out is back. Enter your pet into the parade for the chance to win. Marvel at the skills of the Flip and Disc dogs. Catch live entertainment, including the famous Pet Stock Pet Parade. Plus, there's food trucks, a pet photo booth, pop-up pet market and fun for the kids. The Warralilly Pets Day Out, Sunday, October 2 from 11 till 3 at Mirrabina Park, Warralilly Boulevard, Armstrong Creek. Follow Warralilly on your socials for details. Don't miss it.
Thanks to our number one ticket holders, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24-7.
Now to throw in Hawkins and Hickey. Hawkins grabbed it out of the ruck. Quick snap, open goal. First on the board for the Cats.
Dangerfield has to turn the Jets on, gets around Rowbottom and then sends a high ball. Who's best position? Blitzards marks.
Selwood, handball released, gave it to Smith. Smith for a 2nd and 5 for the Cats. Yes! Got it. Drills it from 30 and Geelong now lead by 25. They now lead by 35 at quarter time. 6-5-41. Sydney 1 straight 6 down to Jason Doherty, who's boundary side for us for Lifeline this afternoon. Pretty quiet for you in the opening term, Chopper.
Yes, pretty quiet down here. We're just keeping an eye on Mark Blitzards, who's had some work. I think he has some slip webbing on his fingers, so they've just had to replace his jumper and fix his fingers at quarter time. We're also keeping an eye on Sam Reid. Hasn't had much of an impact in that first term. Obviously came in under a bit of an injury cloud for the Swans. And Kingy, you might be able to tell us, has there ever been a person to retire with a Norm Smith medal in his last game?
Not off the top of my head, I don't think there has been.
Because he's going okay down here.
Yes, he is. But we're keeping a lid on it at quarter time with the Cats leading by 35, but he's been very, very impressive. Just doing a bit of quick reach. Geelong have won 9 VFL AFL premierships. That is their best opening quarter to a grand final in which they've won a flag, kicking 6-5-41 to Sydney's 1 straight 6. Benny, the numbers, please, for Kerr's higher. Well, I think they might show total Geelong dominance.
Yeah, Cats had nearly 50 more disposals, 22 more marks. They had 18 more contested possessions, 12 more inside 50s, uncontested possessions 70 to 31, if you don't mind. Selwood had 12, DeConey had 8 and 5 marks, Blitzhalves had 8. Isaac Smith kicked 2 goals. Tommy Hawkins kicked 2 goals. Fox was Sydney's leading possession when it was 7. Heaney did not have a possession in that first quarter of football, and nor did Lance Franklin.
Thank you for that, Benny. Ben Castanelia with the stats for Kerr's High, 100% locally owned and operated in Geelong. Mark Neal, Brenton Sanderson for multi-skills. What do the Swans need to change?
Well, you'd start around the contest and the clearances, Sando. Geelong got the game on their terms. They were able to do that because the clearance and contest work was clearly all over Sydney.
Yeah, and a little bit of that, Newdy, was obviously Tom Hawkins was dominating those forward 50 stoppages where he just would manhandle Hickey and push him out the way to take the ball out of the air and snap those early goals. But you're right, they've got to clean up their contest work. They're minus 20, the Swans, at contested possessions at the moment. They're just second to the footy. They've had 7 more tackles, but that's exactly why, because they've been second to the footy. I just loved the first quarter by the veterans of Geelong. I thought Dangerfield, Smith, Hawkins, Selwood, Duncan, you wanted your experienced players who have had grand final experience to step up, and boy did they ever. This is a fantastic start for the Cats. 4th best opening quarter of the season. In fact, their best opening quarter of the season came against Essendon in round 1, 7 goals 5. They've kicked 6-5 here. Second quarter thanks to Geelong Bank. Geelong Bank's 1-2 home loan, 1% less for 2 years. Here's Ben Castanelia.
So Stanley up against Hickey. Good bounce. Stanley down. And he actually takes it out of the fingertips of Dangerfield. His hand pass is a little cute. Sydney might work it forward. Mills pushed as he kicked towards half forward. Buse working back alongside Hayward. Out the back. Who's there? Stewart. Had to control a difficult ball. Then was tackled. Released. Tui in support. Can he work a hand pass to Buse? He can't. Sydney fans would hold the bill. Patley to Franklin. Franklin drills behind. Cannons into the woodwork. The umpire will slap Wood down there. And an opportunity, and Patley, keep an eye on that chopper. Patley is very slow to get up, although getting to his feet now. And just the second scoring shot of the game for the Swans, 1-1-7. Cats are 6-5-41.
Awesome. John Agod, your emergency specialist, open 24/7 My Street, Geelong. Tui runs out of his defensive goal scoring game, 250. Kicks to right half back, wanting Blitzar's front position. Couldn't complete the mark. Front of the pack, O'Connor does the roving for Geelong. Snaps a kick, a high ball to the wing. Rowan back with the flight. Had it spoiled away by Rampy. Rowan did well, though, to get at the ball and then jam it on the boot despite being chicken winged. Rolls it inside forward 50 towards the forward pocket. McCartan, Tom tries to step inside. Hawkins runs out of room and we'll get a boundary throw in. That was professional from Tommy McCartan, as he knew he had no room to work with, just took the tackle of Hawkins and went out of bounds. And in the right forward pocket, a boundary throw in. Geelong looking to further extend this advantage. They lead by 34. Hawkins and Hickey. Hawkins front position, Hickey from behind, maybe winning the tap. Blitzarves palms it into the pocket. Stengel to run onto it. Little soccer kick to keep it alive. Then he tapped it to his own advantage, but then Brobottom picked it up and took a high tackle. And we'll get a free kick between the right-hand goal and behind post. City end of the ground. Stengel trying to make something happen.
It's working hard, Rowbottom, to get back and help the defence. Comes to the broadcast wing. Pack forms. Franklin was up. He couldn't mark. Ball comes out the back to Mills. His kick was smothered by Stewart, who then followed over, had a little fumble, but gets boot to ball. It's a really high ball. It'll land top of the square. Defending grimly. Oh, coming through there was that Smith, who couldn't get his boot to ball. That's going to be a free kick too high. It'll be against Rowan, and it will go to Goulden, who was very quiet in that first term. Just the one possession for Goulden, but he'll get a free kick about 8 metres from his defensive goal.
Call to play on, and under pressure from Rowan, sends a kick towards half back, and Franklin sliding in, takes a nice mark. That's almost a Hamlin hanger contender from Franklin, down on his knees, almost genuflecting to take that mark. Left half back. Went to come inboard now, called to play on, steps around Stewart on the mark, and then a kick over the top that's okay for Mills. And they've got some possession for the moment, the Swans. Left half back, Mills with the footy. 2 3/4 minutes played.
They've taken 5 marks in this quarter. They only took 10 for the entire first term.
Curse high stats. Mills outside of the right boot kick. It's a high one into the sunshine. Hickey had to play defender for the Swans. Front of the pack, O'Connor confronted, took on the tackler and then kicked towards right half forward, but judging it best off the boot, a bit of a floater was Rampy for the Swans, and he can go short to McInerney. Decides against that as O'Connor was about to shut it down, so he's forced into a slow play here, Benny.
He is. Just works one down the line. Zach Guthrie's in good position. We actually spoiled Stanley in the end. Clark, it comes back to Reid. He handballs to Parker. He works it to Hickey, who had about 4 fumbles, and Geelong are there in numbers. Stanley to DeConing, to Zach Guthrie. He puts a high ball to half forward. Hawkins in a one-on-one. Dangerfield as well. Ground level, front and square road from Myers was good. He goes into the pocket. He wants Rowan. Ball gets out the back. How will it bounce? How will it bounce? It's bouncing close to Geelong's own goal. Goulden will mop it up. Right on the last line and goes very wide, but his kick's poor. He's kicked it straight to Jed Hughes.
He's got Stengel short, and that's where he goes now with a kick, and Stengel marks 47 from goal, left of centre. And a shot at goal coming here. Looking for goal number 50 for Tyson Stengel of the season.
He's had a good year. Just Sydney might be able to hold possession a little bit, but still they're just under so much pressure to get it in their half of the ground. They get it to just outside 50. They've got to go long kick, and there's nothing on, and Geelong just rebound.
Tyson Stengel using all of his 30-second shot clock. Man on the mark stands about 46 from goal. Stengel kick from the sponsors' numerals, which is about 50 from goal. He sends it on its way now. He's hit it sweetly. He's hit it beautifully. And Geelong, they lead by 40. And Neildy, you had a laugh with me and said something about I was pricking him to win Brownlow medals. He might have a premiership medal, and I think he'll be pretty happy with that.
Absolutely, Kingy. We all play for team success, and that's really what clubs are there for, to win premierships and obviously do good things in their community. But Sando, this is a real team performance to date by the Cats.
But even then, that positioning defensively of Jed Hughes, who's playing on Papley and keeping him really quiet, he's up and outside his opponent, so he relies then on the forward pressure from Geelong to ensure that ball gets dumped out of Geelong's forward line.
If you had said, Sando, 7 goals and Cameron hadn't kicked 1, would you be surprised?
Very surprised. This game's not going to script. This has been a complete domination by the Cats, and to put it simply, Kingy, the Swans are in shock. They cannot handle the pressure that the Cats have dialed up today. It's been extraordinary to watch this.
And a great 50 goals season from Tyson Stengel. What a redemption story.
Parker, it was taken away by Blitzarves. Geelong are ups forward again. High ball, Rowan! Rowan exploded from the square and has marked the ball. In fact, Cameron was with him as well. And Rowan, Geelong, everything they touch is turning to gold. And this to put the Cats 46 points to the good. We've gone 5, nearly 6 minutes on the Port Phillip Ferries time clock in this second term. And Rowan, who's kicked 14 goals on the year, comes in. He has pulled it to the left, just off target, minor score. But the pressure is all on the Sydney Swans. Geelong is 7-6-48. Sydney are 1-1-7. Second term thanks to Geelong Bank. Geelong Bank's 1-2 home loan, 1% less for 2 years.
Well, boys, in the middle of the ground, that was Luke Parker who had first hands on that foot. He just got tackled, couldn't hold it.
Blakey sends a kick looking for Hayward. It won't get to him on the bounce. Getting across Isaac Smith, the pressure to knock it out of bounds. Boundary throw in at right half forward for Geelong. Might even be in the right forward pocket. They just can't handle the Cats' pressure, the Swans. And when they think they're being pressured, sometimes they're not. It's just that perceived pressure that Geelong have been able to put in the heads of the Swans. Right half forward, boundary throw in. MCC members, Blitzarves wins the tap down. It's going to ricochet back to Isaac Smith. He'll send a high kick to a one-on-one. Hawkins front position. Ball bounces. It sits on its point, and Fox just has to knock it towards the goal line, and it eventually gets through for a minor score, and the margin is 42. 7-7-49 Geelong. Sydney 1-1-7. Second quarter gone 7 minutes on the Port Phillip Ferries time clock. Port Phillip Ferries, there's no better way to travel. How will that trip be home on Port Phillip Bay tonight, potentially?
Oh, goodness me. He's sort of Thurston Hale, the third up front, I would have thought. Rampy. He goes wide. DeConing, look at those big, long levers.
How good's he been, DeConing, today?
Yeah,
I mean, how good's he been all season, to be honest, but
9 touches, 5 marks, Sando, and just getting in the way there with a timely fist.
This kid's insane. He's so much confidence. I guess playing in this system, though, it just allows him to to fly for his marks, and that was a fantastic spoil that time.
Well, he's been a reason why Blitzarves has been able to be so creative up the field this year. Stewart did well. Front square row from Smith was good. He goes to Atkins. Atkins dinks one along the line to Stanley. Cats want to play on quickly. Stanley goes inside forward 50. Wasn't a great kick, although Blakey dropped the mark. He's got some help, though, from Fox, who handballs to Parker, and they're away, the Swans.
Inboard he goes to Clark, who gave it back to Fox. Fox loops a handball to Ward. Atkins to shut him down, but not before a handball to Haywood, who stumbled partially, had his handball knocked down. Rowan, those given away, free kick too high. Bit unlucky.
Good pressure, though, Kingy, from the Geelong forwards through that midfield. Sydney would have been out against most other teams, not today against the Cats.
Ryan Clark with it. 40 games, 8 goals for the Kangaroos, playing his 41st game for the Swans. 70 metres out, sets it up to about 15 out from goal, top of the square. Oh, one-hander, McLean. Hamlin hanger contender. Stanley went at the footy, didn't get near it, and it just landed on the left bicep of Hayden McLean as he went back with the flight, and he reeled it in onto his shoulder. Took a nice mark, and maybe something to spark the Swans.
Yeah, it's the first mistake they've made so far today, the Cats' key defenders. They just all looked at each other then. Normally you have 3 or 4 Geelong players flying at that, but only one player then.
For multi-skills, that was Brenton Sanderson. Hayden McLean, 15 out directly in front with a much-needed goal for the Swans. And the margin is back to 36 points. 9 minutes gone, second quarter. K-Rock, Geelong Bank scoreboard. Geelong Bank's 1-2 home loan, 1% less for 2 years. And that is a goal for Hayden McLean. He kicked 4 against the Swans back in round 7, 2021. He'll need to replicate that and some if the Cats, the Swans to get over the top of the Cats.
Yeah, he will. He was, in the end, a good kick by Ryan Clark going forward, just put it to the top of the square. And as you said, Sando, the Geelong defenders didn't get it right then. One was caught in front. Isaac Henny did really well. He got rid of Reece Stanley completely out of that contest. And also a little bit of run from the Swans half-back. I don't think we've seen that all day.
No, it's the first time they've linked up, and even though the Cats' pressure was fantastic, in the end, a free kick, and I thought Gary Rowan could have done more on the mark than I know. They've got the new stand rule, but it's almost let his opponent walk around him then.
He did. I think he just lapsed in concentration from Rowan from the restart. Dangerfield doing some tackling on Parker, and the ball is not coming out. We'll have a secondary stoppage still right in the middle of the MCG. Umpire throws it up. Stanley wrestling with Hickey. Atkins taps it forward, close hands, gave it to Guthrie. Guthrie goes to half forward. Stengel's got real wheels. He'll sell some candy on Rampy, and then he puts it into the pocket. He wants Cameron. Good work from Fox. Really good defensive body work there from Fox. Was able to get in front of Cameron and see the ball out for a throw-in right in the meatloaf pocket, right where Paradise by the dashboard light was produced by the old microwaved meatloaf.
May you rest in peace. Left forward pocket boundary throw in from behind. Hickey may be winning the tap down. Hawkins will go down to his hands and knees, try and grab the footy. Couldn't. Parker worried him out of it. Knocked the ball away, Parker, but only as far as Dangerfield, who tried to extract it, couldn't. He's on hands and knees still. Got a little handball back to Bewes, but he fumbled. Papley tried to take on both Atkins and Bewes. Is going nowhere. And on the 50-metre arc at left half forward, we'll get a ball up. 11 minutes gone, second quarter. Geelong by 36. Tap down Stanley. Warner couldn't take it. Here's Myers, dumped in a Warner tackle. He was slung around 270. Had no chance to get rid of it, and we'll get a ball up. So the Cats, just their scoring stymied for the moment, Benny.
It is. Carton goes to the wing. Selwood did well against Gould. He won the pill. That was a really good, important one-on-one. His kick wasn't great, Papley. Going back with courage at centre-half back takes a nice mark. It's been quiet, Papley. The work rate's always good. He kicks it backwards inside his defensive 50 to McCartan, who further goes laterally to Fox, and he's into the pocket now. He chips it outside the arc, and he's got Lloyd, who'll use Fox on the way through.
Fox on the run, but he had his kick partially smothered by Guthrie, so Fox had to come again. Gave it to Blakey. Blakey, a handball over the top to Clark. Clark gives a handball off, and Goulden got involved. It was a Fox again. He gave it to Mills. Mills to McInerney. Took on the tackle at close. Did okay. Handball inboard to Florence. Florence kicked towards half forward. He's poor. He wanted Papley, but Duncan ghosted across in front. Took the mark nicely and just holds thing up. And that was a rare possession of Well, string of possession put together, Neildy.
It was. Kingy, they're going to try and test the Geelong defence. Fair enough. They have to do something, so they're going to try and do it with hands off half-back.
Well, they're testing the Geelong defence right now because Zach Guthrie's kicked blindly to half-back after he and Duncan ran into some issues. It's knocked away into the path of Hayward, kick inside 50. Front position, Duncan could mark. Zach Guthrie was clean. Handball release, though, straight to awaiting Warner. Warner on his left boot, a high floater that goes out of bounds on the full in the left forward pocket at the punt road end.
As crazy as this sounds, though, it's an important couple of minutes here for Geelong. They've just got to wrestle a little bit of momentum back from the Swans. They're still up by 6 goals, but they've got to find a way just to nullify this little push that Sydney are going with now.
They do. Stewart goes very long, and the umpire's claiming that he played on outside the field of play, and there'll be a throw-in.
It's a courageous call by the boundary umpire. You don't see that every day of the week. It's not common in the modern game.
No, you certainly don't. You would see what Tom Stewart did nearly every week, Sando.
Yep.
That's quite bizarre. So there'll be a throw and a stoppage. Geelong need to just defend here. Sando said they've just started to wrest a little bit of momentum back, Sydney. They're making their push to try and get back into this one.
Hickey front position, Blitzarves engages, ball gets over the top of both of them, taken by Kolodjasny on the bounce, dumped in the tackle by Rowbottom, and going nowhere. 25, make it 30 from the Swans goal. We haven't caught a lot of Rowbottom for Kerrs High. Benny, you've seen something, we'll get to you in a moment. Tap down Blitzarves in the ruck contest. Dangerfield overran the footy. Hickey comes again to dive on the loose ball.
Just interestingly there, Kingy, Isaac Smith just signalled to Mitch Duncan just to settle things down. Mitch Duncan was involved with that passage of play prior that wasn't Geelong's finest this afternoon, and Smith just went over to him.
Tap down Blitzarves. Atkins jammed it on the boot, partially smothered, palm down Stevens into the path of Papley, who ran straight into Zach Guthrie and was dragged to ground. And we'll get a ball up 45 out from the Sydney goal directly in front. So some rare time in the forward half for the Swans at the moment. Blitzarves opening the tap down, roving. Warner got rid of Isaac Smith and then turned and kicked on his right boot inside forward 50. Tui attacked the bouncing ball nicely, then pulled the kick to half back beautifully. The close, it was such a bullet he had to bobble it and mark. Then along the line he sends a kick, and Duncan, right below our best seats in the house for Apco Cafe 24/7, has taken the mark.
Geez, that was a sizzler by Tui. Duncan kicks it short to Guthrie, who's called to play on. Had to just wheel and go, puts a long ball towards half forward. Huge back forms. Oh, coming one way, Rowbottom, the other O'Connor. And they've fed fiercely. Not sure who's come off second best. It might be Rowbottom, who drags himself to his feet. And good stuff from both players, particularly Rowbottom there. He was in a vulnerable position. Cam Guthrie's got it, immediately tackled. Ball's not coming out. We'll have another stoppage right in front of Chopper Doherty, right in the boundary for lifeline.
What position was he in?
He was in the, what did I call it?
Oh, you struggled with vulnerable there.
Did I? Yeah.
It was a dangerous one.
Struggle with a few things.
From the ball up, we'll get to Neildy in a moment for multi-skills. Close lost it in the tackle. Heaney, we've barely called this afternoon. Dangerfield bursts through and at the boundary line at right half forward, sends it long. Hawkins in a one-on-one, dragged to ground. He'll get a free kick, surely. Being held by Tommy McCartan. And he'll have a shot in the right forward pocket because Benny, what does this suit?
Power fade.
Neildy to you for multi-skills.
I was just going to say again, Geelong winning the structure battle. The previous inside 50 by the Swans, it was Zach Tui who gets freed up. We know they're not letting Tom Stewart do it. They leave him there. He's the one that clears the footy, and now we've got Tom Hawkins having a shot for goal.
Stewart's only had the 4 touches for the Cats.
Won every Geelong goal kicking since 2012, and he's putting a little bit of separation between himself and Jeremy Cameron in 2022. He's got 66 for the year, Cameron 63. This for a 42-point Geelong lead. He's kicked it. And the Cats have their equal biggest lead of the afternoon. They go to 8-7-55. Sydney at 2-1-13. And we've gone 16 minutes in this second quarter of K-Rock football thanks to Geelong Bank. Geelong Bank's 1-2 home loan, 1% less for 2 years. Jerringham Street, Geelong.
Yeah, that was an important goal for the Cats. The Swans had a good 4 or 5 minutes and they were able to get some inside 50s and sort of own the ball in their front half for a little while. But you mentioned about Isaac Heaney. He's still yet to have a clear disposal in this game. He just got tackled in front of us there. It almost feels like it's been a ploy by Geelong. I mean, every time he gets the ball, there's just 2 or 3 players all over him. They're giving him no time and space. Jed Buse is doing a fantastic job on Papley. I mentioned those two as the igniters for the Swans. And so far, the Cats have kept them at bay.
Well, I think they've thrown Heaney into the middle, have they?
They've got to get desperate here with Heaney, yeah.
You're right. He's donuts. He's witness protection all around. Even the police can't find him at the minute. Dangerfield working against Parker. Look at Parker. That was great stuff. Ripped it away. Geelong, they get some hands in, though. Dangerfield goes again, although it comes to Stevens. He goes on the left. It's a high ball. Getting under it is Henry. Read it well off the boot. And marked in front of him. He had about 6 metres on Franklin there, Henry.
Again, that pressure, Ben, just the high up and under ball, just simply by the pressure the Cats are putting on the footy and the bloke with it.
Goes to Stewart. He goes with a dangerous ball. Blitzars had to mark over the top of Rowbottom. Then he did so successfully. Handballed to Guthrie. Guthrie goes wide to Smith.
Smith will want to come back into his left boot, so his momentum halted as he just needs to straighten himself up. Only uses the right foot for balance. Kick inside forward 50. Hawkins the target. Had to knock it away from McCartan. Chance for Fox. Had a fumble. Knocked it to his own advantage, but then lost it to Myers. Myers, a handball release was good. Duncan, trying to take on 2 tacklers. That'll be holding the ball. Don't think he realised the tackler behind was there. He was happy to take on 1, but then in the end had to take on 2. And Heaney, with that clear possession that Brenton Sanderson spoke about, will get himself on the Kerr's high stat sheet. Although getting a target is proving a little bit difficult. To Koning and Reid. To Koning. Worked Reid off the foot. He couldn't complete the mark, but time to recover. Gave a handball to Smith, and Smith snaps a kick to right half forward.
He did. It wasn't a great kick, though. And Tommy Hawkins actually wasn't watching the ball. And Tom McCartan marks. He kicks it about 8 metres to Warner, who then was called to play on. He kicks one about 4 metres to Heaney, who goes back to Warner. Warner trying to create some run. Gets around Smith, and then goes with a real Gaelic ball on the outside of the right foot to Reid. Didn't travel the required. It comes back to Warner. They're near 50. Warner off the outside of the right shoe. Finds Mills lurking 50 out. Big effort there from Warner.
Yeah, he's got some tricks, Ben, as well as a good work rate.
He was involved 3 times there, and he finds Mills. So Mills, just the 9 goals on the season, comes in. He's hit that very well. I reckon that's 10. That was a beautiful kick. You won't see a better set shot than that one this afternoon. That sailed 55 metres straight through the big white ones. And Sydney hang tough. They still trail by 36. They certainly have been better in this second term. 3-1-19. Geelong are 8-7-55 in this second quarter. K-Rock style thanks to Geelong Bank. Geelong Bank's 1-2 home loan, 1% less for 2 years.
So Sando mentioned the importance of Isaac Heaney getting involved. He was the player, or one of the players, that put the tackle on Mitch Duncan to win the footy back for Sydney. Again, we saw one of their midfielders just trying to create something. Sydney take on Geelong, make them defend, run the footy. That was a really good work by Chad Warner. Their 3 disposals in that passage of play. We saw his work ethic and his tricks. Important goal for Sydney then.
Just watching Sam Reid too, boys. He's had a couple of big tackles laid on him. He went into the game with that groin injury. He just doesn't look quite right. Only 3 disposals.
Listen, Johnny Guy McLean climbed high, won the tap down. Dangerfield went to ground, just shoving a handball into the path of Atkins, who shrugged off Rowbottom. Kicks on his right boot, left forward pocket. Stengel his target. Stengel marks. In front of Lloyd, 40 from goal, left forward pocket. The pocket where he kicked that absolute cracker against the Brisbane Lions. Paradise by the dashboard light is how it was labelled by Benny Cass.
5 clearances to Dangerfield.
He's having some sort of afternoon on the Kerr's high stat sheet. Into time on in this second quarter. Geelong 8-7-55, Sydney 3-1-19. The Cats go back out by 42 if Stengel can convert. Kicks from 48, on its way. It's a high, long, strong ball. Good finish from Tyson Stengel. He's got 2. Make that 51 for the season. Make it 9 for Geelong. 9-7-61 they move to. Sydney at 3-1-19. 21 minutes played, second quarter. K-Rock football, Geelong Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, 3 goals to 2 now this quarter by Geelong, even though we've been mentioning that the Swans potentially finding a way to get back in the game, but almost every time Swans struggle to hit the scoreboard, the Cats just go back to a centre bounce and get a clearance and score straight away. And even Jeremy Cameron, he's having the time of his life out there now, not having a huge impact on this game, but as soon as Tyson Stengel kicked that, as soon as it came off the boot, you saw Jeremy Cameron in the goal square with his both hands up above his head. Going to have some fun now, the Cats, it feels.
Yeah, he's a good set shot, isn't he? That's a couple of rippers in this quarter for Stengel. That wasn't an easy shot, particularly in blustery conditions, and just sailed straight over the goal umpire's head. I don't know if it's Louis Thoreau down there, but he was very excited. Out of the middle again, Dangerfield. Make that clearance, number 6. He puts a long ball in, Stengel out the back. Hawkins front and square road. It's going to be a free, I think, against Stengel. Just infringed enough. And it'll be Lloyd who is certainly Bruce Nankervis, playing on Tyson Stengel this afternoon.
Drives a kick towards the outer wing, wanting Heaney. Went through him and Zach Guthrie and rolled out the back. Rolling ball that Dangerfield will clean up for the Cats. He's been everywhere. He then returns and drills a kick towards left half forward. Stengel with the one hand could mark, but close off the hands of the pack. Low with the eyes and put it on the chest of Hawkins. He marks 35 from goal. Nothing Tommy McCartan could do there. Ball came in with such ferocious speed after the turnover on the outer side. Dangerfield, once again the architect, close with a nice finish onto the chest of Hawkins. And Tom Hawkins has a chance to kick his fourth.
Just some really good team play as well. Mark O'Connor's having a good afternoon. He just does some things, just team-orientated player. He's doing a really good job out in that far wing.
So we talk about Ty Kennelly being an Irish Premiership player. Hopefully Zach Tui and Mark O'Connor joining him in that club. 40 metres out. Hawkins left of centre has missed to the left. That's not his side. Margin is 43, which is a game high at 23 minutes gone second quarter. Port Phillip Ferry's time clock 9:8:62 Geelong. Sydney a 3-1-19.
Kick in, Lloyd plays on and then kicks it about 9 metres to Fox, who marks. And Fox wants to play on. His kick was dangerous, but it got to Parker. They're going to have to take risks, Sydney. They've got no other option if they want to get back into this contest. Florent marks. Now he wants to move it quickly, so he switches it laterally, and he's got Rampy, but Geelong's set up so well behind the ball. Rampy comes wide. He's got McInerney who'll mark right in front of our broadcast position. Best seats in the house thanks to APCO Cafe 24/7 Lowdown Row Bottom. So they've done well here, Sydney. They've worked it to half forward. Paddy McCartan, his kick's okay, and it's marked by Goulden at centre half forward. Now Goulden wants to honour the lead, and he does. And that was really well worked by Sydney. Their best passage of play this afternoon. And it's ended up in the midst of Stevens. 45 out, not much of an angle. And boys, that was something better from Sydney this afternoon.
Yeah, it was a really slow build-up, but they just found a way to make the ground really big. They tried to spread Geelong defensively, and they were able to finally take a rare mark inside forward 50.
5 goals, I should say, on the season for Stevens. Comes in, he's hit that poorly. He won't make the distance. Tall timber puts their mitts up over their craniums, and the ball goes off hands and out for a throw-in 1 metre around from Sydney's behind post.
They need to make better of that. The Swans and that build-up. Dylan Stevens disappointing there from the 5th pick in the 2019 National Draft. Ball back into play. Shallow throw in. Hickey winning the palm down. Papley trying to hit it at speed. Volleyed it out of mid-air and just missed to the left. Just swung the boot at the loose ball. Got a good piece of it, but it rolled to the left through for a minor score, and the margin is 42 again. 3-2-20 the Swans. 9-8-62 Geelong. 25 minutes played on the Port Phillip Ferry's time clock.
This is a distinct sort of odour of Glen 20 explodes through this box. Not sure what's happened there. Ball gets out the back. What's happened out the back there? Oh, Buse had a little fumble. Papley's hand pass to Parker. In turn, he got it to McLean. McLean to low down to Heaney. How's the umpire paid? He's paid the mark. So a rare mistake from the Cats will give Heaney an opportunity from 40 out.
I thought that was half volley, Penny.
It did look, initial thought was that it hit the ground. We'll have to see a replay.
No, he got it on the slow-mo replay. Very impressive. Obviously fielded in his sleeps.
So Heaney, who took
great catch.
The best part of 55 minutes of this game to get a possession, is now up to his third and a chance to kick a goal. He's on the runway. He comes in. He's hit it well, and he has kicked the goal. He punched the sky, trying to get his teammates going. Margin is back to 36. So Sydney have been able to match the Cats 3 goals apiece in this second term, and that's all the Geelong Bank's 1-2 home loan, 1% less for 2 years.
It's one of the few repeat inside 50s the Cats defence have had to defend, and it was caused by a turnover. So again, Ben, you mentioned 3 goals each. Sydney have had their moments in this quarter. They've had a little bit of momentum going their way. The Cats have stood firm. That was an important one. Again, their last 2 shots at goal, it's been Heaney that's been involved. So Sander, the move of getting him into the middle for a little bit of time may have worked a little bit. He's now gone forward again, being picked up by Zach Guthrie.
Yeah, and the Cats have been so good in this game so far, the way that they've moved the ball from their D50, but that was what the Swans have been doing well all season, those back half turnovers which create scores going back the other way.
Stanley and Hickey winning the tap down, Atkins in the middle, taken in a Parker tackle, can't release the ball, and the umpire says on the Shane Warne stand side of the centre circles. That's a mouthful. I'll call it up. That's umpire Meredith putting it into the air for Hickey and Stanley. Stanley got a piece of it. Atkins knocked it forward, but only as far as Papley. Papley with a high floating kick towards right half forward. Zach Guthrie and Heaney in a wrestle. Stewart back with the fight for Geelong. Couldn't mark. Warner stepped through one tackle, then released a handball. Parker outside of the right boot, wanting Sam Reid. Use of the body to Koning was good. Cleared a path for a loose ball to be cleaned up by Tui, who drives a kick that has to be perfect to Duncan, and it is. That's a wonderful kick to clear the defensive zone. Duncan short and Isaac Smith, and they just hold firm for the moment. Geelong down back.
A couple of ripping kicks from Tui out of that back half. That had to be centimetre perfect, and it was. Now Smith just sort of slow play. Hacks one down the line in the direction of Henry, who's up. Couldn't mark. Ball close to the boundary, won't stay in the field of play. And we'll have a throw in at half forward for Geelong.
Ben, you mentioned Zach Tui. Again, it was allowing him to be free. So they come up. He started on the wing, and then he goes back, and the players move around. Sydney actually that time kept a +1 themselves, but it doesn't look like their natural game.
Blitzarves doing the ruck work with Hickey. Blitzarves front position got a nudge from Hickey, who got a little double palm on it, and into the path of Papley, drives a kick for Heaney. Heaney ran over the footy, and Tui out the back, wasn't paid the mark, slung in the tackle, got a handball. Isaac Smith took the tackle of McLean. That's holding the ball, I reckon it is. So the Swans just coming with a bit of a run to end this first half. And the free kick will go to Clark. Still plenty of time for the Swans to find a goal or two.
McInerney loose, but he ignored that and puts a high ball top of the square. De Koning's there, so to Stewart. It's going to be a free kick to De Koning. Is it front on contact against Franklin, who argues with the umpire, but it's going to have to come back to De Koning as Geelong look to play on. He's been solid as the kid, playing one of the tougher positions in footy, key defensive post. This will be his 11th possession, 5 marks.
Chopper, I think Sam Reid's left the ground and down the race. Would that be right?
He has gone down with the doctor.
For St John of God, that was a mung from De Koning, but it landed safely on the chest of Reece Stanley. And Isaac Smith is just saying, settle this down, get the kick down the line, and let's get... He would have seen the board go up saying 1 minute. Now kick to half forward. Blitzarves, Dangerfield. Dangerfield went to ground. Ball brought to ground. Hickey palmed it. Blitzarves trying to get a handball to Selwood. Loose footy on the true centre wing position. Broadcast side. Hayward brought to ground. Here's Atkins barging his way through. Ball spills out. Isaac Smith, a soccer along the ground that goes about 20 metres. Florent first back there. And he gets around Stengel. Now a cheeky bounce. And then got it past Isaac Smith, who went to ground. Kick towards centre half forward. Wanting Heaney. Went over the head of he and Stewart and cleaned up by De Koning. Kick around the corner for Blitzarves. Couldn't complete the mark. Can they hold firm here, the Cats? Parker, handball over the top. Half time. Geelong didn't need half time, but they won't be upset that it came, because the Swans' momentum that they just started to build through time on of the second quarter. There's some Cats players on their haunches. Blitzarves and Atkins in front of us. Below our best seats in the house for Epco Cafe 24/7 as we do go down to Jason Doherty. Jace, for St John of God, just that update on Sam Reid, please.
Yes, we knew Sam Reid came into the game with a groin injury, and in the last 3 or 4 minutes he was just struggling with it inside forward 50, so he came off. He's gone downstairs, but the doctor will keep you updated.
Okay, the sub Braden Campbell, so that's not necessarily like for like from the Swans. It's half time for Garmy Chicken and Beer, the 2022 Toyota AFL Grand Final. Treat yourself to some halftime Garmy Chicken and Beer. Warn Ponds, I could go some Garmy Chicken and Beer right now. Korean fried chicken, yum. Geelong by 36 points, half-time here at the MCG. Thanks to Apco Cafe 24/7. Winner Weber Barbecue at Apco Cafe 24/7. Live, breathe, K-Rock footy.
Thanks to our #1 ticket holder, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7. Robbie Williams. We've known him, we've loved him for 25 years.
You've watched me grow up so far.
Now, he's bringing his 25th anniversary tour to Geelong for a day on the green. Here at K-Rock, we've got a direct line to your free tickets. And we've also got a direct line to the great man himself. We're just not quite sure which line that is. We've got a bunch of phone numbers here, and one of them is definitely Robbie's.
From Mr. Deeded. Hey, this is a girl, Rihanna.
Hi, I'm Robbie Williams. Easy.
If you can work out which one,
This is the best tour that I've ever been on.
you'll score a double pass to see Robbie Williams at Mount Dunedin Estate, a day on the green, Saturday, November 25. K-Rock's Ring Robbie. Cold calling pop stars from Monday morning on K-Rock 955.
Robbie Williams is back at a day on the green, Mount Dunedin, Saturday, November 25 next year. Tickets at Ticketmaster.
There's nothing like a 2-for-1 deal, except Geelong Bank's 1 for 2. Hear us out. Introducing the 1-2 home loan, 1% less for 2 years.
Yep, you heard that right. 1% discount on our reference rate for 2 whole years. You only need a 20% deposit and you'll also get $2,000 cash back.
Top of the ladder and Geelong Bank's 1-2 home loan deal. Is there anything Geelong can't do?
With Geelong Bank, it's as easy as 1-2.
Australian Credit Licence 244351. Standard lending criteria applies. Full terms and conditions at geelongbank.com.au.
Break the news to your four-legged besties. The Warralilly Pets Day Out is back. Enter your pet into the parade for the chance to win. Marvel at the skills of the Flip and Disc dogs. Catch live entertainment, including the famous Pet Stock Pet Parade. Plus, there's food trucks, a pet photo booth, pop-up pet market and fun for the kids. The Warralilly Pets Day Out, Sunday, October 2 from 11 till 3 at Mirrambina Park, Warralilly Boulevard, Armstrong Creek. Follow Warralilly on your socials for details. Don't miss it.
Hello, it's Jamie and Erin from Wombat Gully Plant Farm Geelong.
Dad, footy is on.
Okay, Erin, but I've got to tell everyone that just like a footy team, Wombat Gully Plant Farm are here to go the extra mile. Stick to the plan, have fun, work together and give it our best shot so your garden can be the greatest garden of all.
Dad, you sound just like a coach.
Oh, thanks, Erin. Now, whose turn is it to do the dishes?
Not me. I'm still on the bench, Dad.
Right. So see you soon at Wombat Gully Plant Farm.
201 Townsend Road, Moollap.
There's nothing like a 2-for-1 deal, except Geelong Bank's 1 for 2. Hear us out. Introducing the 1-2 home loan, 1% less for 2 years.
Yep, you heard that right. 1% discount on our reference rate for 2 whole years. You only need a 20% deposit and you'll also get $2,000 cash back.
Top of the ladder and Geelong Bank's 1-2 home loan deal. Is there anything Geelong can't do?
With Geelong Bank, it's as easy as 1-2.
Australian Credit Licence 244351. Standard lending criteria applies. Full terms and conditions at geelongbank.com.au.
Thanks to our number one ticket holders, ABCO. Fueled by ABCO Cafe 24/7.
Sets it up to about 15 out from goal, top of the square. Oh, one hand to McLean. Hamlin hanger contender.
As crazy as this sounds, though, it's an important couple of minutes here for Geelong. They've just got to wrestle a little bit of momentum back from the Swans.
Drills a kick towards left half forward. Stinger with the one hand couldn't mark, but close off the hands of the back. Low with the eyes and put it on the chest of Hawkins. He marks 35 from goal. Nothing Tommy McCartan could do there. Not much the Swans have been able to do about the Cats in the first half of play, although they have got the game back to something of a contest where they only trailed by 36 points after trailing by 35 at quarter time. Geelong did push the margin on numerous occasions out to 42 and even actually got to a 43-point lead during that second quarter. It is 36 points at halftime thanks to Gami Chicken and Beer. Warren Ponds, treat yourself to some halftime Gami Chicken and Beer. Tom King, Ben Castanelia, Brenton Sanderson, Mark Neal, Jason Doherty bringing you all the action. Jace, down to you. You were just keeping an eye for St John of God on Sam Reid. We'll hopefully get an update at some stage.
Yes, he had a couple of contests. One up here on the wing, no power out of his legs as he could get up from the contest. Went back forward and then came off the ground. Came in with the groin injury, and we are waiting for confirmation, but possibly a sub at half time.
Yeah, Braden Campbell would be the man for the Swans. Thank you, Jason. John of God, your emergency specialist, open 24/7 My Street in Geelong. Benny, Curse higher stats. Some of the key numbers, please, out of that first half of action here at the MCG.
Yeah, look, it was a domination, particularly in that first term. The second term evened up. It was 3-3 to 3-2. Geelong outscored the Swans by 1 point. Overall in the half, Geelong had 30-odd more disposals. They had 17 more marks. They had 21 more contested possessions. Inside 50 count, 34 to 19. They had nearly 30 more uncontested possessions. And Sydney actually won the tackle count, which is obvious because they had 30 less touches, but that was 33-25. So it was just a real obliteration by Geelong early early on in the contest. Isaac Smith ended up with 15 possessions in that first half, and he kicked 2 goals, had 3 clearances. Joel Selwood was fantastic. He had 13 possessions, and I can tell you that he had 12 of those in the first term, so he only had the 1 touch in the second, but did plenty of damage when the game was absolutely at its hottest early. Sam De Koning, well, he just can't sing his praises enough for a young player playing in his first final series, first grand final. He's played like a 200 gamer, 12 touches, 5 marks, and not to mention a few spoils, and got in the way, free kick late there that stopped a potential goal for Sydney, so he's been absolutely enormous. Duncan, 12, had a little nervous moment late in that second term. Mitch Duncan, Blitzarves, I think, has been really good. His work rate to get around the ground and be involved, 11 possessions, 3 clearances and a goal. Dangerfield, he's had 6 clearances, which has been huge in this contest. He's only had the 10 possessions, but he's really had an impact in the flow of the game, particularly out of the middle. Cam Guthrie's probably had quite a half, I should say, than he's used to. 9 touches, 2 clearances. Close has been busy, 8. Hawkins, 8, 2 marks, and he's kicked 3 goals. That's a huge first half of footy from a key forward. 2 of those goals coming from stoppage plays, ruck plays, where he just outworked Hickey and was able to snap the goal. Zach Guthrie, they've all played their part, the Cats. The other one who's probably been quiet is Fox. Has done a really good job on Jeremy Cameron. Cameron's only had the 4 touches, 3 marks, and Fox is probably an unusual matchup. Not many probably saw that, but he's been really solid playing on Jeremy Cameron. The other way round there, Parker has had 13. He never stops trying. Parker, I mentioned Man Fox. He had 13 possessions, if you don't mind, while stopping Cameron. Papley, 12, but he's had to work up the ground to get them. Warner was involved late to help set up a goal. He had 12. Mills, 8. Rampy, 8. Clark had 8 playing defensively on Stewart. Stewart had, I can tell you, Tommy Stewart, he only had the 6 touches in the first half. So in terms of defensive wise, Ryan Clark doing a pretty good job. But a couple of players for Sydney who really struggled to get into the game. Isaac Heaney, he had just 3 possessions, and all 3 of those came in about the last 4 minutes of the second term. Didn't touch the ball for 1 3/4 of that first half. Lance Franklin has been well held by Jack Henry. Lance Franklin, one kick, 1 mark for Lance Franklin. McInerney, only a young player, but he's been very quiet. We mentioned Sam Reid didn't have a kick in that first half of football. Rowbottom has worked hard, but he's been quiet. 5 possessions, all those coming in the second term, and Hickey's been well beaten in the ruck. So they've got to find a way. The other 2 there, Florent and Goulden, have been ball winners for Sydney this year. They've only had 6 and 5 touches respectively, so there's plenty of players there who can London fog and lift in that second half. But Geelong control the game. That's why they lead by 36.
Thank you, Benny. Great work by you for Kerr's Hire, 100% owned and operated in Geelong. Well, this might be an omen for the Swans. Temper Trap played the 2012 grand final, which they won. Maybe this is what they need in the second half. A bit of sweet disposition to get things underway. It's the halftime entertainment. We'll take a little bit of this into the break. It is the Temper Trap on Great Final Day 2022. Halftime, thanks to Garmy Chicken and Mini Warren Ponds. And it's the Temper Trap with sweet disposition.
#1 ticket holder, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7. Tom, Lingy and Loggy on K-Rock 955.
There is this Instagram model. Her name is Summer. She's on TikTok, and yesterday she uploaded a very scathing video.
I was having an affair with a man who's married to a Victoria's Secret model. I'm sure you know who Adam Levine is.
What do you think, Lingy? I mean, you have a lot of people sliding into your DMs on OnlyCams.
Well, after you two set up my OnlyCams, things got a little bit weird.
Yeah, they got a bit hectic.
That automated response is pretty risque.
Tom, Lingy and Loggy. 6 a.m. weekdays. K-Rock 955. Mimosa Homes for re-promotion. Up to $91,000 worth of free upgrades. T's and C's apply.
Break the news to your 4-legged besties. The Warralilly Pets Day Out is back. Enter your pet into the parade for the chance to win. Marvel at the skills of the Flip and Disc Dogs. Catch live entertainment, including the famous Pet Stock Pet Parade. Plus, there's food trucks, a pet photo booth, pop-up pet market, and fun for the kids. The Warralilly Pets Day Out, Sunday, October 2 from 11 till 3 at Mirrabina Park, Warralilly Boulevard, Armstrong Creek. Follow Warralilly on your socials for details. Don't miss it.
There's nothing like a 2-for-1 deal, except Geelong Bank's 1 for 2. Hear us out. Introducing the 1-2 home loan, 1% less for 2 years.
Yep, you heard that right. 1% discount on our reference rate for 2 whole years. You only need a 20% deposit and you'll also get $2,000 cash back.
Top of the ladder and Geelong Bank's 1-2 home loan deal. Is there anything Geelong can't do?
With Geelong Bank, it's as easy as 1-2.
Australian Credit Licence 244351. Standard lending criteria applies. Full terms and conditions at geelongbank.com.au.
Time to have a check the stats for Kerrs High. Here's... Oh, Bruce, you're back.
Thank you. Hey, here's a huge stat. The big 4-0.
Who's had 40 possessions, Bruce? That is impressive.
Possessions? No, I'm talking about 40 years. Kerrs High is 40. They've got gear for any job you need to tackle.
Bruce, we're after some stats on the ground.
Oh, well, I say landscape it. That circle in the middle would suit a fire pit.
Kerrs Hire, locals serving locals for 40 years. North Geelong, Grovedale and Ocean Grove. kershire.com.au.
Break the news to your four-legged besties. The Warralilly Pets Day Out is back. Enter your pet into the parade for the chance to win. Marvel at the skills of the Flip and Disc dogs. Catch live entertainment, including the famous Pet Stock Pet Parade. Plus, there's food trucks, a pet photo booth, pop-up pet market and fun for the kids. The Warralilly Pets Day Out, Sunday, October 2 from 11 till 3 at Mirrabina Park, Warralilly Boulevard, Armstrong Creek. Follow Warralilly on your socials for details. Don't miss it.
Thanks to our number one ticket holders, ABCO. Fueled by ABCO Cafe 24/7.
Half-time, thanks to Garmy Chicken and Beer. Treat yourself to some half-time Garmy Chicken and Beer. Warren Ponds, Geelong leads Sydney by 36 points in the 2022 grand final on the back of a 6-goal-to-1 first term. Things evened up in the second, but the Cats hold a commanding 6-goal lead. In the back row, former Collingwood superstar and former Richmond superstar Mark Neild joins us in the experts chair thanks to Multi-Skills. Unleash your potential with construction industry training at Multi-Skill. Boys, how did you see that first half of the AFL Grand Final?
Well, Ben, the first quarter obviously belonged to the Cats. They kicked 6 goals, 41 to 1 goal to Sydney. And Sando and I were talking that really, in terms of the contest and the clearance work, that's where it started. It enabled Geelong to get the game on their terms. They set up well behind the ball. It didn't bother them that Ryan Clark went to Tom Stewart. That simply released at times. In the first quarter, it was Henry into Koning. Second quarter, that sort of fell to Zach Tui. But the first quarter, Sando, was all on the Cats' terms.
Yeah, it was. And the game didn't really get into any sort of flow until about the 10-minute mark of the first quarter. There was a lot of mistakes, both sides. As we often say in grand finals, it just took a little while just to sort of get into the groove and the speed of the game. But I thought it was the Cats veterans that really got them going. Yeah. I thought it was Isaac Smith, Dangerfield, Tommy Hawkins obviously kicked those 2 goals out of those forward 50 ruck throw-ins. I thought Joel Selwood's first quarter, actually his first half was excellent. And Mitch Duncan, I thought they were the players that really found a way to get the Cats on top in that first quarter. To the Swans' credit, though, they were a bit better with their contest balance and their method in that second quarter, and they started to hit some targets inside forward 50 and convert with scores. But I just love the way, like you said, Neildy, the way that the Cats' defence set up and their system behind the ball is so hard to penetrate. I know that's been the way they've done it all season, but I couldn't be more impressed with Sam McConning. I think he's been excellent. Henry's role today's been fantastic. Buse has kept Papley quiet. Colin Jasney's been really important at times, and the player that came in, O'Connor, I thought he's done some really team-orientated things as well. Unfortunately for the Swans, it looks like they may have lost Sam Reid to this game. We knew it was a huge risk going in, and maybe the Swans thought they might be able to get a half out of him, but he's had no impact on the game, unfortunately. They'll probably pull the trigger on a Campbell sub, but the Cats' mids for me, Nildy, they're just spreading better from contest to contest. When you look at Dangerfield and Selwood and Smith and Duncan, they just seem to get from contest to contest better today than what the Swans have been able to do.
Yeah, I agree with that, Tanner. We also mentioned a couple of times in the heat of the battle, Geelong's fierceness at the footy. There was one where Luke Parker had first hands on it, and normally he would gobble those up and get it forward. Selwood tackled him, ball spilled free, it goes forward. There was another one on the spread where I think Papley was the first one to get the disposal out of the the middle. It was a high kick. The first 3 players over to the ball were all Geelong. I think Blitzarves gave it to Guthrie. It goes inside 50. You mentioned before that Sydney in that second quarter started to find some targets inside 50. So they marked the footy in there 4 times after not having one mark inside 50 in the first quarter. Of those 4 marks, they got 3 goals. I think that was on the back of them. They tried a little bit differently to attack the Geelong defence through the middle of the ground. They tried a couple of times through the back of the square with handball, and then we had Chad Warner's sort of solo effort down the members' side. So they were trying things, but even that said, Geelong still managed to win the second quarter by the solitary behind for a 6-goal lead, Ben.
Head-to-head, boys, thanks to Geelong Insurance Brokers with more than 39 years in the insurance industry. Managing Director Don and the team at Geelong Insurance Brokers, they work with their clients to ensure they have the right cover, not just the cheapest premium. We're looking at Hawkins and Cameron versus McCartney and Rampy, which has actually become Fox. Cameron's been well held. Hawkins has kicked 3. The other boys have struggled.
Yeah, they have. And Tommy Hawkins, his best return in an AFL Grand Final is 3 goals, and he's had a lot of shots for goal. He's missed a couple of goals that he normally would kick, a few shots for goal that he normally would kick. So Hawkins looks like he's in the mood today. Looks like he's really fresh and up and about. You mentioned about the Fox v Cameron matchup. I thought that was an unusual one, but Fox, to his credit, has done really well. Cameron still had some really important touches, and Rampy's playing on Gary Rowan. But it's fascinating to see, and even, I guess we always talk about it, the premiership quarter. You hear community coaches talk about it all the time at their huddles. This is where we see either Sydney throw everything they possibly can at the Cats. The next 15 minutes of footy is going to be intriguing to watch. This is where the Cats can really set it up, or this is where the Swans might just throw a few things around. But yeah, potentially this is where the game is won or lost.
Neil, you're head-to-head for Geelong Insurance Brokers with Stewart versus McCartan. Fox has kept Stewart to 6 possessions and 1 mark. Paddy McCartan, I'm not sure he has a sort of a matchup, a designated matchup. He hasn't taken a mark and has had 1 effective disposal.
No, well, you're quite right. So Tom Stewart, he's not having a huge impact, but he's certainly not letting his player have much of the ball whatsoever. He's got the run with, so Ryan Clark has got him. But what's happened there, in the second quarter, it was Tui. In the first quarter, as I mentioned before, Henry got loose a little bit, DeConey got loose a little bit, so Geelong still play with that same structure. And Paddy McCartan spent the vast majority of that second quarter actually direct match up for Brian Myers. But again, with the way that the Cats are bringing the ball inside 50, it's particularly difficult to him to get across third man over there. So they are defending for their lives back there at the moment, the Sydney Swans defenders.
Well, the halftime entertainment is on its way out, and the real entertainment is shortly to explode back onto terra firma. Geelong are about 65 minutes away, if they can hold their nerve, from being the 2022 premiers. They hold a commanding 36-point lead. We'll be back on the other side of this break. Live, breathe, K-Rock football.
Thanks to our number 1 ticket holder, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7. Tom, Lingy and Loggy on K-Rock 955.
Ferrari Friday, I'm calling it.
What is...
This is my new Driving to Dan song.
You heard it for the first time this morning.
No,
Whoa.
2 days ago, mate.
2 days ago.
I've been listening to it ever since.
That's a wiggle from the hips that goes up into the shoulder. I haven't seen that. Stop biting your lip like that.
I didn't even realise I was doing that.
Tom, Lingy and Loggy. 6 a.m. weekdays. K-Rock 955. Mimosa Homes for re-promotion. Up to $91,000 worth of free upgrades. T's and C's apply.
In this Geelong property boom, there are 2 rooms that can make your home hot property: the kitchen and the bathroom. Before you sell, see New Grove bench tops and give your old bench top and vanity a fresh, modern look. It's a quick, easy way to add appeal and value. New Grove bench tops in Breakwater. Open from 6:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. weekdays so you can see them before work. Find out more now. newgrovebenchtops.com.au.
These holidays, save more and explore more because kids go free on Port Phillip ferries. Take a fast ferry direct to the city from Geelong or Port Arlington. There's heaps of holiday activities in and around Melbourne, so forget the car. Enjoy the savings on your trip across the bay.
Free travel for children under 16 years travelling with a parent or guardian. Available September 17 to October 2.
For the ultimate family holiday adventure, jump aboard a Port Phillip ferry and save. Details at portphillipferries.com.au. It's
footy finals fever at APCO Cafe 24/7. To celebrate, get into APCO for your chance to win one of 5 Weber barbecues, plus a footy finals prize pack, including a slab of Pepsi Max Lemon, 24 4 and 20 pies, and 12 packs of Smith's chips. Just buy a specially marked 4 and 20 Pepsi, Schweppes or Smith's product to enter. So get footy finals fever and win a Weber at APCO Cafe 24/7. We've got you.
T's and C's apply.
I'm here with Beck at the Sandman Mattress Factory's Grovedale showroom. Beck, how long has your family been manufacturing these mattresses here in Geelong for?
My grandfather started making them back in 1948. That's 74 years.
Well, you can actually see it in the quality of the work.
Absolutely. You'll enjoy factory direct quality and prices on all our mattresses. We custom make them with a quick turnaround and delivery too.
See the Sandman's Grovedale showroom or shop online at sandman.com.au.
Break the news to your four-legged besties. The Warralilly Pets Day Out is back. Enter your pet into the parade for the chance to win. Marvel at the skills of the Flip and Disc dogs. Catch live entertainment, including the famous Pet Stock Pet Parade. Plus, there's food trucks, a pet photo booth, pop-up pet market and fun for the kids. The Warralilly Pets Day Out, Sunday, October 2 from 11 till 3 at Mirrambina Park, Warralilly Boulevard, Armstrong Creek. Follow Warralilly on your socials for details. Don't miss it.
There's nothing like a 2-for-1 deal, except Geelong Bank's 1 for 2. Hear us out. Introducing the 1-2 home loan, 1% less for 2 years.
Yep, you heard that right. 1% discount on our reference rate for 2 whole years. You only need a 20% deposit and you'll also get $2,000 cash back.
Top of the ladder and Geelong Bank's 1-2 home loan deal. Is there anything Geelong can't do?
With Geelong Bank, it's as easy as 1-2.
Australian Credit Licence 244351. Standard lending criteria applies. Full terms and conditions at geelongbank.com.au.
Got the feeling you've forgotten something? Wallet, keys, phone? Oh, that's it. Your insurance premium. It's easy to forget to pay your insurance premium on time. And if the insurer cancels your policy, you're left high and dry. That's why Geelong Insurance Brokers has extra checks and procedures in place to remind you and make sure you're not left without cover. It's just another way Geelong Insurance Brokers is looking out for you. Find out more about these and other benefits at geelonginsurancebrokers.com.au.
At home, on the work site, in the office, there are some big cleaning problems you just don't want to deal with.
Don't panic. Call Steamatic.
Steamatic has real solutions to your cleaning problems. Graffiti removal, kitchen canopy cleaning, blasting services or the big industrial jobs, they're equipped to handle it all. Steamatic, a standout job every time and on standby when you need them most.
Don't panic. Call Steamatic.
Essington Street, Grovedale. Visit steamatic.com.au.
Looking to buy a boat? See the Bellarine Peninsula's largest indoor display of new boats at Geelong Marine World. Family owned and operated, Geelong Marine World has a huge range of fiberglass and aluminium boats powered by Suzuki, the ultimate outboard motor, ranging from 2.5 to 350 horsepower. Finance and insurance available and supported by an authorised Suzuki service centre. Cruising, fishing or fun. Get out on the water with Geelong Marine World. Port Arlington Road, Moolap. geelongmarineworld.com.au.
Thanks to our number one ticket holders, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7.
Cats are back out on the MCG as we approach the end of half-time for Gami Chicken and Beer. Still waiting for the emergence of the Sydney Swans from the main break. And, of course, Gami Chicken and Beer bringing us half-time. And they are the award-winning pioneer of Korean fried chicken. And they're right now at Warn Pond Shopping Centre. Gami Chicken and Beer. It's not just about chicken. There's kimchi, pancakes, dumplings, fried rice dishes, japchae noodles, beef bulgogi, and amazing burgers. And the tteokbokki, or that's how we pronounce it. I don't think it's correct, but Neil, you and I demolished a bit of that during the year.
Yes, we certainly did. It also demolished one of your jackets, Kingy. We must always bring that up every single time that's mentioned. We love our Gami chicken.
Thank you for the reminder. Steamatic standout, which will probably correlate with the Norm Smith medalist potentially. Steamatic standout to half-time for you, Neildy.
I'll break it into quarters. I thought Joel Selwood was the Steamatic standout in the first quarter. The second quarter, Sando, although maybe not by disposals, I thought Paddy Dangerfield was pretty good for the Cats.
Yeah, and I've loved Sam DeConning too. I just think this young man has made such an impression on us all this season. But what he's done today on the biggest stage, he's just been so cool under pressure. His aerial work's been excellent. Even with ball in hand, he's just got the poise and the calmness to be able to find a free Geelong target. So, yeah, I mean, Geelong have got all the winners to this point, but for me, yeah, you've nailed it, Nildy. But for me, I've loved Sam Connick today.
He's pretty much the whole package, but he reads the game so well, and he's a lot. I think he's a lot faster, and you think he's got that sort of loping style, but his capacity to get across when you think he's slightly out of position. He's got those long levers. He's 204 and spoil. He's been fantastic. I mean, I mentioned half time that he's had 12 touches, 5 marks, but he's done a few other things you don't get a stat for.
Yeah, absolutely. Another tick for we hear a lot about the Geelong Footy Club and how it's been dominant for such a long period of time, and Sando, you played a big part in that yourself, but the development academy that is down there. So Sam de Koning spent 2 years in the VFL, which was broken up because of COVID. He comes in, and what is his 3rd year in an AFL system for his first year at AFL. He comes in and does that. There's a fair bit they get right down there.
Oh, and he must gain a lot of confidence playing in this system as well, and to have those players around him who have been part of that system for a number of years now. When you look at Buse and Henry, Tom Stewart, Colin Jasny, those guys obviously would give him a lot of confidence.
Down to Jason Doherty, St John of God. Sam Reid has emerged, and they haven't activated the sub, the Swans, so they're going to probably give Reid a chance to see what he can do in the second half. Chopper.
Yes, correct. He's starting on the bench for the Swans in the 3rd term. Maybe one last go at it at the early stages of the 3rd quarter and see how he goes. Braden Campbell as the sub.
All right, keep an eye on that. Thank you, Jason Doherty, St John of God, your emergency specialist. Open 24/7. Neil, you picked up something for Wombat Gully Plant Farm?
Just for Sydney, Tom Papley's going to start in the middle of the ground, which means Heaney's back forward. So's Callum Mills, actually, like he did at the start of the game. Interesting.
Half a game left to determine the Premier of 2022. Thanks to Warralilly, living Geelong's most awarded community, to get us underway. Here again is Ben Casanilia.
So it'll be Stanley to do battle against Hickey. Hickey got it down. Taken by Papley, who had a little fumble. In went Cam Guthrie, head over it. Tried to get it out to the voice of Dangerfield. He's locked up, and the umpire, I thought, was going to pay hold on the ball, but decided against it.
Sorry, Benny, just have a look in front of us now. You can see why Paddy McCartan hasn't taken any marks. They've dragged him right up the field.
So Guthrie this time gets a kick wide. He pulled the kick at the last minute to the voice of Buse, who lopes onto it. His left foot is a bit skew-whiff. Will it stay in the field of play? It does. Blakey gets it to Paddy McCartan. Hand pass to Mills, put him under the pump, and then he missed Fox. Rowan did well. Ball bobbling dangerously from Sydney. McCartan sits over it. Rowan's got it. They've done well there, the Cats. Can Rowan break the tackle? He can't. And then he gets it to Blitzarves. Blitzarves goes with a high probing ball. It's doctor's surgery stuff. Cameron, he had a fumble at the inopportune time. And Sydney, he's gone! He's absolutely gone. He's Goulden, is it?
I think it was Tom McCartan.
So Ben. Tom McCartan, you're right, Nildy, has been wrapped up, ball and all, 25 metres out by Duncan. Just when you look like Sydney were going to decamp and maybe set something up going the other way, he took too many steps, and Duncan was able to wrap him up. And this, to give the Cats the real impetus to start this 3rd term, this to make the margin 42. Mitch Duncan has kicked just 8 goals this year, played a lot down back, cross half back, comes in, he kicks it. Crowd tells the story. Cats by 42. Opening couple of minutes of this 3rd term, 10:8:68. Sydney at 4:2:26. 3rd quarter, Krock style, thanks to Warralilly, living Geelong's most awarded community.
Just the start the Cats would have wanted. They had to fight for that. Sometimes you do have to grind out a goal. Pressure on the ball was extreme, I suppose, from Geelong. Sydney just couldn't get their hands on it until Tom McCartan got it. He thought he was out, and really good forward pressure.
It's not normally Mitch Duncan's style, is it?
No, it's not.
Those run-down forward 50 tackles, but I'm not sure what Tom McCartan was thinking either. He thought he was out in the local park just having a kick on a lazy Saturday afternoon, but AFL Grand Final day, you've got to be quicker to dispose of the ball in your back 50. Well done, Mitch Duncan. It's the start the Cats need it and want it.
Stevic puts it down in the middle. Stanley and Hickey look at each other. Hickey wins the tap down. It eludes Parker, who slipped over. Coming the other way, Cam Guthrie did okay to put his head over the footy, lock things up, and we'll get a ball up forward to the centre circles, favouring Sydney. Mitch Duncan, of course, the sub in 2011. The first ever premiership sub. Tap down Stanley, rolls the ball into the centre circles, but Stengel picks it up nicely. Handball release. Stewart got Clark for company, but able to get away and kick into the path of Isaac Smith. Smith, though, was running on his right-hand side. Wants to get back onto his left boot. Does so now. Sends a kick into the right forward pocket. Hawkins his target, but Tom McCartan was able to sag off and judge it best and take the mark. McCartan, Tom across the face of goal. Oh, 2 howlers from Tommy. He went looking for Lloyd and close, has cut it off and taken the mark in the left forward pocket. And this to give Geelong its biggest lead of the afternoon. So McCartan run down from behind. It's been a minute and a half to forget for Tommy McCartan. Playing with a heavy heart, he and his brother this afternoon following the death of their grandmother this week. Close steps, close snaps, close goals. Geelong by 48. It's their biggest buffer of the afternoon as we get towards 4 minutes ticked over in this third quarter, thanks to Warralilly. Live in Geelong's most awarded community. Check out warralilly.com.au.
Well, I was expecting this would be when Sydney would throw everything they possibly had at the Cats, but unfortunately for young Tom McCartan, he's left that energy in the change rooms at half time, and it's been the Cats' forward half pressure all day, really, that's set the tone. But 2 mistakes, unfortunately, from Tom. Rampy goes to him now just to ensure that he's present and he's not going to dig himself a big hole out there on the MCG. But it just feels like the Cats' energy is different today. They're playing with so much more poise and a calmness that's the Swans haven't been able to match. Unfortunately for the Swans fans listening in, you're seeing a side that's a shell of their normal self.
Boys, Sam Reid has been subbed out, Braden Campbell into the game.
Okay, so might be a little too late for the Swans. Restart, Dangerfield. Stanley was taken away by Blitzarves. Geelong are going to go forward again. Blitzarves with a high ball, not to the advantage of Hawkins, and this time McCartan. Oh, he dropped what he should have taken. Hawkins pushed him front on. The umpire said play on. Now the ball's gone out, so he's had an absolute horror 4.5 minutes. Tom McCartan should have marked that, didn't. Geelong get a chance at a stoppage 35 metres around from their goal.
Punt road end, sunshine bright on that section of the ground. Boundary thrown, Blitzarves won the tap down. Dangerfield the roving, gave a handball under pressure to Stengel. Stengel just inside forward 50, goes outside to Cameron. Cameron to Smith. Smith looking for his third and a 54-point lead. Oh, he's excited because he's going to become a 4-time premiership player potentially. They mob Isaac Smith as he kicks his third. 5.5 minutes gone, third quarter. Geelong are now out by 54 points. 12-8-80 Geelong, Sydney 4-2-26. And if it's not a bridge too far now for the Swans, they might be just about to assemble the last plank at the other side of the river.
Kingy, this is fantastic from the Cats. That goal was set up on the back of a centre clearance by Mark Blitzarves. They got their forward 50 stoppage. Dangerfield involved again. And just the setup again, plenty of space for Isaac Smith to get around on his left foot. Really good shot for goal.
Kurzai stat sheet scores from clearances. Geelong have kicked 7-4. Yeah. Sydney have kicked 2 behinds. So back in the middle. Goodness me. Geelong have opened this third term with a thump. Stanley knocks it forward, then tries to follow it up. Duncan's there. He overran it. Now he gets it to Stanley. They're playing like man possessed. That was a good tackle, though, from Heaney, who ripped Stanley to ground, and he'll win the free for holding the pill. So Heaney goes short. He's got Florent. Florent goes wide, and Fox lopes onto it.
Fox, who's been pretty good this afternoon on Jeremy Cameron. That kick poor, bounces for Kolodjasny. Blitzarves under pressure, gave a handball to Atkins, who gave it to Kolodjasny. Kolodjasny a handball, middle of the MCG. Duncan pulls the kick to Stengel. Stengel a mark almost at left half forward half. Point of the square, kick inside forward 50, and Duncan kept running and has taken the mark. Now the mark 49 from goal. Mitch Duncan on top of his game this afternoon. And a chance, if he wants to have a shot, to make the margin 10 goals. He's using all of the 30 seconds on offer to him. Would he launch a torp like he did in that game against the Eagles at half-time? He won't, because he's just going to set it up to the pocket. He wants Cameron on a lead. It's a 3-on-1. Ball comes to ground. It's knocked into the path of Warner, who overran the footy. McInerney comes in. Cameron went low. Got a handball up to Hawkins. Hawkins missed the target in Selwood. Warner dived on the footy. Cameron dived on him. And we'll get a ball up left forward pocket at the punt road end of the ground. The eastern end of the ground. Geelong 12-8-80. Sydney 4-2-26. We're ticking towards 8 minutes played on the Port Phillip Ferries time clock.
Hawkins down. Wanted Stengel. That ball agonisingly out of his grasp and out for a throw-in, but
They look dangerous here, Ben, forward 50 stoppages, the Cats. They'll at least get one player on the move, or at least they have every forward 50 stoppage so far.
So they're about 45 around from their goal. Throw in Hawkins. Hickey did well. Rowbottom. Boot to ball. Heaney did well. Worked Smith under it and took a nice mark. So Heaney's had a wonderful year. Unfortunately today hasn't been his day. Kicks it wide again to Rowbottom. It goes to Paddy McCartan. Paddy McCartan was taken around the chops by Stengel. And he's down, McCartan. A little slow to get up. And the prayers, as he's known, Tyson Stengel.
Short kick by Paddy McCartan. What did you say, the prayers?
That's his nickname.
Bruce Linder style?
Yeah. Oh, I think it's because they think he looks like Barack Obama. He's had that nickname since he was at Adelaide.
True centre wing, McInerney with the footy, tucks it under the arm, and he gets a shove in the back from Stengel as he kicks. Franklin, who's been lifeless this afternoon, couldn't mark, but Clark took it off the hands of the pack. A driving long kick to the goal square where O'Connor plays defender, knocks it through, 4 behind, and the margin is 53 points. 4-3-27 Sydney, Geelong 12, 8-80. 9 minutes gone, third quarter, K-Rock football.
Just don't quite have the same system as the Cats going forward. The Swans just almost blasted away. They haven't got that calmness to lower their eyes and find a leading target.
Tui plays on, kicks it long. Collie Jasny marks it clean. Wanted a hand pass and then thought better of it. Comes back inboard with a lateral ball to Cam Guthrie. Might look for his brother, or he's got Cameron lurking really wide. In fact, he does kick it now to his brother and they're just waxing in the back half. He'll now go to Cameron, who marks at half back. So just the 7th touch for Jeremy Cameron. He kicks it over the top, and he's got Myers, who had to work but did so and took the mark. Still at half back for Geelong.
Not a bad feature of Brian Myers' game. He's taken a couple over his head today as he drives a kick to the wing into the sunshine. It's a bullet that in front of the eyes is taken by Tom Hawkins. Got it just back of the wing. Shane Warne stands side. Sends a kick looking for Atkins under pressure from Blakey. Couldn't complete the mark. Blakey might get a free kick. It was taken high. No, it was out of bounds beforehand. And Odie's going to be a free kick paid for too high against Atkins. Thought the Peepers were all over that. And they were, as Blakey's got it outside the field of play. Left half back, long way from home. Called to play on, wants to go inside. Defensive 50 to Ollie Florence, shown a lot of it to Dangerfield, who was able to spoil, brought it to ground. Fox over around the footy. Will it open the door for Myers? No. Dangerfield goes hard. Handball on the up to Cameron. Cameron flirting with the boundary line. Pulls a left foot kick into the corridor. Went over the head of Close. Rolling ball. McInerney bang the other way. Stanley. Good tackle. Forced a stoppage. Although it spilled out in the end. Umpire didn't get the whistle to the mouth. Heaney turned it over to Atkins. Atkins under pressure. Close out the side door. Myers wants to get back into his right boot. Got a handball up the chimney that Close. Knocked down towards Cam Guthrie. Left forward pocket. 20 from goal. Diving on it is a Swan. He reeled it in. Holding the ball. Cam Guthrie will win a free kick. Florent is the player who is deemed to have reeled that ball in and not released it. And that is holding the ball under the new interpretation. And Cam Guthrie has a chance to make this margin a very handy 59 points.
They're just ruthless, aren't they, today in their forward 50. Every time a Swans player picks the balls up, they're met with a really strong tackle by their Geelong counterparts. Cam Guthrie's been pretty good today. He's part of a really strong midfield.
Snaps, goals. If anybody's got an engraving pen, you might need to give them a tap on the shoulder to prepare themselves. As Geelong go 59 points clear at the 12-minute mark of the third quarter. This is a demolition that Geelong have produced this afternoon. 13-8-86. Sydney 4-3-27 this third quarter, thanks to Warralilly, live in Geelong's most awarded community. Find out how at warralilly.com.au.
Just relentless pressure, as you said, Sando. That inside kick by young Blakey. Dangerfield was just on his toes. They're all in the game. The same thing happened when Tom McCartan tried to kick across goal. Brad Close takes that mark. They're just on their toes. They're in the game defensively. They want to get involved. And then there was no way they were letting the ball out of the back 50 at all on that occasion. Ended up with a goal to Guthrie.
Goodness me. Not sure too many Cat fans, they probably came here confident, but I just didn't think that their team would be 59 points to the good of the Sydney Swans early in the third term. It's going to be a free kick to Dangerfield out of the middle, holding the ball against Rowbottom. They're just doing everything right. Dangerfield, he goes with the high ball. Pack ball form Rowan. Couldn't mark. Ball hit the deck. Taken away by Mills. He goes wide. Ball punch forward. Selwood one way. Parker the other. They meet. Cam Guthrie slides in. He gets a little toe poke. Only as far though as Lloyd. Lloyd got it. Row bottom. He handballs to no one in particular. Taken by Stevens. Was he taken high? He was. He was falling to ground, but he was taken high. Row bottom for St John of God is very slow to get to his feet.
Yeah, Zach Guthrie got him down the middle. The ball's at left half back with Rampy, whose bounce didn't come back to him, but he had time to recover and give a handball off to Fox. Fox, with a bit of poise, sends a kick for Clark, who gets buffeted by Stewart as he marks. Umpire said it was in the contest. He saw as well a handball up. McInerney short, and the mark taken by Haywood.
Jeremy Cameron, boys, just in back play there.
For St John of God, we'll keep an eye on that. Might be a New Grove bench tops blood rule. Hickey was claiming the mark, wasn't paid it. Chance here for Heaney, went to go off the ground. Well done too. He just extracted the footy. A high kick towards right half back. Myers front position, got a shove from Clark, but he couldn't mark Clark. Chance now for the Swans. McInerney fires a handball to Florin. Florin at left half forward, took one on, took two on, holding the ball. Jason Doherty down to you for St John of God.
Yes, Jeremy Cameron in the hands of the trainers just went up in that marking contest deep forward. No blood, but just keeping an eye on him now.
Okay, thank you for that.
Pressure's relentless, boys.
Certainly is, Ben. Again, that's the high half forwards going, helping out their back six and back six and their mids defend the ground's really impressive.
Geelong just waxing it around in the back half through the arms of Tui and into Duncan, who kicks it right onto the paint of defensive 50 to O'Connor, and they're just controlling everything at the moment. Geelong, who kicks it back to Tui, so they've had about 5 possessions and really gone nowhere, but that's not going to worry the Cats. They lead by 10 goals. He goes wide and they've jarred one free. Myers can mark and play on.
Gives a handball to Selwood just back of the wing. Loops a handball over the top to Close. Close can give it to Isaac Smith. He can fire a handball forward to right half forward. Dangerfield in the sunshine. 60 from goal. Lowered the eyes. Bouncing ball. Rowan left it behind. Braden Campbell's out there as he's match up for Wombat Gully. Taken in the tackle. Campbell gave a handball. Rampy. Handball that was intended for Fox. Missed the target. Paddy McCartan tried to barge his way through. Was it Tom? It was Tom. Now Tom Hawkins with the footy brought to ground. 25. Make it 30 from the Geelong goal in the right forward pocket. So about a third of the ground in sunshine, Benny, and it's the third of the ground where the Cats are attacking right now. This third quarter has gone 15 and a half minutes. Port Phillip Ferry's time clock. Geelong by 59.
Throw up. Hawkins has been dangerous. Got it down to Selwood. Selwood's kick was shot at goal, but it was partially smothered. Dangerfield hands and knees, taken by Warner. Kicks a high ball. Howlett's sit. Heaney attacked the pill. Hand pass from Duncan. Missed the target. Buse had to go back. He's got 3 to beat. Stevens goes in. Tackles Buse to ground. And the umpire says, give it to me. I'll throw it up. True centre half forward. 86 plays 27. Warralilly, Geelong's most awarded community. K-Rock third quarter.
Tap down Hickey, roving Goulden, jammed it on the boot towards the centre circles. It'll bounce to McLean. Nearly went over his head. He got a palm on it. Tried to knock it to Heaney, but only got it to Isaac Smith, who's been outstanding. De Koning, he's been good too. That handball, though, asked a lot of his skipper, dragged down in the tackle. And now the ball spills out. Warner, Heaney, point to the square left half forward, fires it forward. Clark, the handball too much on it, had to reel it in. Gave time for Stewart to lay a tackle and force the turnover. The handball went to Tui. Tui's kicked to the wing to Stengel.
They're away. Stengel can mark. He's got Myers in support. Will he use him? He's got time for 2 bounces. Now he comes back inboard. He's got Selwood, who's worked. He was at half back a minute ago. He wanted to use Smith. Lowers the eyes. Hits Hawkins. On the lead. Goodness me. That was a genuine clinic. Bringing pressure down back from Stewart. Closed down Clark. And then just on the counter, that Thomas Williams-Sherrin was transported into the Cats forward line with some velocity, and Hawkins has got 3, staring down 4.
Jeremy Cameron about to come back on too, boys.
St John of God, Cameron back into the fray. Hawkins, I'll let the crowd tell the story. Oh, and there's groans. There's moans and there's groans.
I just feel like, Benny, though, the Swans have lost their system a little bit here. Like, we always hear about this Bloods culture. It's normally when they're winning, though. Like today, it's just been the Cats everywhere.
Turnover from the kick in. Dangerfield a handball up. Stengel for a third. Stengel for a third. If the champagne was on ice, maybe pop a cork or 2. 66 is the margin. Tyson Stengel's got 3 and 52 for the season. Who would have believed it? and Geelong are out by 11 goals. 14-9-93, calamity from the kick and open the door for the Cats. Sydney are 4-3-27 on the third quarter. K-Rock, Warralilly, Geelong scoreboard.
Kingy, the second time for the quarter, it was a Paddy Dangerfield defensive effort that started that goal. The kicking was on. It was up the middle. They probably showed a little bit too much of it to Dangerfield. But again, on his toes, in the game defensively, Fisk goes forward. He gets the disposal out to Stengel. This is sensational. Ben, just as another way, the dominance, clearly 11 goals in front. What are the inside 50s at the moment?
Inside 50s are 42-22. Geelong have kicked 14-9-4-3 from those entries.
This grand final day, these are two best sides in it. Geelong are absolutely demoralising Sydney.
They're plus 30 in contested possession. You don't see that too often in a big game. Stanley handballs over the top. Selwood, good tackle by McLean, but not before he released to Blitzarves. Blitzarves had to tackle over, had a handball over the top of his head, and it was okay. Everything turning to gold. Smith wheels and goes. He puts a high ball inside forward 50. Dangerfield, good work from Rampy. McCartan, but it was chopped off by Close. Through traffic, tried to get it to Cam Guthrie. In went Warner. Coming the other way was Florent. Ball close to Geelong's goal. Close uses Hawkins. Hawkins on the left. Hawkins always kick. It just had a little too much pepper on it for Stengel, whose eyes lit up like the man in the boat in Caddyshack. But Rowbottom marked it.
Right back pocket, Swans with it. It's in the hands of Stevens. He's going to get run down from Kolodjasny if he's not careful. Was able to just arch the back and give a handball to Mills. Mills back to Papley. Had to stop and wait for it. He gives a handball back to Lloyd. Lloyd ducking at shadows. And now he's got trouble as he's slung by Kolodjasny. Handball on the bounce got to Papley. Papley a high floater that'll flirt with the boundary line and go out on the full. It goes out at the Sydney interchange gates. They are bereft of ideas here, the Swans, to counter this complete dominance of the Cats. Stewart concedes and Grando O'Connor, who marks true centre wing, right in front of Jason Doherty, who could call for it and receive a stat if he so desired, but O'Connor decides that Doherty was going to get closed down, and he goes short, and Isaac Smith.
He's had a fantastic day, Isaac Smith, as well.
He might be Steamatic standout at Norm Smith contention. Kick towards forward 50, Close, couldn't complete the juggled mark. Blitzarves, Myers, Blitzarves all by hand. Now Dangerfield on his left. Oh, Stengel, can he claim the mark? Yes! Dangerfield with a low kick that Stengel has been able to get the fingers underneath and pull to his chest. Dangerfield with a little word in his ear. You suspect he's going to come out on the snap and look to kick his fourth of the afternoon.
What do you think he may have said?
I'm not sure.
Just see those big white things up there. Just try and get it through the middle of them. Do you think he may have said that to him?
Man on the mark's 35 from goal. Stengel is just outside the field of play. He'll step in about 5 steps, you would suspect, and snap. He snaps. He has gold. Oh, your Lammy's Tavern. Goal of the afternoon. Tyson Stengel started the season with 4 at the MCG. He's now got 4 to finish the season at the MCG, and there might be more to come. We're only 21 minutes gone, third quarter. 15-9-99 the Cats. Sydney are 4-3-27. The margin, unbelievably, is 72 points.
It is unbelievable. Sander, I think everybody in the ground knew he was going to kick that. I don't know what Dangerfield said to him, but whatever he did, just next time someone has a shot for goal, say the same thing, will you?
Paddy Dangerfield's very good at a lot of things. Goal kicking's probably not one of them.
Well, but he might be the goal kicking whisperer after that. Well, this is unbelievable stuff.
This grand final was full of big stories, and one of the big stories is the season of this young man and the way that he's come back to footy and dominated the season, and he's been incredible on grand final day.
53 goals, goodness me. Back in the middle, Warner won the clearance, tackled by Blitzarves at the handball, hurriedly forward, wanted Clark. Stewart attacked it though. Clark does the tackling, and that ball will be locked up, not coming out. We'll have a throw up at half forward. It's just been absolute domination. Lance Franklin has had one effective disposal, one mark. I know the ball hasn't been silver service, but he's had absolutely no impact.
Cam Guthrie jammed it on the boot, bought about a metre. Warner, that was almost a throw, got a handball away. Papley shrugged off O'Connor, straightened up and then kicked inside forward 50, but Henry in front of Franklin has marked. Read it best off the boot. Henry into the right back pocket he goes, and the marking option is the very dominant Isaac Smith. Probably 2 modest finals early.
Yep.
But his grand final has been something off the charts, and The cream rises to the top. He knows grand final day better than most as a 3-time premiership player. He can add a 4th medal to that, you would suspect, in about 45 minutes from now.
He's the leading possession on the Grand King, 22 and kicked 3 goals.
For Kerrs High, right half back, he drives it long and Cameron Workmills off the foot. He took the mark. Well, if you had said Geelong were going to be 72 points up and Jeremy Cameron hadn't kicked a goal, you would have said, well, I'm not sure about that. But he's got it back of the wing and he goes short into the sunlight where Atkins has marked. And Tommy Atkins, what a great story. He'll chip one over the top and Isaac Smith has just continued to run and he continues to rack them up, and Geelong are happy just to control possession at the 23-minute mark of the 3rd quarter with a 72-point advantage.
So Smith just comes around on the arc, puts a long left footer towards the top of the square. Stanley's there. Myers tackled. Campbell, the sub, is tackled by Close over the line. We'll have a throw in deep in the right forward pocket. Geelong have been extraordinary. This has just been an absolute percentage booster.
Ball back in play. Stanley won the tap down. Blitzar's front of the pack, tried to get it onto his left boot, had a fresh airy. Florent dived on the footy. Dangerfield doing everything. Guthrie to the snap. Guthrie has just missed to the right. That's Cam through for a minor score. A rare blemish for the Cats in this 3rd quarter, where they've done everything to perfection. They've kicked 6 goals, 2 to 1 behind, to make a 10th VFL-AFL premiership almost a certainty, while it is.
They worked by hand, Sydney, to Parker, but his hand pass was straight to Atkins. Atkins turns around, finds Smith. And Smith, he had options galore. He turned his back on them and then he points to the goals and said, I want 4.
He's having a good day.
I'm not passing it.
Because if 4 and 20-odd possessions is nearly a Norm Smith, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
Off a wing.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
This has got Stengel.
Dangerfield's had a great game too with his clearances.
Jack Henry's obliterated Franklin.
Yeah, DeConey.
So that was a real Gary Ablett senior manoeuvre. Just, I'm having a shot. I'm not passing this thing. He comes in, he's hit it well, but he has hit it off to the left-hand side, just trying to get that little bit of extra distance. Makes the margin 73. 15-11 plays 4-3. Warralilly K-Rock, 3rd quarter.
Into the left-back pocket. Blakey gave it to Lloyd. Lloyd wants the corridor. That's dangerous because Isaac Smith will spoil right bottom. Knock it towards the right half-forward flank. Henny will pounce on it. Handball up to Warner. Some rare free space for the Swans as Warner has a bounce. She's run far. That might be too far. Umpire, it is. Nothing came to him. He thought about that second bounce, but he just didn't put it on the deck.
50.
And now it's a 50-metre penalty, and it is going to upright for the Sydney Swans at the MCG. And everything is coming up roses for the men in the navy blue and white hoops.
Sando, you said they looked out of sorts when he was going forward. It wasn't a forward coming at him. Geelong had the extra number down there. He didn't know what to do about it and gets frustrated, gives away a 50, Jeremy Cameron.
Yeah, they've lost all their system, haven't they?
Yeah,
they're just playing now. They're just playing with they're playing with dare, but with no system going forward. They've lost all their system behind the ball as well.
Cameron goes with a mung floater that Hickey marks on his chest.
What was that?
I think he went for a mixture of a torp and a drop punt and didn't get either of them right. Oh, the short kick of Hickey showed a lot to Close. He was able to get a fist and knock it away out of bounds, boundary throw in, and that's the stuff you love. 26 minutes gone, 3rd quarter. You lead by 74 points. You've got a fair indication of what the result's going to be, but you're still willing to do that stuff, and that is why Geelong are marching towards the 2022 premiership.
Throw in. Blitzarves down. Rowbottom's there. And the back umpire said no. Blitzarves' hand pass was taken by Warner, who gives to Rowbottom. He puts it on the right shoe to the wing. Franklin, who we haven't said this very often, but he has been in witness protection. Ball gets to the wing. Collar Jasny in front of Heaney sees it out for a throw in right in front of the Great Southern Stand. And lights are on here at the Mecca of foosball. At a quarter of the ground, maybe a third, maybe sort of 36.2% of the ground is in Sunshine Kingy. And we've got about a minute 22 before 3/4 time.
It's precise from you, Ben.
Atkins doing the roving after the ruck contest. Just dinks a little kick over the top that didn't go 15 to Myers. Myers sends a little kick along the line that just went 15, and Dangerfield has marked it right half forward. And Patrick Dangerfield's going to get what he's craved ever since he arrived at the Cattery in late 2015. He comes inboard to Stanley. Reece Stanley, a premiership ruckman, is something we never thought we'd be saying. Man on the mark stands 70 from Golzak. Guthrie presents short. He ignores that. Reece Stanley happy just to control the footy. He'll send a high kick into the right forward pocket. Isaac Smith will come out, can't complete the mark. Ball to ground, out of bounds for a boundary throw-in in the right forward pocket as we tick inside the final minute of the third term. 1 quarter left on the season. A season that's going to finish with a very big prize for the men from Geelong. Ball back into play. Groving at the front of the pack, row bottom after the ruck contest. That kick, did it go 15? It did. Rampy has marked on the chest. It barely went the required distance. And Rampy, who's between the legs of Jeremy Cameron, who's not giving him easy access to get to his feet, shields his eyes from the sun, Dane Rampy. He'll concede inside defensive 50 to Lloyd. Not a 200 to remember for him, unfortunately. Laterally across the face of goal to Blakey. Blakey advances the ball outside defensive 50 to Stevens. And that will just about see us out for 3 quarters of play here at the MCG. He kicks on his left, a high ball towards Franklin, and a big fly. That's a good grab. Paddy McCartan, who might have been sent forward, and that is 3-quarter time. Geelong are 1 quarter away from the ultimate. A 6-goal to 1 behind third quarter, thanks to Warralilly, live in Geelong's most awarded community, has not only put this game to bed, the Cats have turned out the lights on the Swans here at the MCG. Jason Doherty, you're down boundary side. Just confirmation again that Sam Reid out of the contest.
He is, and Braden Campbell came in for the Sydney Swans. Brandon Parfitt's going to do some warm-ups because Tom Hawkins has gone down to the rooms. About 3 minutes to go in that third term, so we'll keep an eye on that as well.
Are we aware of what the issue is,
No,
Jace?
not at this stage, so we'll keep you posted.
All right, we'll see what happens at 3-quarter time, whether we see Brandon Parfitt making his way into the contest, the sub for the Cats. Of course, if you've just joined us and weren't aware, Max Holmes went out of the game as a late out with that hamstring issue from the preliminary final, replaced by Mark O'Connor in the 22 with Brandon Parfitt as the sub. Geelong by 74 points at 3-quarter time at the MCG. The Cats have topped the ton with 1 quarter to play. Thanks to APCO Cafe 24/7. Winner Weber Barbecue. Live, breathe, K-Rock footy.
Thanks to our #1 ticket holder, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7. When you turn the radio on, you want to know that you're getting the songs that you want to hear every time. And that's what we deliver. The new stuff. The old school stuff. And the, oh yeah, tune stuff.
Put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
The best music picked especially for you. Live free. Geelong in the Surf Coast. K-Rock 955.
What does your future look like? Think about your home, your family, your travels and things you enjoy. With good planning and Edge Advisory Partners, your future's looking up. Professional financial planning and advice across Geelong and surrounds by locals like you. Wherever you're at in life, Edge Advisory Partners can help. From your first home or investment to retirement planning and ensuring your wealth.
We're the team partnering with you to make smart money choices.
Edge Advisory Partners. Book an obligation-free appointment today. edgeap.com.au.
In Korea, there are many ways to settle a dispute. But most do it over chicken and beer. Gummy chicken and beer-worn ponds. Sticky, crunchy Korean fried chicken. Authentic sauces and Gunbay beer brewed in Brunswick. Your food gets delivered to your table by robot because Korea. So bib up, friend up and tackle it like the chicken-eating champion you are. Gummy, Warn Ponds Shopping Centre. Perfect for a pre- or post-movie feed because they're open till 9 p.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Patrick Dangerfield. When you're on the highway to the danger zone, make sure it's in a Rex Gorell new or used car. Rex Gorell just can't be beaten. They top the ladder when it comes to range, service, value and quality. So you'll only get the best when you buy your car from Rex Gorell. Family owned and committed to Geelong. Do what I've done. Join the winning team at Rex Gorell.
Rex Gorell, Fine Street on the Trobe Terrace, Geelong. Visit rexgorell.com.au. LMCTs 1308 8349.
Create something special in your garden this spring with South Point Garden Supplies, home of the largest range of garden and building products on the Surf Coast. Revive your garden with coloured sands and soils, decorative feature rocks, driveway toppings, pavers and building supplies, and protect your garden into summer with fresh mulch or organic composts. Delivering to commercial and residential projects throughout Geelong, the Surf Coast and inner city Melbourne, or bring your own trailer. South Point Garden Supplies, behind Bunnings off the Surf Coast Highway, Torquay. southpt.com.au.
It's footy finals fever at APCO Cafe 24/7. To celebrate, get into APCO for your chance to win one of 5 Weber barbecues, plus a footy finals prize pack, including a slab of Pepsi Max Lemon, 24 4 and 20 pies, and 12 packs of Smith's chips. Just buy a specially marked 4 and 20 Pepsi, Schweppes or Smith's product to enter. So get footy finals fever and win a Weber at APCO Cafe 24/7. We've got you.
T's and C's apply. Hamlin Homes, proudly Geelong's largest locally owned and operated builder. Distinctively familiar with the region's lifestyles, landscapes and suppliers. Distinctive in history, having served the local area since 1983. Distinctive in our ongoing commitment to the local community. Distinctive in design, taking inspiration from the local environment to create beautifully unique homes that reflect our clients' aspirations. Hamlin Homes, distinctively local. hamlin.com.au.
What does your future look like? Think about your home, your family, your travels and things you enjoy. With good planning and Edge Advisory Partners, your future's looking up. Professional financial planning and advice across Geelong and surrounds by locals like you. Wherever you're at in life, Edge Advisory Partners can help. From your first home or investment to retirement planning and ensuring your wealth.
We're the team partnering with you to make smart money choices.
Edge Advisory Partners. Book an obligation-free appointment today. edgeap.com.au.
Thanks to our number one ticket holders, APCO. Fueled by APCO Cafe 24/7.
Goes outside to Cameron. Cameron to Smith. Smith looking for his third and a 54-point lead. Oh, he's excited because he's going to become a 4-time premiership player potentially.
He's got time for 2 bounces. Now he comes back inboard. He's got Selwood, who's worked. He was at half-back a minute ago. He wanted to use Smith. Lowers the ice. Hits Hawkins. On the lead. Goodness me.
He snaps. He has gold. Oh, your Lammy's Tavern. Goal of the afternoon. Geelong by 74 points at 3-quarter time. Jason Doherty, all eyes now on Tom Hawkins. Is he going to be sidelined for the last quarter?
Well, he's back on the bench, so out of the rooms, went to the 3-quarter time huddle. He is sitting in the front row, so no sub activation as yet. So I suspect Tom Hawkins doesn't want to be subbed out of the grand final.
Thank you for that, St John of God. Injury updates, gentlemen. I think they can enjoy this last quarter. The Cats players, what a position to be in as an AFL footballer.
Yeah, incredible to be able to put yourself into this situation where you can play the final quarter of an AFL grand final and have some fun with it, knowing that you're about to either become a premiership player or you're to the medallion's already in your trophy cabinet.
Final quarter for Edge Advisory. 30 minutes stands between Geelong and the 2022 premiership. And to start our final term of the year, here's Ben Castanelia.
So Stanley, who's been pretty good, shaky first final against the Pies, but it's been good today. Ball gets out the back. Selwood helps set the tone early. Parker steals it though. Kicks a high ball inside forward 50. Look at De Koning flying high. It was spoil. O'Connor. Can he break the tackle? He did just release a hand pass to Buse. Buse puts a high ball back into the middle of the G. They contest. Ground level. Myers again. Hand pass was brilliant to Atkins. Atkins surges forward. Goes with a long ball. Will it get out the back? Cameron. He's got Fox with him. Cameron and Fox. Fox did really well. He's done well all afternoon. Inside that's been well beaten. Handballs to Blakey.
Blakey to Fox. Maybe the only one who could say could walk off the ground having beaten his opponent. Fox a handball inboard row. Bottom under pressure. Was able to flick it to Warner. Warner at left half back. Loops it over the top. Papley had to wait for it, then run onto the footy. He has a bounce as he runs away from De Koning. Point of the square, left half back, goes to right half back now on the mark. Taken out there by Goulden. Goulden goes wide to Lloyd. The 200 gamer waits for it to bounce. Tucks it under the arm now and runs forward to the wing. The kick though poor. Kolodjasny as it went over the head of Heaney, who turns back to his teammate and says, "What was that?" Kolodjasny just holds firm for the Cats as he comes laterally into the sunlight. About 27.3% of the ground now, Benny, in sunlight, as we lost a little bit of percentage in that 3-quarter time break.
Yeah, we did. I've failed maths that many times I lost count, Kingy. Tui. He goes over the top and Stanley marks. He wants to come back inboard. They're queuing up. Selwood marks in oodles of space. He'll handball to Duncan. This is real witches hat sort of arrangement. He goes to Blitzarves. Blitzarves got a lot of options. Goes long. Got Cameron. Got the sit. Oh, didn't mark. Nearly front on contact, but sitting in there in numbers to sweep it away. Goulden got it to Fox. Hand pass back to Goulden. Close to the boundary line. Pressure good again, though, from, is that Myers and Rowan?
Holding the ball, Benny.
And it's holding the Pell. Goodness me. Pressure
again, Benny.
That was elite.
They've been so good today.
Closing down that space, and Myers has got the free right in front of the meatloaf area. I mozzed him earlier and he didn't kick it. He's outside the field of play. He'll kick from about 45 metres out.
He'll kick it.
Well, Chopper's 0-1 today. Comes in. Chip shot. Hasn't made the distance. Punch back into play. Stengel searching for a fifth. Close. Handballs to Selwood. Had a little fumble. And his hand pass chopped off. Rampy. He was dispossessed. Ball's about 20 out from the Cats' goal. Atkins sits over the top of a Swan on the bottom of that pack, and that's Rampy. And the umpire calls for a throw-up.
Again, forward pressure. Gets a stoppage inside 50. They've just been relentless. Swans defenders just continually have to defend everything.
Blitzars won the tap down, head over at Mills, wrapped up by Atkins, but got a handball away to Hickey. Hickey gives a handball back. Might have been Stevens. Quick kick around the corner. Rampy, but going back with the flight outside defensive 50s. Duncan marking on his chest. He'll go short into the pocket, wanting the skipper. And getting across in front is Lloyd, who knocks it out of bounds. Boundary throw in. Do you reckon they're trying to find one for the captain in this last quarter, potentially?
I think so.
Jeez.
What is the whisper, boys? If he goes out, if he wins this, or obviously they are going to win this premiership captain, does he walk away?
I think that's the sentiment, but that's a very real chance of happening.
Hickey grabbed it out of the ruck after getting rid of Blitzarves. A high floating kick towards left half back. Paddy McCartan can't mark. Front of the pack, outstanding Tom Stewart. Handball released to Duncan. Duncan under pressure, gave it to Myers. Myers fumbled and then was run down by Papley. Lost it in the tackle. Papley wanting a free kick. Appeals from 5, 6, 7 Swans that won't be answered. And it's out of bounds for a boundary thrown. And I think he did have a case there, Tom Papley, taking off the navy blue and white glasses that we watched this game through, Benny.
He wasn't happy. So throw in. Puts front position. Fox. A little fumble. Rowbottom. Tapped it to Warner. Warner to Parker. Parker through traffic handballs back to the voice of Mills. And Mills goes with a wonky ball up towards the wing. Franklin. Can't get a sniff. Cameron handballs to Selwood. He had to handball hurriedly to Stanley. Stanley in turn to Atkins. Goes back to O'Connor. O'Connor off one step. Inside forward 50. Blitzarve should mark. Oh, he didn't. He dropped what he should have probably taken in the end. Cameron went to ground. Need to keep his feet. Florent hand pass. It's a good one too to Rampy. He was pushed off his kick. Geelong are relentless with this pressure. Still inside, right inside their forward 50. And now Sydney should get away because Parker has got some space. Goes to Lloyd.
He does. Who marks inside defensive 50. Feigned a handball one way. Went with a kick out very, very wide and finds Haywood, who has had barely any impact on the contest this afternoon and not alone there for the Swans. Wants the corridor and Blakey, and he found him just back of the wing. Back of the centre circles, I should say. He goes laterally to Rowbottom. Didn't go 15, so the umpire says play on. He goes wider and puts a kick out in front of Fox, who has been solid against Cameron this afternoon. Fox goes short to Stevens. Just in back play, there's some banter going on between Cameron and I think Swan supporters. Fox's handball, a little bit hot for Florent. Time to recover and kick on the outside of the right boot. High ball inside 50. Franklin came with a run. 2 Cats. Henry into Coney, brought it to ground. Roving at the front. Wonderful smother. Buse on Warner. Forces a spillage for Duncan. Gave it to Cam Guthrie. We saw the seas part, but under pressure, he did try to do too much. Just needed to jam it on the boot. Cam Guthrie makes a rare mistake, and Warner will earn himself a shot at goal. As he tried to drop it onto the left boot, he had a fresh area under pressure, and that is holding the ball against Cam Guthrie.
Between Heaney, Franklin and Haywood, they've taken 5 marks between them for the afternoon.
That applause is for De Koning. 52 metres out. Warner, a high, long kick, and the Swans kick the goal. It's their first goal since the 26-minute mark of the second quarter, when Isaac Heaney gave them some hope to bring the margin back to 36 points. Unfortunately for them, it's 68 on the back of that goal, as the Cats banged on 6 in that third quarter. 15-11, 101 Geelong in the final quarter. Edge Advisory Partners scoreboard, where the team partnering with you, making smart money choices. Sydney, a 5-3, 33, 6 minutes played.
Again, Sando, it was anything Sydney do, they have to earn it. Yep. Geelong have played this way all year. What is it, 16 in a row? They've been dominant. They've done everything that I suppose the rules don't want them to do. They finish top 4 all the time, and this is just some real icing on the cake. This is a great day for the Geelong Footy Club and everyone involved.
Well, their last loss, the Cats, was way back on May the 14th, so it just shows you how dominant they've been since that point, and they've continued on that incredible form with almost a faultless performance today.
It's been extraordinary. Out of the middle, Dangerfield, I think that might be his 10th clearance. Handballs to Smith. Smith comes back inboard, back to Dangerfield, who'd run on, and he marks 48 out.
This is about the spot he kicked the opening goal of the prelim.
Yep. Off-white was played on.
He's played on and he has kicked the goal. Got it to Cameron, did he?
He did.
I was looking down at the stat sheet to see what possession number it was for Patrick Dangerfield. And you don't want to take your eyes off this one because he handballed it to Cameron, who slotted it from long range. And Geelong back out to a 74-point lead. That was possession 23 for Patrick Dangerfield. 9 clearances to go with that. And Geelong doing as they please in this fourth quarter, thanks to Edge Advisory Partners, where the team partnering with you, making smart money choices.
Oh, we've said it all day, every time, and Nildy just mentioned it, like the Swans have to fight for everything. Every time they go forward, it feels like the only way to score is just to manufacture something through that Geelong defence, and then every time it goes back to the centre bounce, Geelong win it and score almost within 30 seconds, and it's about the 4th or 5th time that's happened today. Not too many winners today. I can only really find Robbie Fox and Rampy. Maybe the only 2 Swans players can hold their heads up after a really disappointing day for their footy club.
Stanley won the tap down. Atkins gave a handball back to Stanley, who spun onto his right boot. A high floating kick just inside the centre square that Rowan will come up and mark on the chest. Ghosts of grand finals pass to disappear for Gary Rowan as he drives it, looking for Hawkins. Knocked away. Good defensive work, McCartan. And the roving done by Warner, who kicks wide to a one-on-one. Goulden couldn't find it going back with the flight. Hickey could. And a little sleight of hand handball to Goulden, who has a bounce, drives a kick towards half forward. Coming up, Collar Jasny knocked it away from McLean. Jim McDonald might have been a better option this afternoon, but that's by the by. Hickey, Goulden looping it over the top, bouncing ball. Clark tried the don't argue on Tui and lost it in the tackle. Umpire said play on. Hickey gave a handball back to Clark. Clark's kick is turned over onto the chest of Mark O'Connor. Zach Tui just unobtrusive this afternoon, game 250, but doing everything right as we expect from the veteran Irishman.
It's been solid. 14 touches, 13 of those have hit the target. Long ball down to the wing. Dangerfield again. Runs away, falling to ground. His hand pass to Rowan. Good pick up, half volley. Handballs to Guthrie. Guthrie's kick is a good one. Releases Duncan, although he's got Lloyd making ground. Duncan, not the quickest player in the world. He went to ground. Good tackle by Lloyd. So both players go back in. Duncan sits over the top of Lloyd. Parker in some support. Handballs wide to Stevens, and Stephen goes down the line. Hickey, he was well defended there by Stanley. And ball out for a throw-in. Much to the delight of the Geelong faithful over there in the Great Southern Stand. And we'll have a throw-in. Still 12 and a half minutes for Cat fans, players and coaches to lap up that they will be premiers.
Tap down Stanley, rolls it to the front of the pack but towards the Swans goal, and Parker will run onto the footy under pressure from Smith. Got a little handball along the line. Atkins was able to shrug off Hickey, put a handball over the top on the bounce. Stanley had to wait for it, then he gave a wonderful release. Dangerfield tucking it under the arm, got a handball away but was dragged down by Roadbottom at the same time. He went and dived on the footy. Roadbottom lost it into the Duncan tackle. Warner taking on Cam Guthrie, gave a release to McLean. McLean was able to give a handball on the up. Haywood lost it in the Atkins tackle, and that's holding the ball. Tommy Atkins, don't try and take on the ball or you'll get the horns. And he kicks to centre half forward for close.
7th tackle for Atkins. Close marks. He's got players running absolutely everywhere he goes to. Hawkins, look at those mitts. That was just Velcro sort of style. That was Grippo 3/4 time. A real extra dollop, I think, went onto the mitts of Tom Hawkins. And that ball just stuck. And the big fella can go back.
Can I send a cheerio to the lovely Mrs. Pobjoy, who's listening this afternoon, who just wanted to say she's enjoyed the K-Rock broadcast. She said it was lovely this afternoon.
Not a term that usually is associated with my name, Kingy, lovely, but Hawkins, we're right behind this. He comes in, the power fade. Oh, it didn't work. Caddy could get sacked there, didn't allow for that breeze. And minor score. Down to Jace riding the boundary for a lifeline.
Yes, Cam Guthrie has gone down into the rooms with the physio as well, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Thank you, Jace, for St John of God. Our injury updates. Goulden marks, kicks to the wing. Parker marks in stride, then a handball over the top. Releases a teammate, and Stevens has a second bounce. Collar Jasny, oh, wonderful. Just took him down Greco-Roman style and laid a wonderful tackle and wins a free kick for holding the ball, and he'll kick towards centre half back, and Isaac Smith who's got Zach Guthrie streaming towards the broadcast wing. It's a wonderfully weighted kick that Guthrie hits in stride, has a bounce, fires a handball over the top. Duncan lowers the eyes. Here's Hawkins again. Half volley, not paid the mark. Pushing the back, no. Stengel at the front of the pack, does well. 40 from goal, lowers the eyes. Bouncing ball, big off break that went into the right-hand goal post.
That would have been for 5, Kingy.
It would have been, and maybe a sniff at the Norm Smith Sando. 4 goals, 1 for Tyson Stengel. It did the big Tim May out of the foot marks at the SCG.
I thought it was more of a Sarwaz Nawaz throw. What's his name?
Sarfraz Nawaz.
That's it, Sarfraz Nawaz. That was more him, Walls on the wing, and Hayward takes a real Sarfraz Nawaz sort of mark.
It was Tim May out of Bruce Reed's foot marks.
Bronx cheers for Franklin.
For Buddy.
Down the line to Pat Lee. Tried to sell a bit of candy on DeConey. He was successful in doing so. Snapping ball is across the face. And bounces through. Not often we've heard Bronx cheers.
Boys, celebrations down here for the Cats too, because Brandon Parfitt's about to come on, so we suspect Guthrie has been subbed out with a right leg injury.
So Parfitt will be looking to get as many positions as he can.
I tell you what, Ben, the work rate of Isaac Smith and Paddy Dangerfield in the last 5 minutes is incredible. They might be after something, Sando.
Yeah, I think so. And I actually still think it is line ball, Benny. I think Dangerfield around contest and clearance has been incredible. I know Smith's had the goals to cap it off, but I'd have them neck and neck at the moment, Dangerfield and Smith for the Norm Smith.
28 touches, Smith 3 clearances, 3 goals. Dangerfield 24, 9 clearances, 7 inside 50.
Henry short to Duncan, Duncan short to the skipper who marks 70 from goal. He's got options on his outside, ignores those. Blitzarves presents from the goal square, but he just chips one over the top now to Duncan, who marks about 10 metres in from the boundary line at right half forward as the Geelong chant goes up around the ground. A kick on the bounce at Selwood. He spins 360 and then kicks backwards to true centre wing in the grand final logo, and Henry has marked.
Very enjoyable 10-minute period here for the Geelong player, Sando.
They're going to love this.
Henry, a kick to a one-on-one. Dangerfield marks over the top. Just too strong in the one-on-one for Stevens, who asks for a push in the back. And Paddy Dangerfield will need the Tom Hawkins power fade here if he's to give the Cats an 81-point lead.
Not sure he has it in the bag, Kingy.
Well, I tell you what, if he kicks this,
he'll win this cup.
He might win the Norm Smith, I reckon.
He'll kick it.
He only had 12 touches and 1 goal. Even a broken clock's right twice a day, Chopper. Dangerfield has put that across the face. I'll compete at the left-hand point post. It's off hands. Blitzarves got a handball back. Is that Parfitt in the pack? Little dribbling ball. Close picks it up. Handball over his head. Parfitt's going to go. Oh, and he likes it too. The sub, he's been on the ground all of about 95 seconds. And in the goal square, off hands, he receives a handball from Close. And he gives Geelong an 81-point lead. 17-13, 115. Sydney a 5-4-34. 15 minutes gone, final term. Edge Advisory Partners Scoreboard. We're the team partnering with you, making smart money choices. And in the back stalls, Brenton Sanderson or Mark Neal for multi-skills.
Well, Sando, there's 8.5, 9 minutes left, and Geelong is still fighting to keep the ball alive. And Parfitt's been on, as Kingy said, 90 seconds and kicks a goal. Sydney have been out there all day for 5. It's hardly fair.
Oh, incredible. And I've just looked at Dangerfield. Another number we haven't mentioned for Dangerfield. He's had the 5-goal assist, but I was a little bit speechless then, boys. I just saw every Geelong player just stream towards Parfitt then, and they actually celebrated with their teammates up in the stands as well. It was a little tear in my eye. It was actually beautiful play then by the Cats, just to acknowledge their teammates up in the stands as well.
The last time Geelong won a premiership, Brenton Sanderson, you headed down boundary side. Do we need to let you go again as the Swans go towards right half forward? Kick inside forward 50s, a driving ball to the goal square. Paddy McCartan. Oh, it's a coning, wonderful. No. Been paid front on contact, and Paddy McCartan will get a consolation goal. He'll, from 11 metres, put it through. And just the 6th of the afternoon for the Swans. Unfortunately, one of the most unlikely of comeback stories on the Swan side won't have the happy finish that the McCartan family and the Sydney Swans would have hoped for. We get the Stengel story of redemption for the Cats, but Paddy McCartan's shown that as a key defender, although he's forward at the moment, the Swans had to change things up, that he has got a wonderful future ahead of him. He's still only 25, I believe. Plenty of work left in his career. 26, I should say. He turned 27 early next season. Still plenty of footy left for him to prove why he was a number 1 draft pick 1:15 place 40, Edge Advisory Partners scoreboard, 17 minutes gone, Port Phillip Ferries time clock.
So 75 points, 100,024 fans have exploded through the turnstile to the mecca of football to witness the Cats win the 2022 Premiership. Out of the middle, Parfitt making a late run for the Norm Smith. Izzy Parker, Heaney, hands and knees. I was going to say hands and heels there. I'm in the wrong sport. Fox. He got it wide to Campbell. Campbell off the right shoe towards half forward. Zach Guthrie did well though in a one-on-one. Although his hand pass was stolen by Papley, who was tackled without the ball. Buse got a hand pass to Cameron. Cameron close to the boundary, had a little fumble, got it back to Buse. But he was outside the field of play and will have a throw-in at half forward for the Swans.
All right, they've got to hand the Norm Smith in now. Usually the voting panel. Who you got, Sando?
I think they will go with either Isaac Smith, but I think it's been Dangerfield for me.
Neildy?
Yeah, I'm Dangerfield, just a little bit in front of Isaac Smith, just for his work around the clearances and a few extra things.
For multi-skills, Selwood, Freezy arms, released to Atkins at left half back from that boundary throw-in, kick to the wing. Hawkins hasn't had to work up as high today as previous games this season, but he's marked and he'll go laterally to Cameron. So the two key forwards have got possessions in the back half of the ground, and that's nothing to do with Geelong's performance. It's just how hard they're prepared to work.
They are.
Short kick for Myers. Myers a handball to Cameron, who then just goes with a very high, long, floating ball. The Dangerfield on the lead can't mark on the second attempt. Rampy knocked it away. Fox will clean up, shrug the Parfitt tackle, handball back to Lloyd. Right back pocket for the Swans, a high kick towards half back. Cameron couldn't mark. Atkins, a bull all day, tries to barge his way through the row bottom tackle, couldn't, and it's out of bounds as he loses control of it.
On the full kick.
And it's out the full off the boot of Stevens. It is. Free kick left half forward for the Cats. Can they find another one?
Well, they probably can. King, I reckon I'd go 3 Dangerfield, 2 Smith, 1 Stengel at this stage.
Spot on. Same as me.
2, he's got it. Wants to come with a wide switching ball. It's a good one. He's got 3 plays there. Jazzy actually spoiled Henry. Franklin working in a 3-on-1 and Geelong went out in the end because Stewart takes it and he just kicks it back to Zach Guthrie, and it's getting a little sort of Benny Hill style now, and as Geelong start thinking about what might happen in the ensuing days, there'll be some sleepless nights and anything could happen. Kingy. Myers has got it at half forward.
Myers left half forward, drives a low ball that Hawkins couldn't complete the mark, knocking it towards Parfitt is Duncan. Parfitt taking in the tackle, handball release, Cameron is able to shrug that tackle, handball to close to Duncan. Duncan can go back inboard with a handball for Dangerfield, doesn't have a goal, snaps on his left, and DeConing with the first of his career.
What's he doing down there?
Game number 24, and he kicks his first goal, Sam DeConing, and what a time to do it. At the 20-minute mark of the final quarter of an 81-point Geelong lead, Sam DeConing kicks his first goal.
Tom Stewart can't believe it. In the middle of the ground.
What was Sam DeConing doing on the goal line? Firstly, he's robbed Paddy Dangerfield of a goal. And Geelong on the Edge Advisory Partners scoreboard, 18-13, 121, 6-4-40 are the Cats in an absolute demolition of Sydney, Grand Final Day 2022.
Wow, it's all happening now. That's incredible.
I don't believe it, Nildy. Did he get lost? Did he just wander down there? Or was he following his opponent? But he was standing on the goal line.
They're just showing footage of the Geelong coaches box when Sam DeConing kicks that. Every one of the support staff, assistant coaches, head coach, very happy with that.
Oh, wonderful.
Back in the middle, Benny, you take it.
So Rowbottom went off the ground and fortuitously into the arms of Warner, who runs to 50, pushed as he kicked by Stewart. Long ball to land in the square, gets over the back, and I think that's gone through for a goal. So a late one for the Swans. He's got a couple, Warner. He's their equal leading possession winner. He's had a fantastic season. That was his 25th touch, 7 clearances and a couple of goals in a side that has been flogged. Is a pretty good performance. 18-13, 121, Sydney 7-4-46. Edge Advisory Partners, K-Rock, fourth quarter.
All-Australian squad for Chad Warner this year.
Yeah, he's been pretty good today too. I know I mentioned before, I thought probably Fox and maybe Rampy were the only two that could probably hold their heads up high, but Warner's fought on, 24 disposals as Ben said, but what about this scoreline? 121 points Geelong have kicked in an AFL Grand Final. Swans' biggest score they've given up this year is 113 points against Brisbane and 102 points against Carlton. So a really disappointing day for the Swans.
Brenton Sanderson, the expert chair for multi-skills alongside Mark Deal. We're back in the morning. A chance here again for Warner. Outside of the right boot, he kicks towards centre half forward. Zach Guthrie comes off Haywood. Handball. Blitzars reels it in. Gave it to Smith, who lost it in the tackle of Warner. Chance now for the Swans to dive on the footy. And then Smith dives over the top of that Swan. Who is that Swan at the bottom of that pack? It is Tom Papley. Or is it Ollie Florent? It's Ollie Florent getting to his feet. Hickey, Stanley the tap down. Heaney under pressure, couldn't take it. Parfitt on the up, gave it to the skipper. Selwood jams it on the boot towards right half forward. Tom McCartan was clean. He gave it to Stevens, who kicked under pressure from Parfitt. A floating ball. Hughes tried to climb over Papley, and it's going to be a free kick for a block against Papley. He stopped his run, and now advantage paid. Stewart wanted Selwood. The kick did him no favours. Selwood dives on it. He's claimed by Campbell of Sydney. Ball under the pack. Umpire says, give it to me, I'll ball it up just inside the centre square. Shane Warne stands side of the ground. The sun now only shining on parts of the Shane Warne stand at the Punt Road end. Geelong 121, Sydney 46.
Row bottom. High ball towards half forward. Pack forms. Well, Franklin ran under the ball. Gets out the back to Henry. Henry sweeps away to Tui. He goes to Kolajasny. Kolajasny back to Tui by hand, and he just kicks it round the corner. They're still playing Supercoach because he got it back to Kolajasny. He comes wide to Buse. Look at the Cats. Will he give it to Smith, who's working harder than your deodorant, Smith, and he'll get this. He will. And he marks. Oh, and it might be a bit of normie sort of time for Isaac Smith. I think he's sensing norm, Tom.
Votes have been lodged. Kick goes inside, forward 50. Stanley sets himself, can't mark. Front of the pack, close to clean up. Can he keep it alive? He does. Handball, though, is taken out by Campbell. And right near where the 50 meets the boundary line, at right half forward, we'll have a boundary throw in. The red in the crowd is diminished, and it becomes very navy blue and white.
Oh, you'd be on to your sixth pot if you're a Sydney fan. Easily.
Oh, the fellas we saw early, Young and Jackson, Kingy, how are they going?
Boundary throw in. Hickey had two goes out of it, knocked it straight to Isaac Smith, whose handball. Here's the skipper outside of the right boot from 45. Has it got the carry? Yes, it has. What a way for the skipper to finish Grand Final 2022. And to a man, his teammates come to him. They wrap their arms around him and they can't let go. And they don't want to let go. This wonderful warrior in game 355 is about to become Geelong's first ever four-time premiership player.
Oh, it's incredible. It's incredible. Hard to believe that what this young man has accomplished in his career. I said it in the pre-game. Probably the greatest cat ever. Not so much the talent, but just everything he brings to this footy club. He has led this side from the minute he walked in to the footy club as a 17, 18-year-old. Absolutely brilliant. To score, potentially be the last goal of the game. There's still 3 minutes to go, but this is fairy tale stuff.
From the restart, Warner tracks it wide, have a little fumble. Smith will handball over the top to Parfitt. Parfitt will go back inboard. No, he didn't. He was going to handball. And then he goes to Cameron, who marks on the lead. And this is just an extraordinary end to what has been an extraordinary performance by Geelong.
Just quickly, Benny, Parfitt's had more disposals than Buddy Franklin today. And he was subbed in the last quarter. He's had 7 disposals now. Buddy Franklin just the 5.
And a goal
He's in fact had more disposals than about 6 Swans. Yep. So Cameron, we're right behind it, he kicks the goal. And the margin is 87. Could we get a 100-pointer? 2 more snags required. It'll matter little. 2 minutes 34 remaining. And Cameron just keeps working. 17 touches, 2 goals, 1. Probably been reasonably well held given the scoreline by Fox. But the Cats get their 20th snag. 20-13-1-3-3 plays 7-4-46. Edge Advisory Partners, 4th quarter.
Sando, as good as what this is for the Geelong Footy Club, and we must make sure we focus on all the positives because they've been absolutely amazing. This is absolutely crushing for Sydney and the culture they have and the way they play their footy. We have seen none of it all day. Absolutely not one bit of it all day.
It's a shame because it shouldn't reflect on what an incredible season the Swans have had. But you're right. We only talk about the Swans culture. It feels like when they have really big, powerful wins, but gee, this is shattering for them today.
Stanley and Hickey go at it. Hickey went early, won the tap down. A couple of Swans bounce off each other. One of those was Warner off Papley outside of the right boot. Kicks inside forward 50. Stewart back with the fight. Couldn't complete the mark. Was able to jam it on the boot and it deflects away to Stanley. He took it cleanly. Gave it to Zach Guthrie. Zach Guthrie at right half back. Parfitt, another possession. Through traffic he cuts. Confronted. Now kicks on his left boot precisely. It's a well-weighted kick to Kolajasny. Kolajasny can go wide. And Tui is marked just back of the wing. Shane Warne stand side, I should say. Drives a kick towards left half forward and Duncan on a searching lead has marked near the umpire's race.
Duncan thought about coming back inboard to Selwood, and now he will actually kicks it backwards to Selwood on the wing. And there are the cheers.
The coach is down on the boundary embracing his players.
Selwood kicks it further back and he's got to Koenig, and there'll be cheers for every one of these marks, and he comes wide and he's got Stewart. Likely, probably the best and fairest winner, Kingy, you would have thought this year, Tom Stewart. Guthrie, Cameron, maybe.
Cargie Greaves medal Thursday night, Benny, we'll find out.
Would that be a night? Goodness me. Norm Smith, maybe. That was his 31st possession. He gets it to Cameron, who's got the old cramp. So Cameron just takes his time and he kicks it backwards to Zach Guthrie, and Geelong are happy. There is 1 minute remaining, Kingy.
Zach Guthrie short, Kolajasny marks, got a little shove afterwards from the clean umpire, said that's okay. Kolajasny along the line, just a little bit too much on it for Dangerfield. It'll sit up nicely on the bounce for Papley, gave a handball to Florin. Florin at left half back, back in board, he went to go. Selwood got a piece of it, but only knocked it to Papley. Papley hit free the arms, gave a handball. Parker missed with the handball, but a chance to get out of trouble. Warner got it from Florin. Middle of the ground, chance to run. Goulden bounce, confronted by Zach Guthrie. Kick now towards left half forward. Bouncing ball, it eludes Hayward. Chance now for the Swan, but he lost it. Stewart, is there time for a late one for the catch? Stewart holding the ball, free kick Swans. Chance now for Clark. Papley will run to 40. Papley pulls the trigger, and Papley is gold. So first of the afternoon for Tom Papley. Just the 8 for the Swans. Margin back to 81. Tom Papley with 1 goal 2. Sydney with 8 goals 4 on the final quarter K-Rock Edge Advisory Partner scoreboard. We're the team partnering with you, making smart money choices. Geelong 2013, 133.
That would be the least you would have seen Tom Papley ever celebrate a goal, wouldn't it?
It's almost embarrassing. He almost apologised.
Yeah. He always put his hands on his knees. You typically see Tom Papley score a goal and jump up and down and poke his tongue out, but we're seeing some great vision down on the boundary line. His former players like Eddie Betts and celebrating premierships.
Jenkins, Sean Grigg, these guys.
Max Holmes, obviously, the unfortunate player to miss out through injury. All the boys getting around him.
Bounce back in the middle, Stanley on the tap. Warner the tap down. We're into the closing stages of this grand final. The kick inside, forward 50. A little bit too much on it. DeConey brings it to ground. McCartan does the roving. Handball to Hayward. Hayward on the outside of the right boot. Not a bad effort to the goal square. It's off hands and it will roll out of bounds for a boundary throw-in the right forward pocket. So Zach Tui turns and double pumps the cheer squad. The Cats have been able to regenerate themselves before our eyes and put themselves back on top of that highest of mountains. The 16th straight win is the sweetest of them all. Geelong are your premiers in 2022, and the town of Geelong has just erupted. Well done, Cats.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dawn, down at Gardenia Park.
Absolute dominance on grand final day 2022. In your heart of hearts, you knew in that first quarter that one team had turned up and the other one unfortunately just couldn't get out of their own way. The Cats kicked 6 in the opening quarter. They went 35 points to the good and they never ever looked back.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Gardenia Park.
Some very emotional Cats down there. Tom Hawkins among them, visibly moved by the success the Cats have had this afternoon. But for Geelong, they find themselves with 18 players winning their first premiership. Here's Joel Selwood.
Oh man, it's been they're so hard to win. They're so hard to win, and every side says it, but I think we deserved one. Just been bashing away. We don't apologise for being up there and having a crack at it each year, and so many of these. Please get around all of them. They've all got great stories, mate.
Mate, if you played in a better team, like you've got young players coming in, older players, but just the way you put it together as a team.
We had a few miss out today too, which you really feel sorry for, but it was said earlier, probably in the week, that this has been built over 5 or 6 years. Like, there's been a lot of good people that have gone in and out of the program, and I hope they're sitting back really proud today, because it just hasn't been 12 months in the making.
So as a footy fan, we hope there's more out of you, mate. If there isn't, you're an absolute champion of the game. Congratulations on everything you've done.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, mate.
Fifth quarter, thanks to the Sandman Mattress Factory. Geelong are premiers, 81-point victory. The presentation ceremony is about to come, and I think we're about to hear from Patrick Dangerfield with Abby Holmes.
This is the pinnacle. This is what it means to be content, I think.
And 15 years in the system, chasing the ultimate glory, the ultimate success. Is it well and truly been worth the wait?
Worth the wait, and better than I could have ever imagined. It's bloody special.
It's not often that you're lost for words, is it?
No, and we've sort of been able to enjoy it because we just played such a complete game. It always felt like we'd been building throughout the year, and then I think it culminated in today, which was a complete performance, and so proud of our guys.
Well done, we're proud of you. Congratulations.
Zach Tui's just bolted over down to the crowd to try and get an Irish flag off the pole, but didn't have much success, so he's trying to hunt one down for he and Mark O'Connor. I think he's asking one of the medical staff to go over to the bloke with the flag and try and see if they can get it off so he can have it for the post-match ceremony. We'll tap into all the Channel 7 interviews, but we'll bring you our own as well, thanks to Geelong Marine World. Geelong Marine World, powered by Suzuki Marine. But your first thoughts, gentlemen, Mark Neild, Brenton Sanderson, who have both been in coaches' boxes for premiership wins. Talk us through the emotions now among the whole group, not just the 23 players and the coach, but everybody involved.
Yeah, well, I think Joel Selwood summed it up perfectly then when he said, the first thing he thought of was his teammates, and he said, everybody in this team's got an incredible story to tell, and then he went to the players that unfortunately missed out and weren't involved today, and then he went to the staff and the players that have been in the program over the past 7 or 8 years that are no longer there. So that just shows you what an incredible leader that man is. But I just had a quick look at the season, and it was their third biggest win for the year, the Cats. They won the grand final by 81 points. They beat West Coast in round 23 by 85 and North Melbourne by 112. But gee, that was an incredible performance on the biggest stage when it really mattered. It all just came together, and probably a combination of the Cats being unbelievably good and the Swans, gee, they would be disappointed today with that performance. Only 3 or 4 players really put their hand up today and said, yep, I want to win a premiership. But ironically, it's the Cats that, with so many players that have come into that program over the last 10 years or more, and we'll talk about that in a minute, but Nildy, that was a complete perforence, wasn't it?
No, they absolutely crushed today, Sando, in every aspect, from the strategy to every player playing their role. Kingy, it's an amazing feeling to be involved with one of these. It also goes to just sum up Joel Selwood and the footy club. There's more people that come in and out of a footy club that unfortunately will be involved today, but hats off to every single person involved, from the new CEO to the old CEO to the board, and they stay clear and strong to their vision, Geelong, and they don't deviate from it. Joel mentioned there they make no mistake, no apology if they get bundled out while trying to win it, and the way that they've defied the odds. And even this year, Steve Hocking comes in, coaching staff changes, the whole football club changes. Everything they've done, it just continually is vindicated. The rules the AFL bring in, this is not supposed to happen, and they will enjoy this, and the whole town and the whole club will really enjoy this moment.
Geelong's 10th VFL AFL Premiership, 25, 31, 37, 51, 52, 63, 07, 09, 11, and now 2022, giving them 10 VFL AFL Premierships. They'll have to make room on the Premiership stand. They'll be moving the numerals across in time for the 2023 season. That won't be the only upgrade taking place at GMHBA Stadium, and also they'll be making room in that trophy cabinet as well out the back of the Premiership stand.
Yeah, and that's a nice problem to have, Kingy. You got to make room for a new Premiership Cup to come down. It's just a phenomenal performance, and you think, Sydney well deserved to be here on the day, but they were completely outplayed, outthought, outmuscled from the very first bounce. Right, the Cats have kicked 6 goals, 5 in the opening quarter. The game was done then. It was just incredible.
So on September 23, 2021, we did the Cat Attack podcast, and Ben Castaniglia made a very big statement, and I've been able to produce that statement not only for the podcast, but I also have it here for K-Rock Football. Have a listen to what Benny had to say and what he's about to do with Geelong winning the flag.
Geelong will still be okay next year, but then I'd be staggered.
What will you do if Geelong played preliminary final or beyond next year?
I will get Chris Scott's face tattooed on my doot.
Right.
If Geelong win the premiership next year.
No. That's not what I said. I said if they got to a preliminary final.
No, not buying that one. They could fall into a prelim. They play against a team that gets 17 injuries the week before. They're not winning the flag.
So if Geelong win the premiership next year, Ben Castaniglia will have Chris Scott's face tattooed on his backside.
Yeah.
You're comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh, that is great.
Wow. I've said a lot of stupid things in my time, and that's right up there.
Jeez.
Oh. When are we booking you in?
Well, make sure the joint's sterilised.
The K-Rock footy team, we're paying for that. That's going to be fantastic.
I'm sure that we might be able to get a contra arrangement.
Beard or pre-beard?
No, I'm happy with pre-beard. Although with the slicked back hair and the beard would be a good look, Benny.
Oh, well, look, it was a reverse Moz. I went the reverse Moz, isn't it?
That is the ultimate
reverse Moz yourself. I love it.
To be proven wrong, Kingy.
Correct. I think we're all very happy to find ourselves in this situation. An absolute honour and a privilege to bring it to you on K-Rock Football, to sit in this position and describe to you the scenes that are about to come. Will be a lot of fun as the players are presented with their medals, 23 of them. Heartbreaks for Max Holmes.
Yeah, and what about all the players that miss out, unfortunately, but Max Holmes, you've got to feel for him, but potentially his time will come. I mean, you're going to look too far ahead. I mean, this time last year we thought Melbourne would be undefeatable. Again, this year they dominated that grand final to the point like the Cats did this year, but he's very young in his journey, and I'm sure he'll get another opportunity at some point. I was just watching there, though, then, boys, Joel Selwood came across to the Swans group then, just on his own, went around and he gave Tom Harley a big hug first of all, and then he stayed for 3 or 4 minutes and went around to about half a dozen or more Swans players and just had a quick little chat with a few of them, which just highlights his class. I mentioned, and probably should clarify in the call, I said with the premiership win today as captain, it probably makes him the greatest Cat of all time. Maybe not on talent. Of course, we think about the Ablets straight away, but it's hard to think of a better man in a program and the influence that he's had. And you straightened me up, Kingy, straight away when you said about Hickey's influence back before, well, obviously well before our time, but what an incredible performance by this man and his football journey. It's been a privilege to be a part of and to watch from the outside today.
Most influential Cat of all time, he's up there.
Yeah.
Would be the best way, I reckon. Most impactful. Yeah, not the most talented. They've been more talented, but in terms of legacy.
Well, when you think about the AFL, they obviously have the Hall of Fame, and then you have the legends. He'd be a legend, right? He'll be, when the years come, and when he gets recognised, he'll be in the Hall of Fame, and then obviously you get elevated again to become a legend of the AFL. He's certainly one of those.
Just been released by the City of Greater Geelong. The grand final street parade will be on Tuesday at 11 o'clock at the Geelong waterfront. So what will happen, the Cats players will travel by car from Upper Eastern Beach Road along Brougham Street, down Mirrable Street and along Eastern Beach Road, and will culminate at Steam Packet Gardens at midday for a civic presentation.
We firstly acknowledge and thank the AFL's premier partner Toyota,
that wasn't
represented
there.
today by Vice President Mike Russa. Please join me now in congratulating today's field, boundary and goal umpires on their contribution to today's match. I'd now like to invite VFL field umpire from the 1977 Grand Final and the Grand Final replay, John Sutcliffe, to present the AFL umpire Grand Final medals, and invite field umpire Simon Meredith to accept the medals on behalf of the umpiring team. Well done, Simon. The Sydney Football Club have had a magnificent season, but it wasn't their day today. Would you please welcome one of their captains, Dane Rampy, to come forward and say a few words.
Firstly, to Chris and Joel and Geelong Footy Club, a heartfelt congratulations on the premiership this year. You guys have been the benchmark for God knows how long, and great to see you. Great reward for effort. Round of applause. I just want to touch on Joel Selwood's record as well. Sometimes you've got to pinch yourself when you share the field with giants of the game, mate, and you're an absolute giant. Congratulations. To our sponsors, QBE, Real Estate, Volkswagen, thank you for your ongoing support. To our boys, bad luck today. So proud of your efforts throughout the season. We'll be back hungrier and better for it next year. And to our red and white supporters, both South Melbourne and back in Sydney, we're sorry we failed you today, but your support has met the utmost over the last 3 years, during COVID, and this year particularly back with crowds. Thank you.
Very classy from Dane Rampy, and the acknowledgement of Joel Selwood.
Beautifully said, Dane. Please join me now in welcoming Nathan Buckley to announce and present the Norm Smith Medal to the player adjudged as best of field in the 2022 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
Sando.
Isaac Smith.
Paddy Dangerfield.
Benny.
Also Isaac Smith.
Danger.
Thanks, Haim. The winner of the 2022 Norm Smith Medal, no relation, Isaac Smith.
"32 touches, 11 inside 50s, 3 goals, 1, 5 clearances, 2 tackles. 27 of his 32 touches hit the mark.
And will sit very nicely alongside his now 4 premiership medals.
He's going to need some new cupboards, I think.
And Max Holmes, has he had his nickname stolen? Bucks is calling him no relation.
Yeah, the Norm Smith, Isaac Smith.
To the Swans,
I didn't like the game.
I have nothing but respect and admiration. You're an unbelievable football club, led by Horse and Hale. So, commiserations today. To our boys, unbelievable. I'm still in a little bit of shock. It was a phenomenal performance. Thank you to all our support staff and coaches. Toyota, unbelievable sponsors of the AFL. And finally, I'd like to give a shout out to my family, my beautiful wife Candice, and my hero growing up. Pop, I love you.
Nice touch there from Isaac Smith.
Well played, Isaac. Now, it's every young footballer's dream to be on the grand final stage on the last Saturday in September, so it is with much pleasure that we welcome the 23 winners
of the NAB AFL Auskicker of the Year competition from the NAB AFL Auskick program, who now present the medallions to each player of the winning team. Number 1 for Geelong, Reece Stanley.
Stanley had 16 possessions, 5 marks, and I can tell you he had 11 hit-outs to advantage. Geelong scored 10-5 from their clearances. Sydney scored 2 goals, 3.
Number 2, in his 250th, Zach Toohey.
21 possessions for Toohey. 19 of those were effective. And he had a clearance to boot from half-time on. And after that final against Collingwood, he's been really good.
Number 3, Brandon Parfitt.
Came on as the sub, but he made the most of it. Took him about 90 seconds to kick a goal. He ended up with 8 possessions, which is more than 6 Swans.
Yeah.
Including Franklin, Reid, McLean, Campbell, McInerney.
Number 5, Jeremy Cameron.
Probably well held on the day, given the way the scoreline went, but he still finds a way to get the ball, Cameron. He ended up with 18 possessions, 8 marks, and 2 goals, 1. But I thought Fox was probably one of Sydney's better players.
All these stats thanks to Kerrs High, 100% locally owned and operated in Geelong.
Number 7, Isaac Smith.
I just heard Isaac Smith there dedicating it to his pop. 32 touches, if you don't mind. And Isaac Smith is 33 years of age.
Does he consider his future, Benny?
Well, the way he's playing, you never know, Kingy, but he's certainly had a pretty good, another strong season.
Number 8, Jake Kolodjasny.
A lot of talk about Jake Kolodjasny. He hasn't been the favourite of some Cat fans, but his 2 finals have been absolutely superb. 17 possessions. He took 11 marks today, and he defended. He was clean with his hands, and he was really good last week in helping set the tone against Brisbane.
Number 16, Sam De Koning.
Well, extraordinary for a kid playing his first year of senior football. 21 years of age, playing key position, 16 touches, 7 marks, and importantly was at his best when the game was at its hottest in the first quarter.
Number 18, what a year, Tyson Stengel.
Well, Stengel's been an absolute revelation. He's kicked 4 goals today to take his season tally to 53, which is quite an extraordinary performance. He was probably right in line for the Norm Smith at some point there. He wobbled through that
Number
last
22, Mitch Duncan.
Duncan just played roles all year. He's played a lot at half-back. He's gone into the middle. He's even swung forward at times. He ended up with 27 touches.
Yeah.
3 inside 50s. He kicked a goal, had 3 tackles.
Geelong had 11 goal kickers today.
Number 23, Gary Rowan.
Rowan was absolutely instrumental. Wasn't his best day today. He didn't kick a goal, just the 7 touches, 2 marks. But his performance in that qualifying final against Collingwood was one that helped Geelong get over the line and put them in today's position.
Number 24, Jed Hughes.
Just an absolute stalwart down back. Did a number last week on Cameron. Butted up this week on Papley. Papley got a bit of the ball but was rarely dangerous. His only goal came really late in the game, and Jed Hughes is one of those players that's first pick. Doesn't have the profile of some, but he's
Number
very,
26,
very effective.
Tommy Hawkins.
So Hawkins kicked the first 2 goals, and that just helped set the tone for the Cats. 34-year-old. He ended up with 3 goals, 4, 67 on the season, and he just shows no signs of slowing despite rising 35-year-old.
So by my count,
Number
Benny,
29, Cam Guthrie.
that's 11 straight leading goal kicker awards at the Cats for Tom Hawkins.
Cam Guthrie had a great season. Less possessions this year, but I think more impact on games, impacting the game forward as centre. He's a wonderful kick. He's added a bit of a hard edge, copped an injury late, Wasn't his best game today, just 16 possessions.
Number 30.
Did some good things.
Tom Atkins.
Tom Atkins, another revelation, being thrown into the midfield. Just adds a bit of a hard edge, a bit of a defensive edge to that midfield. And today he had 16 touches, but he did lead the team. In fact, he was second, tackles 7. Blitz halves had 8.
Number 32, Brian Myers.
Club stuck with Myers, missed a lot of the pre-season and had a few down games on his return, but they worked him through that period and thought his finals were really solid. Good last week, and today just played his part, didn't get a huge amount of it, but was able to link and ended up with 18 possessions.
Number 35, Patrick Dangerfield.
They saved his best for last. He's had probably a substandard year by his lofty standards, but his final last week and his effort today was absolutely fantastic. He would have been neck and neck with Smith in terms of Norm Smith medal voting. 27 touches, 9 clearances, 4 tackles, 7 inside 50s.
Number 38, Jack Henry.
Henry just did a number on Lance Franklin, albeit the service to Franklin wasn't fantastic, but Lance Franklin ended up with 3 effective disposals, 2 marks, and Jack Henry himself had just the 10 possessions, 5 marks, but fantastic defensive performance.
Number 39, Zach Guthrie.
Another one, we keep saying revelation, but Zach Guthrie jumped out of nowhere. I don't think anybody would have thought at the start of this year that he'd be an important piece down back in a premiership win. He just plays with a real surety now. He's got the body that can cope with the game, and he's a lovely kick of the ball.
Number 42, Mark O'Connor.
Had his ups and downs this year. Mark O'Connor was on the cusp at times, but found a way, and obviously the injury to Holmes. And I thought today he actually probably played one of the better games he's played over the last 8 weeks. An important time to do that. 13 touches for O'Connor.
Number
12 hit the target.
44, Tom Stewart.
Absolute star of the competition, Tom Stewart. He had 16 touches. He had Clark playing a role sort of defensively on him, but still did what he needed to do at the certain times. And his season has been one to remember. Probably very likely to be best and fairest
Number
winner.
45, Brad Close.
Another player who just continues to develop. Close. 18 touches. He kicked 2 goals. Took his season tally to 26. Just got good wheels. Gets up and down the ground, and he did that again today.
Number 46, Mark Blitzarves.
Blitzarves played all year up in the midfield and just was fantastic with De Koning holding down key back. Today I thought he was fantastic, Blitzarves. 23 touches, he kicked a goal, he led the team in tackles, and he had 4 clearances to go with that. A really, really good performance, what's been a really good year.
Number 14, the captain, Joel Selwood.
They've gone en masse to him before he goes to the stage to receive his medal and also the Premiership Cup, his teammates. Is this the last time we see arguably the greatest cat of all time pull on the navy blue and white hoops? If it is, we've been sent out with a wonderful, everlasting memory.
He's just handed the young fellow who's put the medal around his neck a pair of boots. Fantastic.
He's turned and applauded to the punt road
Would you
end
now
of the ground.
please welcome John Nichols to present the Jock McHale Medal to the coach of the 2022 Toyota AFL Premiership team, Chris Scott of the Geelong Football Club.
Now two-time Premiership coach joins Mark Thompson and Reg Hickey as multiple Premiership winning coaches at Cadinia Park. Nice embrace between Scott and Selwood, and John Nichols, the Carlton legend, will present the medal to Chris Scott. There'll be some words from the Cats leaders before the presentation of the Premiership Cup by K-Rock's own and 2011 Premiership captain
to come
Cameron
forward
Ling.
and say a few words.
Firstly, to the AFL and their major sponsor, Toyota, we thank you for putting on a great season, and thank you to you fans for coming out, because it's made it all the better. To John, Dane, Luke and Callum, hell of a performance this year. Been strong, and you'll be back, I'm sure of that. To our major sponsors, Ford, GMHBA, Cotton On and Deakin, we can't thank you enough, along with all the rest of the sponsors that are on board. To my teammates and the club, everyone involved in it, not just this year but the years that have gone by, I hope you're sitting back proud. They're a hell of a group. And to our 72,000+ members, we can't thank you enough. And jump back on board, these boys are so special. It's coming home, back where it belongs.
Chris Scott, say a few words.
Can I just reiterate how much admiration we have for the Swans, and for that matter, the Swans supporters that stuck around. You didn't have to, and we'll always be appreciative for that. I won't bang on for too long about the sponsors, but it is worth noting that 2 or 3 years ago, our footy club and the whole competition was on its knees, and those people could have run away from us in a heartbeat, but they didn't. They stuck by us, and I think we've all got these people to thank. The fans for coming back. How good's footy at the G? Never more than ever in footy does it take a big group of people to have success. And our squad over a long period of time has had to deal with some difficult times. And to get to this point, it hasn't just happened this year. We've had coaches, James Rowley, Matty Scarlett, Corey Enright, Matty Knights, who have helped us so much. And I'll always be thankful to those guys. Our wider footy club, again, it's not hyperbole to say that 2 or 3 years ago we were in real trouble. We're back getting quality people into our place, and we just keep persevering. I couldn't be more proud of the whole Geelong community. Let's enjoy this one, please.
Chris Scott with his thank you speech, and they are about to receive from Cameron Ling.
We now have much pleasure
the much sought
inviting
after
Cameron Ling, a club legend, to present the Premiership Cup to Captain Joel Selwood and Coach Chris Scott.
So Cameron Ling, 2011 Premiership captain, who of course stood alongside Chris Scott in 2011, receiving the cup from Doug Wade. He hands it over to Selwood and Scott, and Geelong are officially now premiers for a 2022. The players rush the stage, the streamers go off in the background. The Swans trudge from the SCG, demoralised. But this is all about Geelong, and the party is just getting started in the city of Greater Geelong. Enjoy this song one more time, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to go deep inside the Cats in this fifth quarter, thanks to the Sandman Mattress Factory. Sleep better with the Sandman's locally made two-sided mattresses, made to outlast any other. Geelong 2013 133 It was their third highest score of the year, only beaten by the win over North Melbourne in round 16 and the round 1 victory over Essendon. In terms of margin, Sando alluded to it before, at 81 points. It was also the third highest margin of the winning margin for the Cats. It's a 111-point turnaround from the 30 points they lost to the Swans back in round 2. That result is really by the by in terms of personnel being a little bit different and the like. But hopefully round 1 next year or thereabouts, we get Geelong and Sydney going toe-to-toe, or Sydney are the team to come down and open when they unfurl the flag in whatever it is, round 8 or round 9 at Geelong, when they finally get the next stage open, the final stage, stage 5.
You're really feeling for the adults down there who are trying to keep control of these kids who have presented the medals, because those kids are going absolutely kangaroos down there. It's a full-time job. They're trying to do their best, but the kids are having an absolutely wonderful time, so it's fantastic.
Just having a look at the margin in terms of Geelong and Sydney games. That's the 5th biggest win by Geelong over Sydney/South Melbourne, and their biggest win since dismantling the Swans by 94 points in May 1994. And not surprisingly, on that afternoon, Benny, there was a bloke running absolute muck for Geelong called Ablett, kicking 14 goals 5. He's kicked 14-5 that afternoon out of 25-15. Davey Collins would have been at that game at the SCG as the players
so many great stories out there, Kingy, and a lot of them are so. I think that one of the great things about it this year for the Cats is that it's sort of a little bit unexpected. I don't think internally they probably would say they expected it. I don't know anybody externally thought Geelong would win a premiership by the best part of 14 goals.
Unbelievable.
And it's so many stories have come out of the blue. De Koning, Zach Guthrie, Stengel, Atkins.
Well, I'll tell you, Benny, one name we haven't mentioned today is Stephen Wells, and how he builds this list as well. Like I don't know if he's out there on the ground now. He probably is there somewhere, but wherever he is, he'll be sitting there, standing down there with the biggest smile on his face. And what about some of the risks he's taken in getting some veterans down to the club? And, you know, a lot of people frowned upon some of the names that he brought in. I know Isaac Smith, one of them, who's now a Norm Smith medalist for the Cats, but Stengel, Tui, Jeremy Cameron, they gave up 3 first-round draft picks for, which has paid him back, obviously. Tom Stewart, Dangerfield's another one, which they had to give up a lot to get. Gary Rowan, Reece Stanley. And then there's the ones that weren't out there today, guys like Segler and Higgins, Henderson, Dowhouse. They just continually bring in free agents. And the attraction is, as Joel Selwood said, the attraction is you come to give the club the best chance they've got to win a premiership. And they're always up there. They have been for the last 10 or 11 years. And finally, after Chris Scott's first premiership back in 2011, he gets a second. It's a fantastic story.
It is.
The Geelong players have taken off to all points of the compass, but I think they're together for that traditional photo where they will get the Premiership Cup on the ground and huddle around the cup. So the cup's currently in the hands of Jeremy Cameron, who's being interviewed at the moment. I think we can tap into that interview. Davey Collins is keeping an eye on things for us. Cam Guthrie's just gone and stolen the cup off him and he's getting his photo taken. Don't forget Geelong Regional Football. Marcel Behrens will be providing us with our images for krockfootball.com.au as the players are taking off around the boundary. Here's Jeremy Cameron.
That position, and it's a tough one, you know, to come so close and not quite get there, you know. You can sort of go two ways with it, and to use it as motivation, and I've always sort of done that since that moment, and always wanted to get back and be able to perform with the special group that we've got. It's just incredible.
Down to Jason Doherty. Jason, you've got the players coming past you right now, and they're high-fiving the crowd. I'm not sure whether you'll get any love out of any of the players, whether they'll stop long enough for you to be able to have a chat to them, but I suspect you can only do your best and ask whether they'll have a chat. I'm sure the skipper's going to soak this up as long as he possibly can. Jed Hughes is down there doing photos. Might be the Hughes clan down there, boundary side. Just having a look down there to see whether it might be the Ratton and Smith down among the crowd. But they're going to go in a clockwise direction from our broadcast position around the ground.
That's not traditional, is it, Kingy? They normally go the other way. Finish up down the race.
So they'll go that way and make their way around. And
they're going the Sydney way of going, are they?
Going very much around the Cape.
Just interesting too that we've spoken for years that they've tried to recruit those players you mentioned, Sando, to win a flag while Hawkins and Selwood have been there. And at 34, they've still been pivotal parts of it, not just big players. It's an extraordinary effort by those two to continue while they've built pieces around them. It's failed quite a few times, but they've continued to front up, and both of them have had fantastic seasons at age 34, which is not easy to do, particularly the way Joel Selwood has been battered around for his entire career.
Well, Selwood's Wikipedia page has already been updated. I just had a quick look before when I was looking how many Cats have won, or how many Cats, Kingy, have been in all 4 premierships since 2007, and Selwood's the only one, right?
Hawkins with 3, Duncan now with 2. They were the only premiership players coming in from 2011.
And obviously Isaac Smith had the 3 with Hawthorn, but someone's already jumped onto Wikipedia and updated quadruple premiership player Joel Selwood.
That's incredible, Sando.
Have they retired him off as well?
No, I didn't get that far. I was just looking about the Cats that have been involved in all of those premierships since 07. So Selwood's the only one, which is incredible. But Benny's right. I mean, it almost feels like the storyline, the headline at the start of every AFL season is Cats are all in this year, to win another premiership. And in 2011, I'm just looking down in front of me now, you can see Joel Selwood's wife, Britt. She's just going to cross the Sydney logo. She's got a beeline here for Joel, it looks like. So maybe, sometimes when we're looking for stories here, is this Joel's last game? It points towards that, doesn't it, now, with Britt, his wife coming over now to grab him. Selwood and Dangerfield lifting the cup up together in front of the fans.
Tommy Atkins just made a beeline to some friends in the crowd as well. Big hugs. There was a strong St Joseph's contingent here today, looking at people that were walking through the crowd pre-game, and he now embraces Britt in a lovely moment down on the boundary.
You just think too, Sando, those names that you mentioned, everyone at the footy club for creating an environment, whether that be in the locker room or the wider club, to embrace those people when they come in. And a lot was spoken about Tyson Stengel. For some clubs, you just couldn't do that. It would be too big a risk. But they've created a locker room over a long period of time that accepts people and lets them be who they are. And somehow they've also got an environment where people will come and respect the Geelong Footy Club and do what they need to do.
Tom Stewart about to embrace one of his youngsters with a big hug on the ground. Sam DeConey makes his way over to the crowd as well and starts high-fiving. COVID protocols have gone out well and truly out the window. That there were still some minor ones that the players were adhering to, but they've all well and truly disappeared out the window. The season's officially over now, and these players are about to begin the best party of their lives. The next week, up until the Kaji Greaves medal, I know a bunch of players are off overseas. There's a crew of them heading to Europe. There's 7 or 8 youngsters, and then they're going to split into a group of 4, and some of them played this afternoon. I think the hometowns of Zach Tui and Mark O'Connor are receiving visits over the off-season, and well, these boys won't be back for over 2 months. I think it's an early December start for the first of 4s, and the late just before Christmas for the 5ths. They are not worrying about that now.
No, not at all. And I think the best thing about that sort of stuff is, today and the next few days will be about the whole club and the whole city of Geelong and the community get behind it. And, all the media get invited in. I think that's wonderful. I do think, Sando, at a period of time, just to let the inner sanctum celebrate the way that they want to celebrate, there's no need to report on that sort of stuff. Just let it go, and if the players want to go overseas, just let them be and let them celebrate what has been an amazing achievement. And everybody goes through, all industries have really tough periods, and everybody goes through a hard slog. These guys do it in their own way. Just give them some time on their own at some stage.
Well, the next thing's the Cats BNF, as you boys mentioned. Actually, I got an invite to Thursday night, which I'm looking forward to heading in and celebrating the premiership success of the Cats this year. And it's an incredible club to be a part of, obviously, with the way that they celebrate the now, but also too they always the way that Joel Selwood there talked about the program previously, and I'm just looking down on the ground now. You see Chris Scott going to all of the players the players who didn't play today, who are at one end of the ground, unfortunately, and hands in pockets, and I mean they would have all loved to be a part of it, but yeah, it'll be a long celebration for Cats fans. Fantastic to see so many fans back here at the ground today and celebrating another Cats premiership.
Jason, I think we'll be going to you shortly. Cameron Lingy's down boundary side, and I saw him doing some hand actions. I think he's employed by 2 radio stations. I think he's talking to his first employer, and then he'll move to his second employer. So can you just tell him that he's got to remember his bread's properly buttered, and that's not at the one where we actually pay for him to be on.
I'm going to put the cans on him too, so you can tell him too, King. I'll ask him a couple, and then we can go upstairs and you can grill him about what he thought about the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Cats, the crowd today, 100,024, is the biggest crowd since 1986 at an AFL Grand Final, which was Hawthorn and Carlton. Geelong's week, family day tomorrow at Anthony Costa Oval. Monday will be Mad Monday for the players. Tuesday will be the parade. Thursday, Carji Greaves medal, and then they'll take off and enjoy a well-deserved break after what has been a tough 3 years for the industry, and it's been highlighted by the Cats finishing off 2022 with victory in the grand final to the tune of 81 points, 2013 133, Sydney 84 52. And for those listening, streets have been closed in Geelong. We've been told that parts of the CBD have already been blocked off. Burrable Street between Ryrie and Brougham Streets, as well as Mallet Street between Jerringhap and Yarra. So I'd say they've spilled out of pubs, clubs and otherwise onto the streets of Geelong, and it's going to be one hell of a party over the next few days in Geelong. And we'll get across it at K-Rock Football, of course. Check out krockfootball.com.au and keep it locked on K-Rock 955 as well. For those who are in the nearest the pin, I will have to go through those tweets to work out who our nearest the pin winner was for the next level skirmish double pass. Isaac Smith polled 14 of a possible 15 maximum votes.
He played very well, didn't he?
Dangerfield with 10. 4 of the voters gave the best on ground to Isaac Smith. Jonathan Brown gave his best on ground to Dangerfield, and the 2. There were 4 votes for Stengel, 1 for Sam de Koning.
Oh, yeah.
And the other one off the top of my head, I had it in front of me, has disappeared. I will bring it up. Here we go. It was Mark Blitzarves getting a vote. So Andrew McLeod, Smith, Dangerfield. Somebody's written Smith, Dangerfield and McLeod. He's given himself a vote, Andrew.
He's had a big day.
He was very good in 97 and 98. Jonathan Brown, Dangerfield, Smith, Stengel, Mick Gleeson from the age, Smith, Dangerfield, de Koning, Abby Holmes, Smith, Dangerfield, Stengel, David Mundy, Smith, Stengel and Dangerfield. So I think Andrew McLeod must have given a vote to Mark Blitzarves in the voting. So 14 for Smith, 10 for Dangerfield, 4 for Stengel, 1 for de Koning, 1 for Blitzarves. They're good for Sam de Koning. A Norm Smith medal vote, a goal, his first of his career, and as the most inexperienced player in the Geelong lineup, and actually the most inexperienced player on the ground, he gets to well and truly wrap this up. Just got a wonderful text message sent through to me by one of our predecessors, Benny and Peter Legrand, who is a long-time caller on 3GL and K-Rock. He just said, enjoy a great premiership win to the Cats. The town will be jumping. Thank you for that, Peter. Of course, I think he's the outgoing chair, or if he's finished up as Melbourne Racing Club chair, I think that tenure has, if not come to an end, is coming to a conclusion, Benny. But great to hear from Pete. We are hoping to still speak with Jason Doherty.
Yes, I've got him here. Yes.
All right. Down to you, Jason. I'm going to have a bone to pick with Cameron.
Well, he's got the cans on, so he can hear. Was that more nerve-wracking than playing, you reckon, Linger?
Early on it was, yes. Yes, I didn't like that feeling. No control. I was up at about 6:30 this morning. Normally when I played, I'd be waking up about 10:30. I didn't need to worry, did I? They were unbelievable. That was just a superb performance.
Do you think you might have lost the mayoralship just at the moment, do you think?
It is long gone, and rightly so. Every one of those players can take it ahead of me. I reckon there's a bloke wearing number 14 who could just be mayor for life.
Lingy, thanks for talking to us. Kingy, Benny Casnielty and Sando. When did you think the boys had it locked away?
Half-time, I went to the loo out of the stands, and a lot of Cats fans were saying it's game over, it's game over. I was not there yet. I was very much hard. You pump the brakes, everyone.
give me 10 minutes in the third quarter, and even if it's 0-0, we're fine. When they came out and just went bang, bang, bang to start that third quarter, I turned to my kids and I said, boys, I reckon we're home. Let's enjoy this one.
So did you bring the whole family, Lingy? And what's that like after having played in 3 and then having to wait for the family to come up? Was your eldest born when you won the first one, Lingy?
No. So I never got to share that experience with the kids. I probably wasn't ready to have kids at that stage. I was far too selfish. So having Nicole and Max Henry and Jed with me was just beautiful. They've been as nervous as me. They were so excited early on each time Sydney got a goal. The look on their face was, oh no, it's the worst thing in the world. But as Geelong just piled on those goals, their faces just lit up. And being able to experience that with them, they're out on the ground now somewhere. They're having a great old time. I reckon they might sleep well tonight.
You and I chatted on Tom Lingy and Loggy yesterday about your how you'd approach presenting the cup. Did it go smoothly for you? No awkwardness, no Bobby Davis lingering too long, no Doug Waite going the handshake and he hugging you.
No, I decided on the handshake and sort of hug to both the guys, but I had ringing in my ears, get on there, give him the cup, and then get the hell off there. It's not about you. So I very quickly made my exit stage left and got down.
Lingy, great to see another Cats flag. It feels like it was only yesterday, right? It's 11 years ago. What was the body language of Joel? Obviously so emotional after the game, and I know he's done so much for the club, but obviously craved being a premiership captain like yourself and Tom Harley. Is this the last time we see him at the MCG?
Sando, I'm not sure. You know what he's like. He's quite easily could say what a way to finish and I'm done. But I don't reckon we've ever met a more competitive guy in our lives. So he could just turn around and go, that was great, now give me more of that. I'm going around again and let's win it again. So I honestly don't know. And then I'm not trying to sit on the fence. Just with him, you're never sure because he loves footy and he's such a competitor. He might just go on and on until somebody finally drags him kicking and screaming out of the joint, but no one's going to do that in a hurry, not when he plays like that.
One more from me, Lingy, just a random question. Can the Cats get better? It's just so good. We mentioned Stephen Wells before and his ability to be able to bring in free agents or players through the draft, with Stengel this year, and the list is so long of players that he's brought into the footy club, and there's so many players still linked to Geelong next year. Is there a way this side could get better next year?
I think there is, Sando, because I think we saw this year them play those young guys and how much they grew with that opportunity. When somebody needs to tell Sam de Koning his heart rate's allowed to get over 60. I mean, have you seen a more calm guy in, 24 games of AFL? He's remarkable, but Zach Guthrie's got an opportunity. He's thriving with that opportunity. The sad story of the game, of course, is Max Holmes missing out, but what a year he's had. He's only going to get better again. I reckon Brandon Parfitt with a full season and the health of the body, he'll get better. So, yes, they can, but as we also know, you need to have that hunger and that edge to want to get better as an entire group. So that's the only risk. But gee, when it's as fun as this out here, I hope they just drive themselves to get better and better, and they're back here on the same day next year.
Lingy, it's Benny Cass. Honestly, did you think Geelong would be doing this today at the start of the year?
No, I felt really good about this team going into the year. I wasn't a doom and gloomer. I thought they'd be thereabouts, but I thought Melbourne were just going to be too good. I was worried that there was those one or two other teams who'd really get going. I thought Richmond would lift again. And I thought we'd be 3rd to 6th. By round 9, though, when I left the Marvel Stadium watching the St Kilda game, that probably went out the window a little bit. I thought, hang on a sec, there's a bit of a slide happening here. St Kilda torched them. And I was worried. I honestly thought, our midfield, we just can't get the spread, this and that's missing. After that, though, Atkins into the middle, Holmes more of a role. Everything they did, Dangerfield, take him out for 5 or 6 weeks, get him healthy again. The decisions they made throughout the middle of the season were perfect, and that's what led to today.
And a lot of courage, obviously, from the coaching group. They banged away for a long period of time with a sort of a plan that had got close but didn't get them there, and they sort of blew the place up a little bit, and all the moves worked, but hats off to them for actually going down that path.
Yeah, they had to embrace some change, which And you can't blame them for sticking to what they were doing because it was getting them very, very close as a group. They were making prelims. They made a grand final in 2020. So you can't argue with that, but to then think, okay, we are just that little bit off, and Melbourne have jumped well ahead of us, and the Dogs are there, and all that sort of stuff. To embrace change and embrace a different style and some different players and some personnel in different places, that's fantastic, and credit to them. I've loved the fact James Kelly's come back in and done a really good job as an assistant coach. Sean Griggs doing a terrific job, but Chris Scott is ultimately the one who makes the decisions, and he was open to all of those changes and refreshed this group beautifully, managed this group beautifully, and got them to this special day. It really is fantastic. Great team effort from everyone at the club. Fantastic.
Lingy, can you guarantee that 7 o'clock every morning next week, other than Friday, you will be on Tom, Lingy and Loggy?
Well, the great Herbie, I've just spotted her in the crowd as well. She might be doing the double shift during the week of the drive and also the morning shift, because surely I'm allowed on Mad Monday, and that can roll into Tuesday, and then we head on a footy trip on Wednesday, don't we? Isn't that how it all works? I can tag along, surely.
Cargy Thursday night, Lingy.
Perfect. Sorry, Tom and Loggy, I will be absent for the week.
Great to talk to you. Well done, Lingy. I no doubt all your emotions from 7, 9 and 11 come flooding back with what you've done this afternoon. Look forward to hearing you chipper on the radio on Monday morning.
Thanks, guys. Great to chat. Go Catters.
Cameron Ling joining us there, presenting the Premiership Cup to Chris Scott and Joel Selwood. While we've spoken to him, the players have made their way most of the way around the circumference of the MCG. They're just at the city end goals as we speak, and we might let Jason Doherty work his way down into the Geelong rooms, where it's going to be one hell of a party starting. There's a team presentation at 7:30 here in Yarra Park, so the Cats will go down to the rooms, celebrate, no doubt. There'll be a bit of a private moment with the 23 and the coaching staff, which you both would have been involved in post-grand finals. That moment's pretty special, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they'll go down now, they'll sing the song with all their family and friends, and there'll be, I don't know, maybe 5 or 10 minutes where they'll just go nuts in the rooms together, and then Chris Scott will take him into the meeting room, which will just be the coaches and the boys that played, and probably the emergencies, and they'll just reflect for probably 5 or so minutes on what's been an incredible season, and that'll be one of the I guess, the fondest memories for the playing group, and Chris Scott and his coaches will just be that 5 or so minutes where they get to spend just on their own with the cup. And they'll go and celebrate tonight. Is there a function in Melbourne tonight? Is that what they do?
No, I think they're heading back to Geelong. There's a function back at the club this evening, and then Family Day tomorrow, which will be massive.
Oh, there you go, on the scoreboard too, Kingy. They're just looks like they've got Yarra Park. They've got a team presentation at 7:30 tonight.
So they'll do that then, I think, on the bus.
Back down at Geelong.
Back to Geelong. Yeah.
It'd be a good bus ride to be on, wouldn't it?
How many pubs between?
You just roll someone out at sort of Werribee, go to Avalon, Laverton, just...
Well, they were the old days, Ben. I remember playing for the Cats when we used to get the bus, and from Waverley back to Kardinia Park, there'd be quite a few cans.
Did you do the song? Did they make you do? Oh yeah,
after your first game,
yes.
You had to.
What did you bust out?
To sing a song. I can't remember what I sang. It was terrible, but it was normally.
I went with K-San. I reckon I got about 6 words out, and I think Mick Schultz dived out of the back seat and pretty much removed what I was wearing.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me. Yeah, it's.
A lot
of fun days.
Obviously we're going to focus on Max Hayes. You feel a little bit for a player like Sam Menegola, who has put a lot of hard yards in at the footy club. You know, he's probably not the most talented player, but he gets the best out of himself, and just on the fringe. He's 30 years of age, and he misses out today. And
you do, Ben. There's hard luck stories all the time, but some of the things that we can hear that come through with Geelong, and they're genuine. It takes a whole club to win a premiership, and it takes part of that is a whole player list. I'm not sure the stats, Kingy. I'm sure you are. There would have been 30 plus players that would have played for the season, and they're all needed. And there were.
Well, that's the debate, Newty, about having a medallion for all the players.
Yes.
But I don't know if the ones that weren't out there on the day feel comfortable getting a medallion, but...
That's tradition, I suppose, in history. But we spoke about one of the important things was... Okay, so 35. One of the important things was Dangerfield has a month off.
Yeah.
Someone's got to play. While these guys aren't playing. Tom Stewart, we know, was suspended for a month. So he has a breather. Someone comes in, and there's been injuries, and, you know, some people are just unlucky and get injured at the wrong time of the year. But you need them all.
Yeah, I actually wrote this, which will be quite controversial. I wrote down the name Tim Kelly in my notes when we were when the game was in. You know, like a player probably sitting back in WA and just he was part of that group, and at the time, as Geelong fans, you'd be thinking, why are we letting Tim Kelly go back to WA? You know, he's such a pivotal midfielder for us, but they find a way to replace him.
Yeah, they do. And we spoke about the Cats creating history, and it is interesting because often the premiership team gets copycatted, if you like, by other clubs. Geelong's the oldest team to win it. We've just seen the oldest Norm Smith medalist.
Yep.
So do we need to redefine what old is in the language of
Really
Australian
good point.
rules footy?
Really good point, Newty, and that's what the other 17 clubs will do over the next probably 6 to 8 weeks when you're looking at your premiership profiling. And we talked about it in call about, do you need to bottom out and get those first round early picks to build your squad again? And probably these two clubs we saw today have not done that. They've looked at ways of bringing in free agents, and a lot of clubs will say, Geelong have got this advantage that they can attract the lifestyle of Geelong.
Yeah, they go home, sort of go to the country, regions, whatever it's called.
Yeah, live down on the coast. The cost of living's much less. It's a much more, I guess, friendly football environment to be involved with down at Kardinia Park. But yeah, this will be copycatted for sure, Newty. The ability to be able to attract free agents to a club and build success through players at the end of their career rather than the start.
Yeah, and also with the full club, if you look at the stability, and Geelong, had the one CEO in Brian Cook for such a long time. So Steve comes in, he's footy manager, goes to the AFL, comes back. Chris has been around. He was a handpick, when Bomber left, and he's been around. Yes, assistant coaches changed, development coaches, strength and conditioning. So they find, I don't know, all clubs use different words. I think Steve talks about renewing the plug, whatever that word is that they used. Those things will be looked at too. Sydney are the similar. Longmire's been there, I think, the same time as Chris, I reckon.
They both started in 2011,
Yeah, see, there you go. And then, Tom Harley, he's been there a long time. He swapped roles from footy manager to CEO. Before that, I think it was Andrew Ireland was there a long time. A lot of stability in both the clubs.
Geelong players are just milling around the top of the race, gathering with family members and soaking this all up, but at some stage they will make their way down into the rooms.
The Boxing Day test's about to start, Kingy.
This is like one of our night games where Kiggy wants to stay on for the breakfast shift for ages.
It's round one. We need to leave because Richmond and Carlton need the rooms.
It's not bad. Sando and I will have to start our pre-season soon, mate, the way we go. But it is worth celebrating. The premierships, as we've heard, they're really hard to win. This is the elite competition of the sport that we're all involved with, and they're really tough to win. So celebrate it, and particularly because it's Geelong. Kingy, and how are you going with this? You're a bit conflicted, are you?
I do follow the Swans.
Yeah.
I'm happy to admit that, but today, the K-Rock, Geelong, I'm as happy as Larry.
Excellent. Well, we love Larry, particularly when the Cats win the grand final, I would have thought.
Now, Benny, the next game we're going to call will be the South Barwon versus Baldwin practice match when Newty and Sando go head-to-head.
That'll be a blockbuster, Sando.
Yeah, it'll be huge. I can't wait for that. Be about 25,000 people.
Yeah, excellent.
At South Barwon for that. Awesome.
Oh, okay. You've nominated the ground. Perfect. Good. We don't have to travel. That's fantastic.
I've only been there once, so I need to get myself organised.
Geelong players are on the ground. We might take a break, come back and join you when they're in the room. So back shortly. Fifth quarter, Sandman Mattress Factory. Sleep better with the Sandman's locally made. Two-sided mattresses made to outlast any other. Back shortly. Live, breathe, Carrick footy.
Ticket holder ABCO. Fueled by ABCO Cafe 24/7. 5 years.
You've watched me grow up so far.
Now, he's bringing his 25th anniversary tour to Geelong for a day on the green. Here at K-Rock, we've got a direct line to your free tickets. And we've also got a direct line to the great man himself. We're just not quite sure which line that is. We've got a bunch of phone numbers here, and one of them is definitely Robbie's.
Mr. Dita. Hey, this is a girl, Rihanna.
Hi, I'm Robbie Williams. Easy.
If you can work out which one,
This is the best tour that I've ever been on.
you'll score a double pass to see Robbie Williams at Mount Dunedin State, a day on the green, Saturday, November 25. K-Rock's Ring Robbie. Cold calling pop stars from Monday morning on K-Rock 955.
Robbie Williams is back at a day on the green, Mount Dunedin, Saturday, November 25 next year. Tickets at Ticketmaster.
If you're looking to train for skills you want to gain, operator, digger, or work as a rigger. Multi-skills, multi-skills,
multiskills.com.au. RTO ID 40846.
Hitting G-Town after the game? You know where you're going to end up, don't you? Lammy's. So why not start the night strong? There's nothing that's more iconically Geelong than our very own Lammy's sesh. Get your weekly dose of great tunes all night long. Give yourself something to talk about Monday. And remember, never, ever lamb alone. Lammy's Tavern, open from 9 p.m. every Friday to Sunday, with free entry before 10 p.m. Lammy's, you know where to go.
Hamlin Homes, proudly Geelong's largest locally owned and operated builder, distinctively familiar with the region's lifestyles, landscapes and suppliers. Distinctive in history, having served the local area since 1983. Distinctive in our ongoing commitment to the local community. Distinctive in design, taking inspiration from the local environment to create beautifully unique homes that reflect our clients' aspirations. Hamlin Homes, distinctively local. Hamlin.com.au.
Get your outdoor space fit for the footy finals with Harvey Norman, Corio and Warren Ponds. See the latest outdoor furniture range on display, in stock and on sale now, with immediate delivery on all in-stock items. Outdoor lounge and dining settings, egg chairs, pizza ovens and outdoor barbecue kitchens. New barbecue models out now. There's limited stock this season, so get in quick for the best choice. Harvey Norman, Geelong's first choice for outdoor furniture. Princes Highway, Corio and Warren Ponds.
Hi, I'm Patrick Dangerfield. When you're on the highway to the danger zone, make sure it's in a Rex Gorell new or used car. Rex Gorell just can't be beaten. They top the ladder when it comes to range, service, value and quality. So you'll only get the best when you buy your car from Rex Gorell. Family owned and committed to Geelong. Do what I've done. Join the winning team at Rex Gorell.
Rex Gorell, Fine Street and Latrobe Terrace, Geelong. Visit rexgorell.com.au. LMCTs 1308-8349.
What does your future look like? Think about your home, your family, your travels and things you enjoy. With good planning and Edge Advisory Partners, your future's looking up. Professional financial planning and advice across Geelong and surrounds by locals like you. Wherever you're at in life, Edge Advisory Partners can help. From your first home or investment to retirement planning and insuring your wealth.
We're the team partnering with you to make smart money choices.
Edge Advisory Partners. Book an obligation-free appointment today. edgeap.com.au.
Update your fridge now at Harvey Norman. Hisense Top Mount Fridge, 326 litre, top value at $746. Energy efficient LG Fridge, 420 litre, just $1,249. Exclusive LG 635 litre door-in-door fridge makes for easy access to summer drinks, only $2,599. Great for entertaining. The feature-packed Samsung 648 litre quad door fridge is huge value, just $3,899. Update your fridge now at Harvey Norman. Easy parking at two great locations, Corio and Warren Ponds.
Tell your GPS to add a new destination because KFC has $2 large chips and you don't want to miss out because it's not everywhere or forever. So, you haven't changed the destination yet? No, stop. That's the wrong way.
So, Optus is at Harvey Norman Computers, Corio and Warren Ponds?
Yeah, there's a premium Optus store inside Harvey Norman Computers, Corio and Warren Ponds.
Okay, so there's Harvey Norman Computers and then inside there's a premium Optus store?
Do we really need to go over this again?
So it's like a shop within a shop?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
So I can go in there and get a new phone or a new phone plan?
Yes, it's an Optus shop.
Sweet. I'll be back with a new phone from the shop within a shop at Harvey Norman, Corio and Warren Ponds.
Thanks to our number one ticket holders, ABCO. Fueled by ABCO Cafe 24/7.
Back here at the MCG Grand Final Day 2022, the Cats convincing premiers 2013-133, defeating the Swans 8-4-52. The Cats players have just huddled up and sung "We Are Geelong" out on the ground with the Premiership Cup. They will now head to the rooms. Actually had to retrieve a couple of players from the rooms, although Brad Close has now just separated himself from the pack and he's headed back in our direction. He might have spotted somebody he knows in the crowd and he might be heading that way. The youngster originally out of Mount Gambier, I believe, Benny.
Yes.
And Glenelg is where he made his name, and a mature age selection, and he embraces a friend in the crowd. And age 24 now, Bradley Close.
24 today was his 55th game of AFL.
He's one of only 5 to have played every game for the Cats this year. and kicked 26 goals. So he was the fourth leading goal kicker. So in combination, they've got 65 out of Cameron. They've got 67, which is 132, 53 out of Tyson Stengel and 24 out of Brad Close, gives you just over 200 between that quartet. If you're going to get four players kicking a combined 200-plus goals, Sando, for multi-skills, you're going to win most. You're going to be a very competitive team.
Well, even back in those premiership years of 07, 9 and 11, there was always three players that sort of stood out, whether it was Mooney, Steve Johnson, Paul Chapman, but never like this. It was probably a bit more spread out back in that era, but this year has been a complete almost demolishing job of those key forwards combined with Stengel. Over 160 goals between those three players is quite incredible. So a year to really remember for those power forwards and Stengel. It's amazing to think that a change of game plan over the summer, to get the ball there faster, go more direct, and then on the back of that, their great defence in that front half, they're able to score from turnover and get access back to those key forwards. It was just awesome to watch from the Cats this year.
Cats are not in a hurry to leave the MCG. They are still there. Jace Doherty is down in the Geelong rooms. We might head down to Jace. Jace, just give us a bit of an idea of how they've started to assemble down there, if you wouldn't mind.
There's not going to be enough room for the players, I think, when they come in. There's a couple of hundred down here and just waiting in anticipation. So Nigel Lappin's in front of us talking to another radio station. He is a very happy man. Billy is not far away. He's holding the net up next to a couple of would-be interesting reptiles, Riddle and a couple of others down here.
Right.
Yes, and there is every journalist in town is in the rooms currently waiting for the boys to come back. Tyson Stengel is actually coming in now without the rest of them. I think he's wants to get an ankle or take his boots off or something. So he's looking a bit sore and sick and sore at the moment, but he's going out the back. So just waiting down here for the rest of the team to come.
Thank you for that, Jace. We'll get down to back to you shortly. The lines are open, 52-232-955, and you can text us 0456 955 955. Just off the KFC Twitter, Benny, Marika, her tattoo. Ask me about your tattoo, I should say.
She wanting to know when is the Chris Scott tat finding its home? I don't know, I have to sort of build up towards that. I'm not sure about all that, but anyway,
you've had 6 months. You all right?
James, he forgot he said it. It was only that somebody reminded us on one of our forums. James has joined us on the line, 52-232-955. James, thanks for your call.
No worries, guys. I spent the whole week driving buses around Sydney, wearing my scarf and hat and getting abused all day. And guess what? Next week, I'm going to enjoy driving around and putting it back up the Sydney Swan supporters all through to get on my bus. It's brilliant. And I've got the neighbours having a party next door. Their music's loud, and so I'm playing this all night. If I can get it
very
to go.
Good, James. Well, you went on the bus today, were you? At home able to watch it?
I was at home all by myself. The missus, she went up to Armidale because when we played Richmond, she came outside to watch the game. Richmond kicked the goal, and in the last half she sat there and we lost. And so she's gone up to Armidale. I had the house to myself and we won. So next year, come end of September, I don't care, I'll start up a GoFundMe page and I'll get the money and I'll send away on a trip somewhere or whatever so we can win next year's final. But the guys played well. They played attacking football, which I've said for years that they should do. And they did it, and they played well.
Absolutely. James,
Nothing
thanks for your call. Thanks for your support of K-Rock Footy and enjoy the victory, as I think a lot of Cat fans will. If you're in the car on the way home, want to get involved in the festivities, 52-232-955, as Tommy Atkins has now separated and made his way towards some fans. Patrick, next on the line. Patrick, thanks for your call.
Oh, thank you. Well, we're literally driving past KP now on our way into town to celebrate. We've got everyone in the car, very happy. And I'm just calling up to say what an awesome job I thought Brad Close did today. He doesn't get enough attention a lot of the time, but everyone sort of rates him. And I heard you guys talking about fourth leading goal kicker at Geelong. I just want to add my piece and say he's a great pick.
Oh, he's been terrific, Patrick. That's a really good pickup. Him and the rest of the forward line group, they all need one another to function. It's a really well-oiled machine, forward to centre, from the guys that contest in the air to the guys on the deck that can kick goals. They're all dangerous in their own right, and all year I think it's 16 in a row. And Brad Close, he certainly had a massive part to play in that.
He was really good last week too, wasn't he?
He was.
He's had a really good prelim and obviously led that into a fantastic grand final.
Thanks for your call, Patrick. We're happy to line them up. 52232. Dave is next on the line. Thanks for your call, Dave. Fire away.
Once again, guys, fantastic call, as always. And I'd just like to say, actually, what can you say? This is the most unbelievable. I have witnessed 207, 209, 211, 222, and this is absolutely the best. Only because everybody, all the scribes, including you, Kingy, have written that the cutters off, said they were too old, too slow. Well, all I can say is, stick it up, yeah. Yeah!
Love it. If that's the sentiment pervading around town tonight, it's going to be a ripping night in Geelong. Dave, thanks for your call. We're happy to take more of them. 52232 a bit more movement down in the Geelong rooms. Jace, what have you got for us?
Yes. Tyson Stengel's actually been tapped on the shoulder for the obligatory drug test, so he's had to come in early. That's why Chris Scott's about to enter the rooms now. The players are still at the top of the race, but the coach is coming in. Most of the staff are here now, and the board as well. So just waiting for the players to follow Chris Scott.
Fantastic, great stuff. Thank you for that, Jace. More players are starting to make their way, I think, down into the rooms very slowly. They are gathered. Joel Selwood is just speaking to the group at the moment. Mitch Duncan and Tom Stewart have got their arms around each other. Kerry Rowan among the throng. The Irish flag's found its way to Zach Tui in Port Leash, where it'll be I'm trying to take 9 hours off. It'll be 9 o'clock in the morning. She might be a big day on the Guinness in Port Leash.
Oh yeah. We're just getting some vision actually of Chris Scott on his own in the players' meeting room, which is really you can just see he's actually just looked up at the camera. He doesn't realise that he's got the vision on him. But
Zach Tui's being chaired off, Sando.
Yeah, that's awesome, isn't it?
What a 250th for him.
Draped in the flag of Ireland. It's fantastic.
So only the second player to play 250th in a grand final, Luke Hodge, was the other, and of course played in the premiership as well, Luke Hodge, in that game. So only the second, he'll actually be the third listed Irishman to play in the flag. Mark O'Connell will fit in at number 2 behind Ty Kennelly alphabetically. But wonderful as Joel Selwood and Tom Hawkins hold the cup together to leave the MCG and head down the race, and they will shortly be down in the rooms. We're waiting very patiently for them. Will be Jason Doherty. The sun sets on the MCG, and the sun sets on another season, and a season where we salute the Geelong Football Club as Premier of the AFL. 2013 133, Sydney 8-4-52. Tyson Stengel kicking 4 goals was the best for Geelong this afternoon. Don't forget, our images will be provided to us by Marcel Berens Sports Media. Of course, it's Geelong Regional Football on Facebook. There'll be plenty of great images from Grand Final Day 2022. I think Jamie has joined us on the line. Jamie, very quickly, if you're there. Hello, Jamie.
How you going? Well done. How good is that? So good.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Just looking down, seeing the Selwoods embracing some of the Geelong players. Is there anything you'd like to say, Jamie, before we get down to the rooms?
Just so happy for Selwood, so happy for all the fans and happy for all the players. It's just great. Well done, guys. Well done.
Yeah, it's great stuff, Jamie. Thank you for your call. Happy to take more of your calls, and we'll try and get to them where we can, but we are going to spend some time down in the rooms speaking with Geelong players as Joel Selwood being embraced by all and sundry. Jace, back down to you because the players are now with you.
They are. They're coming into the rooms. Zach Tui just said carried off the ground, and he's got the Irish flag draped around his shoulders. Brandon Parfitt has got the cat scarf on over the top of the jumper, and Cam Guthrie coming in as well. There's a nice strap on his right leg, so obviously a hamstring in that last term when Brandon Parfitt came on. Paddy Dangerfield coming into the rooms as well now, with most of the squad coming in, filing in. Sean Higgins not far away from us either.
Can't see, mate.
He's got a big smile on his face. Straight to Billy. That's the way it works there. And the boys trying to get into a huddle, which is going to be interesting to see how that happens in here with about 3 square metres of room to do that.
Yes, it's in very tight down there in the in the Geelong rooms. Do your best down there, Jace, which I've no doubt you will do.
Broad shoulders, Kingy. That's what we do here.
You are.
Or I just ask the general manager of football who's standing in front of me to get out of the way. That's what happens. Simon Lloyd.
Just shuffle him on.
Yeah, just
Old Versace.
Yes, he hasn't got any Versace on today. He's got the Ford logo on the back, which is good.
That'll come out later.
It'll be cotton on all the way down there in the Geelong staff. Chris Scott and Nigel Lappin just reflecting in the Geelong rooms of having a quiet beverage.
I don't think I'm going to have to stand too close to the song anyway, King. I reckon they're going to belt it out pretty loud.
So the Premiership Cup resplendent in the middle of the circle that the Cats have formed, and it is going to be loud and proud, this version of We Are Geelong. I think they're just waiting for everybody. The ground is finally clear of players and staff. The stage stays. You can very much hear the voice of Brownless in the background, James.
Yeah, he's not too far away, actually. He's standing right behind me, and he's a bit boisterous, especially after grand final wins.
Is he close enough to ask a couple of questions of?
Well, yes, probably if we're going to have a moment. Hang on now. I think we're waiting for the cup to come in with Joel now, I think. So
the cup's there. He's waiting for Joel.
He's trying to get through. Jeremy Cameron's lagging behind as well, so he's in there now.
He's just playing security for Joel. You have to get Joel.
Yes, I know. It's my...
That is you do not leave until...
My job in life today is to get Joel before we leave.
And it shouldn't be hard. No one will want to be talking to him.
That's right. No, just stand in line. He's K-Rock's own, isn't he? He'll be fine.
Well, he can apologise to Ben for last week's little drive-by. Surely. Did lodge a complaint with the club during the week. They weren't interested. So
Mark Litzarv's dragging the chain as well.
This is part of it's not probably great radio.
No, sorry.
It has been.
Sorry, Jason, just trying to give you a chop out there.
It's been 75 minutes.
Is that right?
Since the siren.
Well, they've actually put the wicket in.
Yeah.
And
Australia's won the toss.
Bob Willis is going back to his mark.
Isn't it funny though to look at now? Like you look at an empty MCG, and only, like you said, like an hour and a bit ago,
the president and the CEO are counting the number of players to make sure they're all there in the. Tyson Single's out the back, I think, still with Asada, so he's probably got to wait for him.
Well, the thing is, and whether he can provide what he needs to provide to Asada is
you're allowed to go and sing the song. They're not.
They got him pretty quick.
But if they take you,
no, they just got to hang with you. They can stand beside you.
Come and stand next to you when you sing the song.
Yeah, they're allowed to do that. And if they're allowed in the team meeting, if that's what they choose to do,
Right, I wasn't sure whether once they had you.
No.
It's getting awkward down here now, boys. I think
it's
they need
been
to sing
awkward
the song
on the radio for a little while, Jason.
Sorry about that. Sunrise shortly, I think. The way we're going.
I'm going straight to the airport.
Do you want me to get Billy?
Yeah, why not?
That'll go pear-shaped.
See if you can get B. Brownless.
Here we go. No, come on, put them on. Kingy wants to say one thing to you. Come on. Hang on. No,
I'm very happy for him, very excited, very happy, and a complete domination again, and a great team effort by the Mighty Cats. They've done it for the last 16 weeks. We shouldn't be surprised, but gee, they were good. They were very, very good. Couldn't even pick the best on ground. But well done, boys. Very happy for him. And, of course, you can go to the Cremorne, the Common Defeat, or the Watershed.
Well done. Good work, Billy. Well done.
Well played, Billy.
There you go.
I think Billy's had a good afternoon.
Billy's been corporate, I think, this afternoon.
He did well to get all that out.
Yes,
that was
he did.
Extraordinary.
The word domination.
That was a bit of sort of Mike Willisy on a current affair.
You did tell me to go there, boys. It was always going to end in tears.
Jace, we're just ordering brekkie. What would you like?
Yeah, Pregame served brekkie.
Pre-season's actually starting in half an hour.
I think Simon Lord's going to chase Tyson Stengel and get him out of here. So
They're going to have Tanner Bruin and Ollie Henry in that song. It's been that long.
Can you jag one of the players away?
Look, they're right. They're. Do you want? I can probably get Sean Higgins. He's right in front of me.
Okay. Grab Sean.
All right, hang on a minute.
Grab Sean. It'd be great to have a chat to the great man.
Here he is. He's come over.
Well played.
We're all waiting. He's here. Oh, hang on a minute. We might be.
Movement.
Sean's got the cans on. We're just waiting because we're waiting for Tyson Stengel. He's having the ASADA test.
He's halfway through the drug test, so it was perfect timing. We're running 15 minutes behind schedule, but I'm sure this won't be the last time the boys sing it tonight.
Do you think it's been a long post-match so far? 75 minutes. They've done well.
Has it? I know. I was getting a little bit sore in these boots out on the oval, but just an amazing experience to be out there. I mean, the boys deserve all the accolades they get and to take as long as they want to soak up that moment because it's for some it's been a long time coming, but it's been an unbelievable past 16 weeks, so the boys deserve all the time they need.
Sean Kingy, how are your emotions right now watching this?
It actually feels surreal for me as well because you were there, Kingy, I've spoken a bit this week, but to be able to experience this as a player, you always there's that feeling and the thought in the back of the mind, I wonder what it's like, particularly to go into a grand final, experience that, but then obviously to win the premiership and been so close before, never got to taste this week. I would love to have been playing, but that's the way that the cookie crumbles sometimes. Did everything I could to give myself opportunity, but the body was cooked. So to be able to give the opportunity to experience this, it's pretty special. It's going to make for me now. I don't have to come back to pre-season, so I can enjoy these celebrations for as long as I want.
Sean, it's Benny. Congratulations on your career. You've been an absolute stalwart of 3 footy clubs, and credit to yourself and your family and the way you've gone about it. But who's a player that you've enjoyed the ride with this year that maybe doesn't get the accolades of some, but you've seen really develop, and maybe you've played a little part in his development?
I've worked a little bit with the forwards, so there's guys up there, but to be honest, like someone like Zach Guthrie, who I thought his last 2 months, it won't get spoken about, but he took some of the big players down back. I thought he gave us more drive than anyone in our side. He was solid again today, but his first final, you guys probably or clearly would remember it, but he was as good as anyone on the park. And to see where he came from, he missed some opportunities last year, and he got a taste for it this year. As soon as he got given the game, he took it with both hands. It's like stories like that. He's an unsung hero. So to be able to enjoy some team success at the ultimate is unbelievable. And then guys that are down forward like Closey and who just continues to bring the heat. He's still so young in his career. And then for the older guys, played golf with Zach Tui on Thursday, and we were just chatting about this experience, what it could be. And then we chatted mid-year that he's like, I just want to win one. It'll bring me back to continually catch up with these guys. Otherwise, you drift off into the sunset and don't get to it.
Is that Benny Castanelia? I want a word with you. Give me 5 minutes. I've got a job to do.
That's Tom Hawkins. He'll be back shortly.
Big Hawk will be quiet tonight. So, mate, there's stories everywhere. It's there always is when it's premiership involved. So the big dogs will get all the accolades, but it takes everyone. And there was guys like Maxi Home who will be able to taste this, I'm sure, at some stage in his career. But Sam Menegola as well. No one works harder than Sam, so it's hard for him. I feel unfortunate, as I mentioned before, just to taste it. I could have been finished a while ago. So to go out on this note is something that well within the last 6 years I never thought I'd get to experience. So maybe switch to the mics inside here, fellas, because we're about to get another rendition. But I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, Sean, really appreciate it, mate. Been great to work with you over the last couple of years since you came to the Cats. Obviously, you're with us grand final day a few years ago as well, mate. Whatever the future holds, we can't wait to see what it does, and maybe it might involve some time in the K-Rock box as well down the track.
Good on you, boys. Enjoy this.
Sean Higgins, we will. Joining us thanks to Geelong Marine World, powered by Suzuki Marine, and I think we might be able to get a little bit of action down in the Geelong rooms, Jace, in terms of the song. Have we got 23 players?
Finally got everybody together, I believe. Here we go.
The fun begins for the Cats. Jace,
yes.
Your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to interview as many players as possible.
All right. Well, I think they're going into the second verse here. Hang on a minute.
Well, they didn't go into the old
not happy with
they weren't happy with the first verse.
Not happy with the first version, so they went again.
Yeah, right. Well, there you go. Unbelievable. Well, things you don't see very often. What are we doing? What do you got, Jace?
Yeah, so I'm going straight. I'm heading straight for the skipper.
You might need to tackle him. I think he's done the broadcaster, so I suspect radio is now his thing, and you now need to use your svelte frame, Jace, to just do some pole driving.
I've just spoken to the media department and they said, we'll try and get Joel. Don't worry about it, I said. It's okay. I'll get him. It's all right. He's with Robbo right now, so I'll move it. We've got Mitch Duncan here. He's going to say something straight away. So,
Hunky Dunky.
Yes, Mitch Duncan's joined us on K-Rock Football. How was that?
Oh, mate, that was pretty impressive. I think we saved our best to last, to be honest. That was a phenomenal effort by the team.
Could you believe that 6 goals in the first quarter was... I mean, you don't dream stuff like that sometimes, do you?
No, it was a great start. The big fella took a couple out of the ruck and did the rest, and that we jumped on his back. He was enormous in that early stages.
Mitch, when did running down blokes from behind and then converting goals become part of your game? I must have missed that.
Mate, I'm a pressure forward. Don't worry about that. I think that's my first forward 50 tackle ever, to be honest.
You were a sub in 2011. You're still a premiership player, but does this mean a little bit more?
Yeah, this feels really special. It's obviously been a massive journey. We have had a lot of success in that time, but never reached the top. So this feels good.
For Geelong Marine World, powered by Suzuki Marine, speaking with Mitch Duncan. Here's Benny Cass.
Mitch, congratulations. Been a great career, and today was just unbelievable. You must have. I mean, you came in with some confidence. I don't know if anybody expected to be the margin of what it was, but geez, you must have just looked around early on and thought, hang on, we're on here.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought our pressure was unbelievable, and probably our highest performing pressure game of the year, which is good timing, and they led to attacks going forward, and we were able to capitalise. It was a bloody good performance for 4 quarters.
Mitch Neildy, congratulations, mate. Amazing game. Hey, just tell us what it was like at the end to be able to share that with your family. We saw all kids running on the ground, partners, etc. What was that like?
Mate, that's it's hard to put into words, to be honest. I suppose when you start a family, things get put in perspective quite quickly, and I'm a competitive person, but losing it makes it a lot easier when you've got a family. I'm lucky enough to have 3 kids, beautiful wife, and a lot of family in Geelong too. So that makes the losers, the losses, a little bit better, but it makes the wins even more special. And to celebrate with them, they've been on the journey. They've seen me at my worst, seen me at my best, and they'll be seeing a pretty good bit of myself this next few days.
Yeah, well said, Mitch. You just talk a little bit about the emotion around the skipper.
Yeah, mate, I don't know if I can actually talk about him, to be honest. I'll end up with Waterworks, but he's been someone that I've looked up to since I first got to the club, and continue to do so. I was trying to get him that goal in the last quarter, but I'm so glad he kicked one. It was so special, and I'm been so privileged to be along the journey with him. And he's made me the person and the player that I am today, and without him I wouldn't be here.
Mitch, well done. Congratulations. It's Sando here. I want to talk about tactics. I know that's the last thing you want to talk about now, but we probably knew when we were analysing this game, we knew that the Swans had to do something with Tom Stewart. And we saw Ryan Clark go to him straight away. But Cats obviously had plan B in place straight away, and he freed up Tui at times to go behind the ball, and it just defensively incredible. Swans only had 4 goals at three-quarter time. So once again, a tactic which Geelong's employed all season. As soon as Ryan Clark goes to Tom Stewart, you guys have the answer straight away.
Yeah, mate. Our coaching staff's been phenomenal, led by Scotty. We've had a lot of great coaches along the way that, have helped us get to where we are, but the team this year have done a fantastic job. I couldn't speak highly enough of Chris Scott and the job he does. I love talking footy with him. He's one of the smartest people I know when it comes to footy. So, yeah, we always had a plan. Sando firsthand, he's meticulous with his planning.
Yep.
And sometimes he even repeats himself just to make himself feel a bit better that he's said the right thing. So, yeah, we had a plan in place. I've even been playing across half back, and we went forward. So it was everything just panned out quite well today.
And just one more from me, mate. I know I asked Lingy on the bench after the game. I know it's probably the last thing on your mind now, but can this team get better? Is there a way that you obviously celebrate this success? You have a bit of a break over the summer, then you sort of relaunch again. I know. Once you get a taste of it, you just want it back so quickly again. But can this team get better?
Yeah, absolutely. We saw firsthand the growth that came this year with, I suppose the more inexperienced side, experienced players. Sorry. We've got more there. We've got more coming through, which is quite pleasing. And Norm Smith-Bellis, Isaac Smith, he's like 50, mate. He's like 50. And he just covers the ground unbelievably well. We've got a great medical team, a great high-performance team that, allow us to be at our best, and, a credit to them.
Well done, mate. Enjoy the win.
Well, Mitch, you were the poor bugger that the Cats put up post the grand final loss to Richmond in 2020 on K-Rock football, so it's only fitting that you're the first person we speak to post grand final as a player in 2022 with a premiership medal draped around your neck. Congratulations. Thanks for your support of K-Rock. I know you're very happy to look after us whenever the opportunity arises, and we wish you all the very best for the celebrations, and look forward to seeing you over the next few days as you enjoy the revelry that comes with winning a flag.
Thanks, guys. I think really appreciate K-Rock's support and all the Geelong fans listening. You've been incredible for us over the journey, and I hope you guys are proud of the club today.
Yeah, we absolutely are. Well done, Mitch. Congratulations. Mitch Duncan down there for Geelong Marine World, powered by Suzuki Marine. Jason Doherty will continue to work the room in Jason Doherty style fashion.
Yes. 258 games, and Mitch get to 300.
2 more years, yep.
K-Rock's own Jed Buse is joining us. I've just pulled him away from family and friends, but we have to do that because he has to. He's contractually obliged to speak to us. So, Jed, congratulations. Can you believe that?
No, not at all. It hasn't sunk in yet. It's exciting. It's mayhem down here in the rooms, but it's awesome.
This is what dreams are made of, isn't it? This is what you play footy for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, going through a lost grand final too. I've been on the other side, so I know what it feels like. It's a lot better on the winning side, let me tell you.
Jeddah, Kingy, you got one up on the old man now?
I do, yeah. He's in here somewhere. I haven't actually found him yet, so when I find him, I'll let him know. But he's wrapped for me. I did just run past him as I was coming in, and he gave me a quick hug and just said well done. So he's just as happy for me, I reckon.
Tell him to stand up, and then you might be able to find him.
Oh, there's no chance. These rooms are packed down here.
Jed, it's Benny Cass. Congratulations. You just talk footy for a little bit, but your back six this year's been unbelievable. You had a few guys go through. There's been some stalwarts, but you get new pieces in DeConing and Zach Guthrie come in, and it's just seemed like it's absolutely gelled better than anyone could ever imagine.
Yeah, I think as a back six we've been comfortable. We've been pretty stable, and everyone kind of knows their role, which that helps massively. We had Zach Tui go down there a bit more today, but Sam DeConing and Z-Bang. Those two have been awesome this year, and it doesn't surprise me. The pre-season those boys had, even Z-Bang last year was awesome. So it's they've come in, more than played their role, it helped us get the chocolates.
Just talk a little bit about the job Jack Henry did on Franklin.
Yeah, he was bloody awesome. him and DK both, they had a plan. I didn't really know what the plan was myself. I don't need to know, but obviously it worked. So, those boys were very good.
Jed, what about your role personally? You've been awesome in the finals. Did you start on Papley, and was that meant to be your sort of lock-on match-up for the day?
Yeah, it was. He did a bit of midfield time, so I was expecting to go to him straight away, but he was in the midfield, so had to wait for him to slink down. But play a bit on him and try and nullify him. We know what he brings to Sydney's team, so I can just lock down when I was on him. It helps us go a long way.
What about putting this win into words? Obviously, you would have dreamt about this moment as a young footballer when you're a little kid running around and obviously watching your old man play. Is it impossible to put into words the feeling of being a premiership player?
Yeah, pretty much. It hasn't even really sunk in. I think over the next few days it'll really sink in. But just seeing how happy my friends and family are, that's the joy that it brings me. So it's exciting. But I don't know what to tell you. I'm just pumped at the moment.
Jed, Neildy, congratulations. Just amazing day, mate, for the footy club and for all the players involved and everyone involved. Hey, most of us thought you'd win, but we thought it was going to be a lot closer. Just the calmness and composure of the whole group. You just took everything in your stride. Was that just a build-up of the last 16 weeks? Yeah,
I think so. This whole year we feel like we've been building. In the last 2 weeks, it just feels like our game clicked and everything worked pretty much. Today especially everything worked, which doesn't really happen, but it's nice for it to all click and go well in the grand final, that's for sure.
Jed, well done. Congratulations. We'll let you enjoy with the rest of the Buse clan. Passing our regards. Obviously, we're pretty tight in Geelong with you and your family. Well done. We're wrapped for you, and enjoy the celebrations, young man.
Will do. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Jed Buse joining us there. Jace, going to work. Who else is on his radar is the question.
Well, I'm trying to get the kids away from Tomahawk. So there's plenty. I'll track down, let's see who else I can track down here. I was looking for Isaac Smith, who was around. Might see if I can get Eddie. Hang on a minute. Eddie Betts is down here.
Jace is doing his best work downstairs. All our interviews for Geelong Marine World, powered by Suzuki Marine. Jace, down to you.
Yes, great to have Eddie Betts join us. Eddie, fantastic. We're trying to recruit Tom DeConing, I think, at the moment. He's down here in the rooms as well, and he's just seen Eddie, and Eddie might... we could get him at the other end of the ground, maybe, Eddie. The other DeConing. What about that?
I think we might have a play for him. What do you reckon? They would have needed him in that Collingwood game. He would have kicked a point or given for that 1 point.
It was an amazing game.
It was awesome, and we knew that if we played the way that we played strong all year. It was a Geelong way, and just to come down here for my first year as a development coach, and just the culture and see firsthand being down here, it's been unbelievable, and they deserved it. They played the best brand of footy all year. They were the best team all year, and like I said, we didn't really need to change anything up in finals as long as we played the way that we played, and our game style will hold up.
Eddie, thanks for joining us on K-Rock Footy. Tom King, Ben Castanelia, Mark Neild and Brenton Sanderson talking to you from the box. If somebody had have said that Tyson Stengel was going to kick 53 goals and be a premiership player at the start of the year, I know you have complete faith in the young man, but was that even beyond your wildest dreams for him?
Yeah, no one would have believed that. And I got quite emotional after the game just because the story that this young kid has, and, he just needed that support base around him, and he needed really an organisation just to believe in him and back him in and let him play on his instinct, and the culture down here fitted him really well, and he blossomed down here, and I hope everyone can eat their words right now and what they said about Tice, because he proved everyone wrong.
He's gone from a Sandford premiership player to an AFL premiership player. It's been such a 12 months for him.
It has, and like I said, me and my wife, me and my partner Anna, she's probably his biggest supporter. She spoils him like he's their oldest son, and we're pretty hard on him. We're pretty hard on him because he made some decisions when he was at the Crows that he shouldn't have made, and he's turned that all around now, and he's a premiership player. I can't believe it. Like this kid that got thrown out halfway through mid-season, and he went down to Eagles West Torrens for a little bit, and then had a full season down at Eagles West Torrens. Didn't get picked up in the mid-season draft, kept his head down, bum up, worked hard, and finally got his opportunity to play again at AFL level. All-Australian, 53 goals, a premiership player, so it's an unbelievable story.
Eddie, thanks for joining us on K-Rock Footy. Give us a player who, you knew from the outside being at other clubs, but you've got to the club and you didn't realise maybe the impact or the work rate. Just a player that has sort of surprised you a little bit that you've been able to work with them across the course of a year?
Yeah, I'll give you two, but I haven't worked with them that much. It's Mark Blitzard and Cam Guthrie. Just those two, the way that they play the game, the way that they lead, the way that they bring people along with them. And Blitzy, he's an unbelievable talent. He can play in the ruck, in the mid, forward, back. You can throw him wherever. He tags, and he's played 95% game time because he's got that engine. So he's an unbelievable player. And Cam Guthrie is one of the most underrated players in the AFL, one of the best midfielders going around, and one of the most unselfish players too. Like, he does all the team things. He blocks for Tyus, for Joel, for Patrick and all that, and still racks up over 20 disposals, and one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
I know you're an Adelaide and Carlton man with your footy career, Eddie, but you'll be forever... we're forever grateful for what you've brought to the Geelong Football Club this year, and obviously the work you've done with Tyson to make him a premiership player. And I know others have been involved, but your influence on him is profound, and we congratulate you for that. But we just want to ask, are you going around with the Cats again next year?
Well, I haven't signed on. I'm just speaking to Lloydie and Hock at the moment, so we'll work through that. I just wanted 1 year just to see if I would like it, because I'm doing Fox Footy as well, and I really enjoyed my time down here. I'm still living in Melbourne, but I do the commute, which I really enjoy. So after the premiership, I think I might have to sign back on.
Absolutely. Eddie, we really appreciate your time. Well done. Thank you. And we really appreciate your time on K-Rock Footy.
No, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Eddie Betts for Geelong Marine World. Jace, continue your fine work. Geelong Marine World, powered by Suzuki Marine, Port Arlington Road in Moolap. Where are you working your way to now, Jace?
Straight to the skipper now. No mucking around. Straight to the skipper. Get out of the way, Jaron Geary. We don't care about you. We're coming straight for Joel. Yep. 2 minutes, he said. 2 minutes. He wants 2 minutes. So who else can I find in the middle? Oh, Francis Evans MP's down here.
Oh, Francois.
Yeah. Who else is there? Let's have a look around here. He knows that. I want to see Tom Hawkins. I don't know where he is.
He's not hard to miss.
I know.
He's 800 kilos.
He's at the other end
900 centimetres.
He's at the other end of the room. Hang on a minute. Toby Conway's standing in my way, which is great.
Can't miss. That is a big roadblock.
Yeah, that's
Jace.
Exactly right. And Asava's next to him, so that's great
right.
too.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. No, you've no chance.
Yes. But Cam Guthrie is on. Yeah. Hang on. Let's see if I can get Danger.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yes. Hang on a minute. He's right here.
I don't think this Yarra Park 7:30 thing's going to work.
So, yes, Patrick Dangerfield has joined us on K-Rock Football. Robbo's standing right here as well. Robbo's going, oh my goodness. Paddy, congratulations, well done.
Thank you. Robbo, we went fishing the other day. Geez, lucky I played okay, because if I played like shit, you would have been...
No more fishing.
No more fishing.
Now every player should be available for the media by Patrick Dangerfield.
And on fishing trips, that's what it is. Is that the difference, is it? Danger. Beyond your wildest dreams?
Yeah, it's pretty special. It's so proud of our guys and everything that the work that we've put in, the work that Chris has done. He's such a wonderful person, Chris, incredible coach, so balanced, and to have him, Steve Hocking, Joel Selwood at the helm of this incredible club. It's a privilege to play for this place, mate.
Paddy, Kingy, congratulations. I don't know whether you remember that. I'm not going to repeat exactly what you said, but you whispered in my ear as we walked away from each other on Monday, and that phrase, you definitely came to fruition this afternoon.
Yeah, we'll fucking hammer him.
It's all right, Joel's dropped it as well. It's okay.
I remember. I think our Geelong faithful. I think they'll be doing much worse. No, well, to be honest, it just felt like we were building. It really did. That our best was ahead of us, and at one stage in one quarter we would go whack, and I suppose that's what we did in the third. I mean, it was a bit of a grind that first half, but defensively we were really strong, and it sort of emulated what our best has been this year, and that's been a real even contribution from all. So it's a wonderful feeling of achieving it all together.
Paddy, congratulations. Unbelievable season, unbelievable effort by the entire group. Was there a sort of a point, it's a game or a moment or a training session or something where you thought, yeah, I think we're actually a real good chance of winning this thing?
To be honest, halfway through the year, when we were going okay, but it still felt like we just had so much growth with the way that we were playing. So I always felt like the second half we would get going and then we'd be bloody hard to stop. And that's sort of what happened. We there's a couple of tight ones in there, but geez, we played some great footy and some great quarters where we got on these rolls, and then it was a bloody tough game, that first final against Collingwood. But it had been, a bit interrupted with the breaks that we'd had, and then after that, the confidence from within was sky high, and it was a privilege to play, to be honest.
Your two finals, your last 2 weeks have been probably, among your best games of the season. It must be sort of so satisfying after a long career to get close, not get there. You get to the finals and you really produce your best. It must be sort of so satisfying that all the work you put in.
Yeah, but to be honest, if I hadn't touched the ball today and we got it done, then it just wouldn't have mattered. It's just such a great feeling. It's reading the greatest book with the greatest ending and just feeling so content with it that you bought into it, and it was just everyone, the collective. It's a special feeling, and one I'll certainly cherish, and I know that we'll cherish.
Paddy, Neody, congratulations. I know you've taken a long time to get to this spot. It's just amazing to be here and watch you guys do your stuff. You mentioned the third quarter. Mate, from our advantage point, you blew them off the park in the first 30 minutes. You mentioned confidence. Every single player that set foot on that ground in the first quarter just looked like it was your destiny to win. Is that what it felt like out there?
Yeah, it did, Neody. And it was such a balanced warm-up. Like, we weren't over-aroused. It was pretty quiet in the change rooms, but there was just this feeling of we know the task ahead of us, and we're going to do everything to give it a crack, to put it on the line, and to be able to achieve that and do that and execute it. It's a mighty feeling.
Paddy, well done, mate. 300 games, Brownlow medal, now premiership player. So proud of you, mate, on what you've achieved in your career. And I know you won't care about the numbers, but you came second in the Norm Smith. I'm not sure whether that's filtered through to you yet, but 26 disposals, 9 clearances, 6 goal assists. You were brilliant today, mate. And I know you put high expectations on yourself, but tell us about the anxiety about performing well on the biggest stage.
Yeah, it's funny. I've been listening to a few podcasts. Michael Gervais, he has this one about finding mastery, and it's sort of elite sport. And I listened to a bit of the meditation pre-game before jumping on the bus, and the crux of it is, imagine there's a few banners of how you describe yourself and how you want to describe yourself, and then you wrap yourself around those and you walk into that place of performance, wherever that is for you, and you can be nothing but that. And it really sort of hit home for me around simplifying it a bit and not overthinking it. It is just a game, even though it's the biggest game of the year. It's still just a game. It's just a stoppage. It's just a clean take. And I think a few have listened to him from our team throughout the year, and Chris has been big on his sort of philosophies, and it's been bloody special.
Well, you said you've been building, Paddy. Your last loss was May the 14th, round 10 against St Kilda, and you probably felt internally that you did have a lot of growth left in you. What's next? I know that's an impossible question after winning a premiership, but obviously you enjoy this and then you reload and go again.
Yeah, you do. It's the silly season is about to begin. The 3 biggest weeks in footy, really, and that's the trade period, obviously. We'll be active around that. We'll try and improve our squad. It always changes. That's the toughest part. The team that takes the field today, that achieves the ultimate success, may never play together again, all 23. So that's a pretty humbling sort of feeling. But that's the competition, isn't it? It moves quickly and you've got to move with it. But it's also why we love it, So we'll certainly enjoy it. I don't think it's going to be a super quiet week on that front. I think the highway and Geelong's going to be pretty busy, but we'll embrace that. And then I'll look after my kids, which I haven't done for a couple of weeks, so I'm probably due, boys.
Paddy, well done. We're wrapped for you, and we've enjoyed being along the journey with you since you arrived at the club at the end of 2015. We feel like we've been on the journey with you since 2008, since when you were drafted from the Falcons, and for you to be here in this moment right now, we're glad to be able to talk to you. Thanks for joining us on K-Rock Footy.
Thanks for having me, guys, and thanks for covering the club the way that you do and with the passion that you have for our great club. It's a wonderful town, footy town, and it's great to have you guys calling it the way that you do with such passion.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Paddy. Paddy Dangerfield, enjoy joining us on K-Rock Football. Geelong Marine World, powered by Suzuki Marine. The tweet line has gone, the text line, the SMS line for New Great Bench Tops has gone off. Jace, you work hard down there, see what you can nail down. Benny, just off the SMS line for New Great Bench Tops.
Oh, look, Cat fans are feeding him pretty much derobing Kingy as we speak. So just a lot of love for the team, their effort, and a bit of love for the K-Rock footy crew too. So people listening all over the place and enjoying the call.
Chase, just jump in whenever you feel the need. Cut us off while we're talking here in the fifth quarter for the Sandman Mattress Factory. Sleep better with the Sandman's locally made two-sided mattresses. We have posted a video. We've got the great Adam Chapman from the K-Rock Digital Department with us here this afternoon. But I did get sent a video from the streets of Geelong, and it has gone absolutely...
It's gone absolutely Ken Bruce.
So that's come from Craig Meddings, who works on our sister station, Bay 93.9. Craig's out on the street, so thank you to Craig for providing us with that video. We're one big family in the Geelong Broadcasters family, helping each other out, and thank you to Craig for that. We really do appreciate it.
It's going nuts.
Yeah.
Down there in the cat attack. My goodness me.
And that was taken at about 6:10.
Oh, wow.
How do you think it's now? 50 minutes on, too early, 2 hours post.
Going to need the hush puppies on tonight down there, I tell you.
Post siren. How you going down there, Jace?
Just waiting for Joel Selwood to finish with Cats Media. I'm not leaving his side.
Yeah, that's a fair call. We look forward to speaking to. Where's the 26th disappeared to?
That is a good question. Must be hiding behind a Sava again.
Hard to hide when you're that big.
I'll track him down after the skipper.
All right, sounds good.
What time's their thing at where they going? Yarra Park.
So they're no good. Yep. They've had to ring up and say, look, we can't make it.
But all the fans would be there waiting too. Like, you can't let them down either.
No, it's already 7:05.
Get suit up and get out there.
Mind you, if you're a Cat fan, you're probably prepared to wait half an hour.
Yeah, I think so.
So sun has fully set here at the MCG and the lights are off. It's just the internal lights, and they've got the leaf blowers out, and I suspect the next thing they do here is rip up the centre square and start thinking about putting a cricket pitch in, which we'll worry about very soon.
Righto.
Jace, down to you.
Here he is now.
Sorry, boys, I'm a little bit late. We're having a bit too much fun down here.
Now,
I don't know who's my favourite this week. Who's up there?
Come on, Joel. It's got to be
nice, Joel. Thank you. Thank you.
Sharing the love, boys. How good was that?
Joel, I've actually turned what you said last week into my ringtone.
Well, I thought you deserved it. I thought your call was good, straight up the middle, and just what we wanted.
Jace, do you want to fire a question from down there, and then we'll take it from up here?
Just got to be a bit careful because he's got the Selwood brothers are here as well. He's just given us the Premiership Cup, actually. So hang on a minute. They just want to take a quick photo. Hang on a minute. It's 30 seconds he needs. He just needs a quick photo with some more family. Jaron Geary, it's like he's won the Premiership. Can I tell you? He hasn't played for St Kilda. He plays for Geelong now, I think. So
such good mates, those two. It's a really good story that two captains of opposing footy clubs over such a long period of time have been able to maintain a really close friendship. And I know Jaron is very close with Joel and is down in Geelong quite regularly. So it's one of the, because imagine that's a very difficult thing to do when you drift off into other clubs, particularly in the captain's role, which is such a full-on type role.
All right, how is he, Jace? Has he got those photos peeled off with the Selwood clan?
Yes, he's got the headset back now.
Magnificent.
Got the cup too, boys.
Yes, he's got the cup. He's just picking that up. He won't leave that. Won't leave his sight tonight. I don't think.
Won't be too far away anyway.
Well, I think earlier in the season we were in the other rooms, and Billy's walking past now. So we're in the other rooms, and we had a couple of disappointing losses, and St Kilda was one of them, and it's changed since then. It's what's been that momentum swing.
Jace, we've won 16 in a row, and you're talking about the bloody losses.
No, listen. I want to take you back to that stage, and what's been the change.
We lost our third game of the year. Maybe it was against Hawthorn.
And to be honest, I didn't like how we walked in after the game. We were just a bit all over the place. I said after our next loss, we're going to go sit in the room together and we're going to just basically, if we win together, we're going to lose together. And there wasn't anything really said, but maybe that was a special potion. We sat in the room and we all probably looked a bit sad, and then we thought, let's just keep winning.
And you've done that, the first quarter today just set you up. I mean, the plan was to obviously hit them early, but did you believe that was going to happen like that?
Oh, well, no, not really. To be honest, our training has been set up to do those special things, but yeah, if you could come out and play like that in the first quarter each week, you can, but the game's difficult. It's really hard. But we deserve the luck that we got too.
What does it mean, Joel? Please, can you put it into words, or is that impossible?
No, it's impossible, to be honest. It's the whole day. It's been a really, 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 really. That wasn't me swearing, boys. I don't know what happened there. It's been an unbelievable day. What's the time? I don't even know what the time is. I hope it goes forever.
When did you start to think we got this?
Probably about when we kicked our fourth goal in the third quarter. It was, just the way we were playing. You know, we probably had it won before then, but it was important to. I did think back to 07 and just remembered. To be honest, you play the games out because you remember the last bits of the game, and I was really proud of the boys. They just kept coming at them, and they just set this tone that they've been playing all year, and it would have been good to watch.
Goal 175 of your career today. Is that the most satisfying goal you've kicked?
I was about 60 out, wasn't I? It was a sweet one. I actually really don't know what happened. Little Joel Stengel just thought he'd throw a little right foot checky and sail it right through.
Joel, Benny Cass, congratulations on today, your career.
To date, Benny.
Yes, to date. Sorry, I'm not writing you off. I heard you say that to someone yesterday. You've worked for this. I mean, I know we've been having involvement with Troy, but you wanted to be a premiership captain, as everyone does. It's really, I think, something that's really driven you. You get to today's stage and you can enjoy it for the final quarter of the game. You're home. How sort of special was that? And Dane Rampy said some really nice words. Said, described you as a giant of the game, and your teammates' reaction to you when you went up. It was just. It must have been surreal for you to be able to enjoy that last 30 minutes.
Yeah, it was hard, and to be honest, it was hard to hear out there what Dane said, so I'll make sure I follow that up because I didn't mean to look disrespectful in any way, but when the cameras were panning at me, I thought he must have said something nice about me, so I'll make sure I follow that up. But we love what the Swans have been able to do, to be honest, I just love coming to work. And, the footy environment. We probably got a taste of dealing with other clubs when we were up in the hub, and you just appreciate it and appreciate them for, the work that they've done. And, we're just the lucky ones this year.
Joel, congratulations. Just absolutely brilliant. Mate, both you and Chris, when you got the chance to speak, you speak so genuine, but just the confidence you have in the entire football club, including the ones that have gone before you. Yep. Can you just give us a bit more of an insight into that, mate, for the people that are still listening?
Oh, I walked in 07 and I learnt that's what you do. Those boys looked after me straight away and they taught me, and it would just be something that I never forget. You just keep teaching along the way, and you get good results out of that. As I said before, we haven't been in the draft to be able to get the players that come of the elite talent, but we've got some bloody good players here.
Congratulations, Joel. It's Sando here, mate. Quadruple premiership player. Incredible achievement for you. There's some really special moments pre and post game. I thought with Levi Ablett pre-game. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, Sando, thanks, mate. And it was a call during the week that I really enjoyed making to Jordan and Gaz, and I was hopeful that it could all work out. I didn't know exactly the logistics that go into it, because it can be pretty difficult with the what Levi's got, but it's just so glad that an Ablett could be on the main stage and that his old man could come and watch him.
Well done, mate.
That's the special thing out of the day, I think. He's been a giant for our footy club, Sando, that.
Yeah, it was awesome, mate. And I must admit that the boys up here in the commentary box, we all sort of shed a little tear there. It was awesome. And then talking about shedding a tear, there's some great vision which you'll eventually get to when the siren goes and you and Tomahawk embrace, and you're both just, and particularly Hawk. I've never seen Hawk like that, but he was really emotional after the siren went.
He's got kids already, so he's hopeless. But, he had a bad last quarter. He was that emotional. He was losing it. It wasn't just that last bit, but we probably know the impact that we've had on each other, and we've made a little dent in this footy club that hopefully what we've done in the past can live on with a number of other players that have gone before us. We just he's bang for buck the best player in the league, and we know that, and he's just so special, mate.
Joel, so proud of you. We've followed your journey so closely for 16 years.
The K-Rock boys, you know that. I'll be around.
We were around for your first F-bomb, so that's been one of the highlights.
You've been joined in the
I've won 4 flags, boys. Look after me.
You've been joined in the club by P. Dangerfield. He just joined the club about 15 minutes ago, which was fantastic. Enjoy the celebrations, Joel. No doubt we will cross paths over the coming days and weeks, and we look forward to you enjoying a break, reloading and doing it all again in 2023.
Yeah, thank you, guys, and make sure you enjoy it too, and see you tomorrow.
Look forward to it.
Good on you, Joel.
The skipper, Joel Selwood, joining us on K-Rock Football.
It's great, the players. I mean, now's the time you probably want to be with your family and all sorts of people who have helped you, but he's always been fantastic with his time towards us, and everybody wants a piece of him. That's just the way he rolls, so when you're as good as he is, and I wonder whether Hawk was probably as happy for Joel as he was himself. He's probably that sort of guy.
It's some really good vision. I've never seen Hawk like that, but yeah, it was just, the emotion was pouring out of him there when that siren went and they finally got to each other to embrace. It was awesome.
Geelong Marine World, powered by Suzuki Marine, bringing us all our post-match interviews. If you do miss any of them, they will be available at krockfootball.com.au. Jason Doherty, back down to you.
Yes, we're going to finish with Tomahawk, I think. He's just being interviewed by some other media, but I'm not leaving his side. I found him, so that's good. He wasn't standing behind a Saba, so that was good. And he's just finishing off, and we will talk to him shortly when he can put the cans on.
Magnificent. Geelong Marine World, powered by Suzuki Marine, Port Arlington Road in Moolap. Just please take it easy out there tonight. If you are driving around the Geelong CBD, there'll be road closures, so just take it easy out there and keep everybody safe. It's a night to celebrate and enjoy, but we don't want anything to come out of it that's untoward. So if you're in the Geelong CBD area tonight, please thoroughly enjoy it, and we look forward to seeing you all at Anthony Costa Oval at St Mary's tomorrow on the adjoining ground at GMHBA Stadium, to be able to have a little bit of a bit of frivolity as part of the family day. Jace is just loitering around. Tom Hawkins at the moment.
He kicked 3-4, Hawk. He kicked 2-1 in the first quarter.
Yeah,
just crucially just probably settling the group a little bit.
It was those two out of the ruck, wasn't it? That was the one that really got the momentum of the game going the Cats' way. Yeah. Just manhandled in those forward 50 ruck contests. Was brilliant.
Yeah. So we're just waiting to go down to Tom Hawkins. I think he's just doing some other media at the moment. But all our interviews, krockfootball.com.au, all our photos, thanks to Geelong Regional Football, Marcel Behrens, and Jason Doherty has got the man that we've been
searching for you all night. You were standing behind a Saba before. He was the only bloke who could cover you off. So you've done a heap of media. This is the only one you need to do, Tom. You know that. So congratulations. Well done. Fantastic effort.
Yeah, she's a good result. A few people in here this afternoon. So at the MCG. It's hard to put into words, but just so happy.
It's night time now too, Joel. Tom, did you know that? It's going to be a long night, I suspect.
Yeah, look, it will be. I think there's a few tired boys and girls as a part of the staffing as well. So, crazy, absolutely crazy. So I don't know. I don't really even know where to start. Just happy for so many different people.
Hawk, thanks for joining us. Kingy, Cass, Neildy and Sando up in the K-Rock box. Absolutely wrapped for you. You were quite emotional late in the game and post-siren. Can you talk us through those emotions for us?
I don't know exactly what it was, but I touched on the hard work that that's been in front of me and the group. Written off time and time again. We talk about internally. We thank the club for getting us in a position to be able to compete every year, and man, I know they're just so hard to win, and I think everyone will be able to see that off today's result. I mean, I know it's sort of in the end it was quite a margin, but man, they're just so hard to win. So it was just emotional for a lot of reasons. Family, really, really special.
Tommy, it's Benny Cass. Congratulations.
Benny.
Yes, congratulations. Just unbelievable. Did you have some sort of little toe injury on the way in, or was that just an all load of bollocks?
Yeah, I stubbed my toe out on the way out, leaving the house this morning. So I managed through all right, but look, it was it's a bit of an old man's injury, believe it or not.
Bit of turf toe, was it?
Oh, come on, Benny. you don't let up. I need to come up there in the box. No, it's a similar sort of thing, but it was manageable. So anyway, it was a good result. Good result.
It was. Your first 2 goals out of the ruck.
Cowboy Brownless!
He's in Berlin on the pitch. Billy's just walked past Oscar's in Berlin, so that's Tom was just saying hello.
Tom, you just the game itself, you really helped set the tone with those. You manhandled Hickey in the ruck and were able to sneak a couple through, and just seemed to the group just grew in confidence from that.
Yeah, they might have. It was sort of nice to get off to a good start. I mean, Sydney is so dangerous when they're able to move the ball on their terms. So we had elite pressure, and off the back of being able to grab a few, they certainly don't always work, but I don't know. Those two sort of just managed to find their way through. To be honest, you would have had a great view of it. They weren't pretty, but they went through, and it was magic that first quarter, and then we just kept on pushing forward from there.
Tom Nildy, congratulations, just absolutely outstanding. You said about Sydney, being dangerous. You guys never let them be dangerous, and it took every single one of you, but it happened right from the first bounce. Is that how you felt out there?
Yeah, I mean, we just all over the ground. Our pressure was elite around the footy when we didn't, when we weren't pressuring, we were winning the ball and getting it forward. So, our defenders were brilliant. Stood tall, great in a contest, challenged the opposition with the way that we moved the footy, and then ahead of the ball, we embraced contests and got the job done a few times. So it was really important to start well in finals, and particularly a grand final. We capitalised early, and we were able to hold the lead and as we said, push forward. So it was a wonderful result.
Yeah, well done today, Hawk. Congratulations. It's Sando here, mate. I thought the forward line was awesome. 133 points the Cats kicked today.
Yep.
Took 17 marks inside forward 50, but what will impress Scotty even more will be the 19 forward 50 tackles that you guys laid up. Nildy and I up here today we're just in awe of how good the pressure was in the forward line.
Yeah, it's a great pick-up, Sando, because, I mean, I actually heard you during the week on radio on my way home from training, and you talked about big moments and players being able to execute the fundamentals within an organisation that makes them really important players. And I think Gary Rowan's game today epitomised that. Huge contests first and foremost, and I think as a forward, your game evolves around you being able to compete in contests. So he was brilliant at that, but then the ability to be able to get out and chase, and sometimes he wasn't able to lay a finger on, but the perceived pressure that Gary Rowan is able to apply, opposition defences and midfield often know that he's coming. So it's just another great example of in the biggest moment being able to execute your chosen skill. So Gary was brilliant. Closey, Brian, Tyson. I thought it was a collective. Mitch Duncan got a run-down tackle and kicked a goal. So we had a few players that flicked through there, but we're all able to execute when we needed to.
And we just spoke to the skipper, but you were really outwardly emotional, Hawk, after the siren went with Joel. That obviously you guys have been at the club for so long together and very, very close mates. Can you put it in words what a win like this means to you personally?
Oh, not really, Sando. I mean, it was. Yeah, it's just we've worked so hard to get to this point to be able to compete again. There's so much work that goes into getting there. I mean, we're so grateful of the football club and what they do, right from from board level right through our football department. So we're certainly grateful of that. But then the willingness of the players, and Joel and I have played in our 16th season. This year together, and it's magical. But the amount that he puts in each day, each week, each year for the benefit of other people is undescribable. And we saw two gestures, I think, that summed up Joel Selwood, maybe three. The impact on the game that he had as a player, the giving of his boots to the Oz Kicker of the Year, Archie, after when he got his medal, and also taking Levi Ablett out, epitomises Joel Selwood as a person as well as his performance.
Do you reckon he's due a sainthood at some stage, Hawk, your skipper?
Well, I mentioned, there's been some wonderful players, wonderfully talented players that have played for the Geelong Football Club. So I didn't make a statement during the year lightly when I said I think he might be one of the greatest, if not the greatest Geelong player to ever have played. So just the well-roundedness we're going in is incredible. So I think he is. Call me biased, but I think he's the greatest player.
Time to let you go, Hawk, and let you celebrate and enjoy with your teammates. Congratulations. We're extremely proud of you here in the K-Rock box. Thanks for your ongoing support of K-Rock, and we look forward to doing it all again in 2023.
I love it. Thanks very much for having me, boys.
Good on you, Tom.
Tom Hawkins joining us here on K-Rock Football. Geelong Marine World, powered by Suzuki Marine.
Jace has been extraordinary.
That's a phenomenal.
He'll be in the Veeps with the Norm Smith himself. He's got the heavy hitters. This
is his list of who he's spoken to. Jace, I think you can come up now. We might.
Yes, the players are going into the rooms actually to have a bit of quiet time after spending the last.
Jace, by the time you get up here, we're done.
You'll be gone.
Are we the last radio station?
As always, K-Rock, the first with and the last out. That's the way.
Here's this from Jace. Ling, Higgins, Duncan, Buse, Betts, Dangerfield, Selwood, Hawkins. That's not bad for Jace.
Good work, Jace. Only one spot to go from there, mate. It's not up.
Sort of areas.
We'll see you shortly.
Jason Doherty.
Jason will be on 60 Minutes next year. Hello, I'm Jason Doherty. And I'm George Fungus.
Geelong Marine World, powered by Suzuki Marine. Benny, just some key numbers out of the day, please. For
scoreboard, yeah, 65 inside 50s to 32, if you don't mind. They were plus 41 in contested possession, which is a number that I don't think you hear too often. Marks 124 to 62. They had 90 more disposals, and they had about 60 more uncontested possessions, if you don't mind. And I mentioned those clearances. The Cats had 31 effective clearances and kicked 10 goals, 5. Sydney had 18 and kicked 2 goals, 3. It was an absolute domination. Isaac Smith, 32, Duncan, 27. I thought Warner really battled hard, particularly late in the game when it was all over. He was still trying his backside off. He had 29. Fox was probably one of their better players on Cameron, 26, Parker, 23, but it was all the Cats. They were just far too strong and was really never in doubt. Kingy, I think the players will say it was late in the game, but I think Nearly was probably right. The way the game was trending, it was pretty much all over it. At quarter
11
time.
shots at goal in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Was it 6-5 to 1 goal?
6-5 to 1 straight up.
Oh, we're done. We're done at quarter time. It's fantastic.
So they were just far too good.
Thank you for that, Benny. Geelong Insurance Brokers head-to-heads, the two head-to-heads. Sando, yours today was Hawkins and Cameron versus McCartan and Rampy. I think it's a 50-50, that, in the end.
Yeah, it was interesting with the matchups, the way that they went today, the Swans, but I mean, that as we said in the interview with Hawk, have a look at the scoreboard, 20 goals, 13, 133. That Cats forward line really functioned well today. They isolated when they needed to. They played really well as a team. But what I was most impressed about was their pressure in the front half. So that They were just kicking goals. They were creating goals for each other with their defensive pressure and heat. It was excellent.
Neil, yours was the impact on the contest of Patrick McCartan versus Tom Stewart. McCartan chopped off everything in round 2, but that wasn't his way today.
No, I honestly think, Kingy, the winner of that duel was all the Geelong players plus the coaching group, because Sydney refused to let Tom Stewart be free, but it didn't matter. Geelong still wanted to play that way, and they manufactured it. At times it was Henry a little bit, then it was De Koning, but for the most of the day it was actually Zach Toohey. So they just refused to let Sydney have that. That's the way Geelong play. They did it, they organised it, and they smashed them.
GeelongInsuranceBrokers.com.au, the Steamatic standout, delivering solutions, saving properties, restoring lives in the Greater Geelong area for 25 years. Firstly, Sando, your Steamatic standout?
I love Dangerfield today. I thought he was outstanding. I know obviously Isaac Smith's the easy one to say, but Dangerfield was really special today.
Beauty.
Yeah, we concur on that part. I thought Dangerfield was... Stando brought up his score assists. He had all those clearances, and he did some things where... you described it, Stando, when he goes to ground in a contest, but he manages to win the footy, stand up and move it forward and
almost
get it to a
one
teammate.
Motion, right?
Like
dives on the ball but stands up with it and flicks it out. It's incredible.
Yeah, I just thought it was absolutely incredible.
Thank you for that, gentlemen. The Steamatic standout, of course. Steamatic, great supporters of K-Rock football, have been for a number of years. Thank you, guys, for your ongoing support. Delivering solutions, saving properties and restoring lives in the Greater Geelong area for 25 years. Benny, your time to shine. The Hamlin Hanger and the Lammy's Tavern. Oh, Lammy's. How is it going to be over the next couple of days?
There'd be some unrealistic attempts.
Where are you going to start?
I start with the mark, Kingy, and it was the only highlight for the Swans of the day.
Hamlin has built itself an outstanding reputation for functional, beautifully finished homes, Marble Street, South Geelong.
And it happened at the 8.5-minute mark of the second term. There weren't too many high-flying efforts today, despite being pretty good conditions, maybe a bit blustery, but Hayden McLean was able to drag down our Hamlin Hanger.
Hamlin Hanger.
Sets it up to about 15 out from goal, top of the square. Oh, one-hander, McLean. Hamlin Hanger contender. Stanley went at the footy, didn't get near it, and it just landed on the left bicep of Hayden McLean as he went back with the flight and he reeled it in onto his shoulder. Not a bad effort, actually.
He did. It was one of the few highlights for the Swans on the day.
The goal of the day for Lammy's Tavern. Benny celebrating 21 years, open Friday to Sunday at 9 and free before 10 p.m.
Yeah, we can't go past the skipper on the outside of the right shoe late in the fourth quarter when the game was obviously well and truly over. The teammates were keen to get him a snag and he duly delivered.
Goal of the day. Thanks to Lammy's.
Boundary throw in. Hickey had 2 goes out of it. Knocked it straight to Isaac Smith, who's handball. Here's the skipper outside of the right boot from 45. Has it got the carry? Yes, it has. What a way for the skipper to finish Grand Final 2022. And to a man, his teammates come to him. They wrap their arms around him and they can't let go. No.
And it was like his player kicked their first goal, wasn't it?
Which we got as well, which was Sam De Koning.
That was
kicking his first goal of the evening. Don't sound the siren yet. Matty, I know you've done a power of work back there, but before we go, we do need to say a bunch of thank yous as we wrap up our 90th anniversary year of K-Rock football. Firstly, to our sponsors, thank you so much for believing in the product that we present to the people of Geelong week in, week out, not only at AFL level, but as we have done at GFL level for the last 2 years. We appreciate your support. It has been tough times, but we hope we've delivered what you've wanted out of our football coverage, and we look forward to having all of you on board next year. We really do appreciate you and your support, especially our number one ticket holder, APCO Cafe 24/7, for being